to be yourself. Sometimes it's not as good for you, depending on your scenario, but you know. To wait with the... It does. She learned to... Don't shit on me. Don't shit on me. I did the dishes for you. Don't make me dirty them again. Out of spite. Out of spite. Yeah, we're American Beauty style beer can making its way downtown. This is a beautiful Termini Brothers gold medal pastry. And somehow, this thing is very small, but somehow this is going to be extravagant and filling. I think it's because it's like full of cream cheese. Oh my God, that's so good. Scene switched to ingest. Good day. Good day. Shayna, welcome in. Twinderella, hello. Nottingetty, welcome in. Sofluff, good day. Good day. We're in the woods. We are in the woods. You know what's weird? It's super weird. The angle, the wide angle lens on this camera is so wide that you have to move it in really close. Like, from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like you should see me on the camera. Fellows, good day. Good day. And yet, you can see the tent. You can see the tarp. You can like see everything from right there. It's weird. Carly, welcome in. Welcome in. Well, I'm a little late. A little later getting started. I slept in until 10 a.m. this morning. And then I got up, I had some breakfast cookies. Had a slow start to the day. It's been nice. But now we're ready to get started. I've actually was looking at the weather. I might go for a little hike this morning. It's not morning. It's almost 1 p.m. I'm about an hour behind when I thought it would go live, but that should not be surprising to really anyone, including myself. I was not surprised when at 11:48 I was like, I should set up. Carly, it is a nice day to be out in the woods. It poured rain last night. It's been rainy. It rained up until about 8 a.m. this morning. I got up. I did get up this morning to use the bathroom. I'd left the fire sort of like smoldering, and I threw another like big flat log on top last night or this morning, and then went back to bed. It was great. It's probably going to rain again this afternoon at some point. So if it rains, like, we're totally fine. Like, zero concern about rain. I have a tarp here. I have a pop-up canopy that you can't see that's behind the camera. That's like a staging area, which you will see, obviously, at some point, because we're going to, like, walk around. And I also have an umbrella that I can put on the actual tripod that I have the camera sitting on. So it's great. I did bring the sign, so I was like, what should I bring that I don't normally bring for stream? I should bring like the camera, obviously all the stream stuff. I have some lights, like portable battery lights for tonight because it's going to get dark. Sunset is at 8:13 p.m. And I was like, oh, decorations, obviously. I actually have two of these signs. So this one was the one that's in the back room, and the other one is still in the kitchen. Chef, good morning, or good day. No, sorry. Time check. Time check is 1300 hours. Good afternoon. Good day. Let's just go with good day. We're going to go with good day today. We're going to try. It feels like morning. It's overcast, so it's going to be cloudy all day also. Oh, it's like your setup. Thank you. I actually, I was thinking of you. There was another person here who's been here for like weeks now that has a giant canvas. It's a round canvas tent, but it's the one with this like one central pole, and then you stake it out around the edges. They were clearing out yesterday, and I'd seen them before here, and I was like, oh, I like your tent, and I was like, yeah, it's great. It's great. It's very nomadic. And I was like, yeah, it was kind of funny. Good day. Kathy, good day. Good day. Gold star redeem. Boris, we do not have a gold star redeem for our L streams. We don't have sound redeems. And then there's a bunch of the channel point rewards that are turned off. IRL mode is generally, I turned some stuff off. I also turned some stuff on. So like the Go Birds counter is on now. The dog counter is on now. Not that we're going to see a dog. Actually, no, we're pretty likely to see a dog today if we do a hike. Guy, welcome in. It was kind of a yurt, fellas. It's definitely a combo yurt. When I think of a yurt, I think of the walls being like full-size height. This one, it's sort of like the edge of it was, you know, a meter off the ground. So it was like, it was big, it was big and circular. And when he took it away, all the grass underneath of that area was completely dead. It was like a big brown circle where the tent was. It's kind of funny. He's been there for a long time. I'm glad that's cool that you're going to get to test it. Have you set it up yet, or just like, are you saying test it against the elements, or test it like as in see if you can set it up? Boris, we are camping. We are in a state park campsite. So this is your standard state park campsite. I picked this one because it's out of the way, and it has a low fire pit, which I love for cooking on. Some of the other campsites have fire pits. The walls are like 2 feet high, and they're really annoying. Haven't set it up at all. Okay, so you're trying to set it up for the first time. Good luck. I'm sure as an engineer you will have read the directions thoroughly, and I needn't tell you to do that. I'm sure you're very much on top of it. Well, Susan, welcome in. Lots of bird calls. Yeah. I don't know what they are. I'm not a birder. I'm not a birder. So I don't know. I can't tell what they are, but we're in a pretty open space. There's a lot of, like above here is pretty open. I think I'm going to go for a little walk this morning or this afternoon. So I should probably spread this fire out. This isn't really a fire at the moment. We have some embers and ash. I didn't keep it going last night, but it was raining when I went to bed, and I put a couple like large flat pieces on top, and that lets it stay clear of water, or it keeps the rain from dropping into the fire pit. And they were smoldering this morning. The logs were like half the size they were last night, which is kind of fun. I love doing that. Excuse me. Is Calvin joining me? No, not this time. I talked to Calvin already. I talked to Calvin about maybe coming with me and doing a stream, like a camping stream. But I basically was like, look, when he and I go camping, it's really very, we have like our routines and like, you know, he will, it's like a team effort, right? And I was like, look, this particular camp out, if you go, just know that it's more about like the stream. It's more about the you know, talking to folks in chat and doing some cooking, and less about your needs and wants during that time. And he was like, okay, I'll stay home. So no, he's not coming this time. Maybe he will at some point. Yeah, maybe he will at some point. Oh, Velos, a wooden platform for a canvas tent is great. I spent a long time working at Boy Scout camp, and that's what I slept in over the summer. A canvas tent with a wooden platform. Kind of fun. Shayna. Well, I brought pants, but I'm not planning on wearing them. Dan, welcome in. Good to see you. Ray, hello, welcome. Mundane Fame, are you running a Starlink? No, I'm not. Where I am is actually, has pretty good cell reception, and that was very intentional. I have taken my IRL setup to a couple different places to test it, and this place happens to have good general cell phone reception everywhere. So no, nothing special. Nothing special about the connection in this particular stream. No Starlink. That would be, I'd love to have the capacity to do things with, like way out in the field. I know that there's some folks that do run like satellite connections, which is super cool. I haven't ventured out that far yet. We're still just using cell reception. And I don't think I could actually use a satellite connection here because there's really very little connection to, there's really very little visibility to the sky. You have to have like direct lines of sight to the sky, and there's really only like one little narrow window. I mean, there's some trees here. We're not in a building, obviously. Tundrella, good. I'm glad. You had every right to be like upset and frustrated this morning. Like small stuff like that is what you look forward to. So when it's taken away, it feels shitty. I get you. I'm glad things have resolved. Yeah, the cell in the woods is nice, Mundane. I always am back and forth. I love this camp. I love this park because it has good reception. So it's great for stuff like this. And it's also annoying because I have access to all of my phone. I have access to the stuff that I go to the woods to not try to look at. So that was the other thing I said to Calvin is like, look, I'm probably going to be on my phone a bunch during this particular camping trip. So like, if you are, just like, you probably don't want to go, And so he was like, yeah, you're right. I probably don't want to go. Let's take a little walk. I think the signal will hold up if we go for a little walk. It may not, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't. And we will stop walking and come back to the campsite where I know we have reception. But we are going to take a little walk. I need to get my wrist. I want to get the wrist thing that I have for the phone. I don't usually use it during IRLs, but I don't know. I feel like if I'm walking around, I always have stuff in my hands when I'm camping. It's like, the fire poker or like carrying something around or moving things. So I feel like I want to put my phone like on my wrist today. As much as I don't like doing that. So, I'm gonna go up to the car I'm going to run up to the car and grab that, and then I will, then we'll go for a little walk. I want to try this. There should be a little BRB overlay on the screen somewhere down here at this point. So Fluff, what's the temp? I have no idea, honestly. I think it's like 20. Robbie, welcome in. Hey, that's 120 check-ins. If we were at the computer at home, you'd get confetti, and I'd write it down. But we're not. So, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll hit you with confetti on your 121st check-in. Okay, you see the BRB. Good. All right, I am going to BRB. I'm going to get my wrist thing from the car, which I need my keys for, which is in the bag. Okay. All right, we will BRB, which is only a moment. Okay, we are B. We are now B. We are back. I also grabbed my Bluetooth speaker so I can turn on text-to-speech at some point. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Good to have you. Baker, the sound of the outdoors is, I kind of love it too. I love that it's coming through too on the microphone. I feel like I'm going to have a tough time today figuring out where to put the microphone because I usually have it on my hat, but if I keep it on my hat, you're going to hear all sorts of like breathing and mouth sounds. So I think we might try to avoid that and just leave it somewhere more consolidated, and then I will put my text-to-speech on and just have that nearby. All right, we're going to take a little walk. I'll show you. Here's what we'll do. I'll show you around the campsite, then we'll take a little walk, and then we will come back here and we'll be doing some campsite stuff this afternoon. I also want to check the weather real quick because I think it's supposed to rain at like 1500. So that's fine if it does. I don't mind. Again, we're like ready for the rain. But we're going to check that. We're going to check it real quick. Huffin' and puffin'. Baker, I know, right? Baker, hello. Did I say hi to you? I don't think I did. I think I was getting something from the car. Slinko, welcome in. It is, formally, so far, it is 18 degrees here today. I know it's probably on the sky, and so you can't see it, but you should be able to see the temperature, time and temp up in the top, this corner of the screen. Top right corner. It is there. It's probably sitting right in the middle of the sky at the moment, though, so it's probably not good. High today, 23. Chance of rain, Chance of rain, 51% of the area is covered in rain at 1600 hours. So 3 p.m. is when it's gonna maybe start. 20, 40, 50. Yeah, 3 p.m. is probably when it might start. We don't know. And then the temperature will peak sometime around then too. Okay. I was blending in. Yeah, it was, it's not, I made the text white so that it would sort of be obscured in the overall frame. But like, if someone's like, what time is it? I can point the camera like at the ground and then you can see it. Does that make sense? Like, I kind of, that's the approach that I was taking with, or the thought I was taking with making it white. I was also going to put it in the little box where the title is. But usually I have, in Philly anyway, I have the location there as well. I turned that off this time because it would be like, here's where you are. Here's the name of the park that you're at. And I didn't really want that. So, so the location's not on today. Came in just as you were in BRB. Yes. The plushes, those are usually they're in the background of like every stream. So I was like, I gotta take those. This is the part where I'm in battery saver mode. What did I do? I just dropped my phone and turned on the camera. Oh, and I found a nail. I found a nail on the ground. It's attached to the magnet on my phone. That's good. Let's put that in the trash. Great. And now my screen rotated and it's in like landscape and I don't know how to get out of that. Okay, I got it. There we go. All right, we're good. How do I put this phone in here? You know, I feel like I have to put the phone in here before I put it on my wrist, huh? Maybe that's the right move. Okay. You can tell I don't use this thing, like, ever, because I don't even know how to use it. Ugh. There we go. I was hacky-sacky my phone, and you know, that was very intentional. Anytime I drop my phone, I stick my foot out to keep it, so that it, like, softens the blow and keeps it from hitting the ground, keeps it from hitting the ground. Directly. Like, it softens its descent to the ground. There we go. And it helps find nails. It does help find nails. That's weird. Yeah, I don't generally do a like wrist thing, but this is kind of nice. I've got like two hands to use. I know this is a normal thing that a lot of IRL folks have, so we're gonna go with it today. All right, let's get ready to move. I need to get let's put some bandanas in this backpack here, and my wallet, keys, phone, wallet in the backpack. Have our selfie stick, bottle of water in the backpack. Keys, phone, wallet. Okay, good. Dan, cookies were delicious. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Yeah, mundane. I feel like I definitely had a hacky sack. I probably still do. I'm pretty sure I could still pull a hacky sack somewhere out of my house if I wanted to. I wasn't very good at them. I could do just enough, but I was not super great. Okay, we're gonna take a look here. Just want to make sure I've got like the right trail. I sort of know where I'm going. So we're gonna leave from the campsite here directly onto the trail, because there's a trail that runs behind here. If you hung out for the like 20-minute stream on the alt channel of 2 weeks ago, you may remember a mountain biker coming through the campsite and like almost running into me and being like, oh, this is the trail. No, it wasn't. The trail is that way. It's behind. This is the trail into the campsite. But we can get to the trail. We can get to a trail, not the trail, but a trail from there. Single person tent. Yeah, just that green 2-person. That's my normal tent that I take Calvin with, is that tent. It has a real small footprint, so it's easy to set up kind of wherever. And in the winter, especially, it stays really warm in there. It's great for one person, though. That's like the perfect amount of space. I'll show you. Yeah, mundane. There's like the one hacky sack kid. I know who. Yeah, they like carry the circle, right? And if they're good, they're like, it's okay, you're doing great. And if they're like a shitty person, then they're like, come on, how come you're not better? We're gonna walk out of the campsite and go left and then right, and we're going to go to a lake. We're going to go to this lake, not the main lake in the campground, but a lake with a dam and a fishing area. And then from there, depending on how like the signal's holding up in my, depending on how the signal's holding up, period, we may do a little bit farther. There's a fire tower a little farther out. You can't climb the fire tower, so it's like not that exciting. If you could climb it, we would 100% be going there. But I don't think you can. Yeah, Velas, it's I would say it's a 4-season tent. I mean, this is the Eureka Timberline. It's like the Boy Scout tent. Like, it's been the Boy Scout tent forever. I used it when I was in Scouts, and so when, as an adult, I was going to buy a new tent, I was like, you know what? Love it. Love that tent. Easy to set up, easy to take down, doesn't take up a lot of space, perfect for 2 people, and it stays warm in the winter. I also bought, like, I have the vestibule for the front of it, so like the front of it doesn't usually have that green thing coming off the front. The front of it usually looks like the emote. The channel emote. I know that tent. I know. You've definitely seen it. Whoa, Twindrella Hot Topic? Hell yeah. Make sure they get some Auntie Anne's afterward and like go to Claire's. Mundane. Yeah, the conditioning, I do. You know what? I did something stupid yesterday. I went, it wasn't stupid. The zipper on the bottom of the door stopped working. I called Eureka to get a replacement. They sent me a replacement. I don't think it was the right zipper that they sent me. The one that I needed had a little pull tab on both sides, because it's like one for inside, one for outside. They sent me one that only has a pull tab on one side. I tried to put it on yesterday. I like unstitched the edge of the zipper on the tent and tried to put the new zipper pull on, and it like didn't work. So now I just have like the edge, like where the zipper is on the tent is like just sewn in. I like sewed it in by hand. It's so shitty right now, and it's really annoying because the zipper still doesn't work. I had to put the old one. I put the old one back on, and I was going to call Eureka again yesterday, but I didn't. I just didn't. I didn't get the chance. But I haven't re-waterproofed it yet. It's about this is the 2000. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 6th season for that tent. So it's probably coming up soon. It doesn't have any seams around the base though, so that's kind of nice. I wish the newer model, I'd love it if a newer model of this tent had a sturdier base, a more like tarp type base to it, but they don't. Where did you get your hacky sacks? I don't know. They just kind of arrived. I remember when I was a kid, I got one as a present for like Easter, and then I got one from a friend. I know that I had two. I don't know where either of them came from. They just, you know, some old hippie puts them under your pillow when you're asleep at night, like the Tooth Fairy, and then you have a hacky sack. I think that's how it works. You're saying I used it for Boy Scouts. Oh, no. Yeah, I used it when I was in Scouts. It was the same model tent, but I bought this one in September of 2020. No, I bought this one in like summer of 2020. But I think I first used it in September. I bought it in 2020. But yeah, when I was in Scouts, the patrol had, each patrol had a bunch of tents, and like, yeah, my scout troop had like a big pile of like 50 of those tents, and you would just, when everybody's gearing up to go on the camping trip, you grab a tent and you go, and they're all the same, and it's kind of nice. Darlene, thanks. I do have my hippie shoes today, though. I have my Birkenstocks in the car. It's a little wet for them. They're super cracked, and they like suck water up into them. So when it's been raining, like it has to have been not raining for a little while before I'll wear those. Okay, let me spread this fire out a little bit, or spread these smoldering logs out a little bit. I'm not going to put them completely out, but I am going to move them into the back and off of the coals so that they don't smolder anymore. As you may guess, fire danger today is extremely low. It has been raining here for weeks. Everything is soaked. The wood that I picked up to use is so soaked with, it's just like, it's saturated. So we're definitely not going to get some good coals to cook over today, which is fine. My plan is to use the Dutch oven to cook today, and to cook that over on a tripod over the fire and not with coals underneath of it. Patchouli and sandalwood, hell yeah. I often have incense with me when I'm camping. I actually do. I have incense in my bag, which I usually light before I get the fire lit. Once the fire is lit, I just like the smell of the fire. Fellas, getting rid of a tent is always kind of funny. I've only ever thrown tents in the trash, or like I've only ever disposed of them because when I'm done with them, they're done. They're like, they have a rip in them, like a critical failure type rip or something of that nature. I remember one tent I took camping. It was a friend's bachelor party. It was a single person tent that I'd had since I was a teenager. And I was like 25, 26 or something. And I took it on a trip, and it had a huge rip in the front of it, and it rained the whole time, and all the seams leaked. Everything leaked. I ended up sleeping in the passenger seat of my friend's car for 2 nights. That tent did not make it home. Hide the smells ears. Baker, that's funny. I remember toilet paper tubes filled with dryer sheets. I did not smoke, or I didn't do weed in college, but all my friends did. And so I have a deep familiarity with all of the things. Yeah, well, if you can sell it. I mean, if the parts are good too, like, you know, maybe someone might have a version of that tent. That's kind of the nice thing about these is like the same parts from 1981. I don't know, I picked an arbitrary year. Still work for this tent, so you can take like old parts and sort of Frankenstein them together. Cool. Let's look around. Let me show you around the campsite. Can I show you around the campsite? Would you like that? And then we'll go for a little walk, and then we'll come back. Wait, I gotta get the pole. Get the pole. Give him the stick. Don't give him the stick. I forget what that's from. No, that's from those G.I. Joe cartoon remakes from like forever ago. I forget what those were called. Man, I just went down a complete mental rabbit hole. Cool. All right. Let's, oh, I just realized I need to do, hold on. Where's my tripod? Where is, hold on, there's a thing there. Oh, okay. I'll use the one that's on the tripod. That's fine. No, I will not. Okay, I need to go to the car for a second. Why don't we? Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go up to the car and grab my other tripod, and then I'll be back. It has a little attachment on it I need for the backpack. In order to put something on the shoulder strap. I should probably just bring all of that stuff down. What am I here to get? Microphone. Still on my chest. I don't even know if it's audible from where I am. Okay. I will put okay. Don't skip leg day. No, I actually don't work out. I do ride the bike. No, that's not true. I don't work out. I don't have a leg day specifically, but I do ride a bike. I do ride a bike very frequently, and I walk basically everywhere because I live in the city, so keep your legs out and hide your scrawny arms. That's the move. Yeah, got it. Okay, we're back. And what was I getting? Oh, the attachment for the shoulder strap. Right. There it is. I was getting this thing, which is a quick lock. I can put the camera on a shoulder strap and have that hands free as well. All right. Skipping in and out. Oh yeah, because I took the camera, I took the Bluetooth, the remote mic thing, the base station's sitting on the camera, and when I walk to my car, it is far away. It's not that far away. I can see it from where I am, but it is far enough that it probably has some interference. Okay. Cool, cool. Dan, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Okay. Wait, how do I get off this? Oh, there we go. All right. Motion sensitivity. Whoa! Spider web. It's always fun running into a spider web. Hey, if you have motion sensitivity, sorry, I'm going to spin this so that my cable is in the right position for doing the thing. There we go. Okay, in, locked in. And, oh, let's take this tripod. I can put that in the battery pack. There we go. Okay, let's do a little walk around, shall we? Well, first off, let me show you the campsite. So we'll probably do this again later too when we get back, but the car's up here. You can see there's like, it's offset from the road a little bit. Some campsites are super close to the road, and I like those when I'm camping, generally speaking, because the car being closer to the campfire and, you know, I keep my food in the car, so it's easier. I don't have to walk, but there's a little trail in. Here's what looks like a really nice spot for a tent, right? But it's not, because if you look right over sort of where you would put the tent, there is a downed tree that is about to fall. And when it falls, all those canopy branches from the tree are going to hit right there. And that's not good. So we're not going to, we did not set up camp there. It's a good little staging area though, if you want to put like all your stuff up here, if you're camping for a long time, or if you had, I don't know, if you had a couple people and could just shove that tree off and onto the ground, to be safe there. Mundane, I have an encoder. Darlene on YouTube. I will check legs for ticks later. I check my legs for ticks pretty regularly while I'm out. Just kind of like anytime I'm looking around. Okay, so I've got like an easy up. If it's not raining, I usually don't use any kind of shelter other than a tent. I have the easy up today because I wanted the space to like bring my like food boxes down and have sort of everything be able to be under a shelter. Also, just like if I'm putting up the tarp, I'm going to put up the easy up too. So, Widowmakers, yeah, exactly. But that's right where I had the camera sitting to start stream, that tripod. We have our tarp, 6 poles, 2 large poles. Each pole has two outriggers on it. This is not structural. This is so that the water runs off of the roof instead of pooling at the bottom. If I don't tie this down, it sort of curls up like that, and then there's like a thing of water sitting on there. So we have all of that in a bag. All the tarp, the poles, the tie outs, all of that just lives in a canvas bag. Back here, I've got, generally this would be like the cooking setup, right? I've got a little camp stove, my propane, some lanterns and light for later, and my Dutch ovens that we'll use later today. Those are going to be for our cooking. A little trash can. This is a pop-up trash can. Stack of firewood with the stuff for grilling, if I wanted to use grilling, to do any type of grilling. We have kindling and tinder that I gathered yesterday so that it's dry, because it'll dry out if you leave it down out of the rain. Speaking of rain, I'm gonna put my chair away here so that it's not out, because it might rain while we are out and doing things. Campfire, right? This is now pretty dead. You could still get this going again if you wanted to, but I would say this is pretty out. Tripod for my Dutch ovens over here, and then we got the tent. The tent is just a little green Eureka pop-up. Without the vestibule, it looks just like that. This is the much like the emote, much like the chat emote. That's what it's designed after. But let me show you inside here. So this is just the vestibule. Got the Crocs in case it's pouring and I need to walk outside. I don't have to put my boots and socks on. But yeah, I've got, see the zipper's all messed up, so I've just got little pins, little clips keeping it in. And then this is the tent. Calvin gave me some friends to take with me today, so we can see we have some of his stuffed animal friends hanging out. But just an easy one, bedroll, no sleeping bag this time around. It's a little warm for that, so we just have a couple blankets, wrap up in that, and yeah, pretty straightforward. I mean, this is a really pretty spacious tent for what it looks like from the outside for 2 people. It's great. But yeah, he gave me some friends who wanted to come along, he said. So I was like, okay, they can come along. And we keep that clipped up during the day. It's clipped from the inside right now. So we'll just kind of get that back in place here. Now, this is super annoying, and I really don't like having to use these clips, but they do work really well. So I'm sort of like, it's a little janky, but it's okay. And that's it. I mean, that's basically the campsite. Yeah, of course I set him up. So if I think the thing, you know, with Calvin, with stuff like that, when he's like, I want to give you some friends to go along, I like actually bringing them and like setting them up and like doing it. It kind of helps me stay, you know, it's weird because I'm usually camping with him. It's really rare. I've never done like a solo camping trip just to like a state park like this. So it's weird because I'm usually like with friends or with Calvin. So I kind of like, because he's not here, but he gave me his friends to like come with me, I was like, all right, I'll just take these folks and they will, you know, they'll be along for the ride, and won't that be fun? So I did. I wanted to like honor their request, I think is the point. How do I do this thing? There we go. Okay. And it is comfy. Yeah, I slept great. No ground pad, no like inflatable stuff, but I slept really well. I don't love using ground pad, or I don't love using like an inflatable, because then when it gets a hole in it, it's just like a piece of plastic that you're sleeping on, or if it like doesn't stay inflated. I love just the regular ground pads that are flat with no other, you know, no, they don't have a lot of padding, but they are consistent. Okay, and then we also have the flags. Obviously, these little like prayer flags are part of my camping gear. I think they make the campsite look nice. 1, 2, I love the purpose of them and sort of what they stand for. And 3, and this is very sort of like mildly antagonistic, I would say. When you are in spaces that have a lot of like, I don't know, a lot of pickup trucks, like I would say state parks feel like more conservative spaces. And I think when you're in those spaces and you have like some colorful flags up, it kind of makes, I don't know, I also usually have my rainbow bag sitting like right next to the camp, right, like easily visible from the road. It's in the tent at the moment, but I don't know, the flags are also sort of a symbol of like, you know, hey, we like colorful flags here. I don't know. It's virtue signaling. That's how it goes. Finding Singularity, welcome in. Hello. Hey, Finding Singularity, I was thinking about you yesterday, and this is a really weird one. Let me say hi, and then I'll tell you why. Then I'll tell you why I was thinking about you. Friends who are coming in. Let me say hello. Cassandra, welcome in. Steve Co, hello. Xavier Gregory, welcome. DeCrowley Bear, welcome in. Theodorus, welcome in. Good to have y'all. Hey, look, the raid messages are specific to IRL streams now. Isn't that cool? Steve's very own, welcome. Looks like scout camp. It kind of does, doesn't it? I used to be a scout. I'm not anymore. But this is definitely like the Boy Scout tent. We're camping today. I was thinking about you because I thought about the poll, the Twitch call for content that just got put out for TwitchCon, and I was like, oh, like what? Maybe I was like, maybe I could do something with like balancing parenting and streaming. And I was like, what other like, you know, dad life folks do I know? And I was like, oh. So I was like, oh, maybe, I don't know. That was where the thought ended. And then I was like, okay, I'm packing up to go camping and I can't do that. I can't have that thought. I can't farther that thought right now. But welcome in. Thanks for coming through. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. Typically, this is a food and drink stream. I'm usually cooking in the kitchen, and I also do IRLs. So we're camping today. We're doing campsite cooking. We're about to go on a little bit of a hike. Not a big one, not a long one. So I welcome in. If you have any questions, you can feel free to ask them. Follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chats. Nothing happens if you follow. So if you're new and you're like, hey, maybe I might want to follow, but I don't know. I don't want to be perceived. Cool. You can do that. No worries. But yeah, I would definitely, that would be fun if you want to father that thought later. I see what you did. That was a good one. I did see what you did, and that was a good one, and I actually love that. There's traction there. So yeah, I did have that thought. Let me ruminate on it, and I am sure I can find out. I'm sure I can share thoughts on the internet if I have them. in a DM or something like that nature. Okay, we're gonna go on a little hike. So hopefully the camera holds up. Hopefully the reception holds up, I should say. But this is, let me move the stool. Let me move my stool under the tarp too. That way, if it rains, it's supposed to rain in a little bit. But if it does, let me move my tripod too. Yoink. That's for later. Northwest Woods nachos. Steve's, what is that? I love a Dutch oven nacho, but I don't know. I'm not sure what the Northwest Woods varietal of nachos entails, and I am curious. All right, let's see if we can, hold on, let me do this. Event list. Okay. So this is going to tell me, I got to keep my bit rate at the top of the screen. There it is. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can go on a hike here. Not let's see. Let's actually do it. But when I say let's see if we can go on a hike, what I mean is let's see if I can maintain a connection. I should be able to. I've had good luck staying connected in this park pretty consistently for years now, so here's hoping. Okay, we are on the Orange and Green Trail. Orange and Green. And yeah, the closest two campsites to mine are not occupied today or tonight. So that's great, because that means that there are no neighbors, which means that I won't be bothering anybody by talking and whatnot. Steak fries. Ooh, ooh. Steve's, that sounds really good. And my issue with nachos in a Dutch oven is always that they get soggy. So I can appreciate the idea of using steak fries instead. Okay, let's see. We're at an intersection. We're gonna go. Do we want to go to? Let's go Let's go this way a little farther and maybe, okay, so we're gonna go down to the, we're gonna go down to the lake. Let's go down to the lake. Fellas, I hate the neighbors that are up until 4 partying. I know. Man, there was last July we were on a trip. My friends, I was with some of my friends, like Drew and Ilsham and Jesse. This is the trip, if you all recall the story that I've told before about my friend Jesse taking an Uber home from the campground. This is that same trip. But there was a bunch of people partying on that trip, like right next to our campsite. And it was actually one of the first times that I didn't mind at all, because I was there with friends and wasn't trying to have I wasn't trying to protect my peace, you know what I mean? An aluminum baking pan and place out on the charcoal. Yeah, that would definitely work. I love the aluminum baking pans for camping. They're great for food prep. Usually will use them if I take everything out of my cooler that I'm using for that meal, and I'll just pop them in an aluminum pan, sort of like a service tray, you know what I mean? Kind of get your mise en place in a tray. I think I remember this story. Well, I think I just spoiled the ending, but basically last year over the July 4th weekend, so I was camping, it was the night of July 5th. It was the hottest day so far that year. This was last year. We were camping, and my friend Jesse has never been camping, had never been camping, has not been camping since, in fact. And he was new to the experience and was extremely uncomfortable. And about 1 o'clock in the morning, I heard him rooting through the cooler outside of my tent. I thought, okay, maybe he's just getting a drink. And then I heard a car come around the loop. I was just in my tent, so I'm hearing all this. I heard my friend Jesse say yes, sir, to the person in the car. And then the car pulled away. And 10 minutes later, we get a group text from Jesse that just says, I took an Uber home. And it was well over $100 Uber ride. But he just wanted to be comfortable, which I understand. And also, I think that he's not a person who deals well with discomfort. So it was an interesting choice. It was definitely a unique choice. I've never had that happen before. He was very reluctant about going to begin with, and his partner was like, you just got to get him in the car. You just got to get him, you got to get him out there. Once he's there, he'll be fine, but he doesn't want to go. And he went. We didn't think we had to be concerned about him leaving from the campground because he didn't have a car. He doesn't even have a license. So we were like, how's he going to go anywhere, right? You would be surprised. I was surprised. It was the first and only time I've ever had that happen. It was kind of funny. He gave it a go. He was enthusiastic. Fellas, I mean, to be fair, it was in the 90s at 11 p.m. It was hot. I hate camping in weather like that. I was extremely uncomfortable. I was in that green tent that I have, so it was a little warm. But I think I was also just okay, I am tired. I'm just going to lie down and sweat, and I will eventually sleep. And I did. So when I say dealing with discomfort, I think his response to that was basically no. So it's okay. I felt bad for him, but I was also I reserve the other 3 people on that trip with me. No, 2 other people. There's 4 of us. We were all wow. And we all sort of unilaterally reserved the right to hold that against him forever. Or not against him, but we're going to bring it up. It's coming up. It's always coming up. Hey, Jesse, remember the time you took $100 Uber ride home because you didn't want to go camping when it was warm. I remember. The North remembers. Ooh, that seems dangerous. Let's not touch it. Steve's, yeah, hot and humid are super uncomfortable. I don't usually camp in June. No, that's not true. I don't usually camp in July or August. For that reason. I don't, it's uncomfortable. Like, it sucks during the day because it's hot and sunny and like the sun is just oppressive. And then at night, it's just hot and you're like covered in sunscreen still unless you've taken a shower. And if you do take a shower, you just start sweating again right afterward. So that sucks. It is just miserable. And I'm in the vein of like, I don't need that to make me, to fulfill my like view of myself as like a camper. Also, I have this not impression, but I have this thought in my head that like I worked at Boy Scout camp for 12 years and lived outside during the summer, all of that time. So 10 weeks of summer, 12 years, it's 120 weeks. That's 2 years of my life I've spent living in a tent during the summer. So I'm sort of like, I'm over it. I'm good. Thanks, though. It was a canvas tent with walls and a dorm room style bed with a mattress that became moldy because of humidity. So that's always fun. Northern Wisconsin. I imagine that is a hellscape of black biting bugs. Yeah, Baker, you just get used to it. I love rainy camping too. Rain is never an imposition for me to go camping. If it's like, even for just a 2-night, like a weekend trip, if it's going to be pouring rain, I'm still going. Like, I'm going to set the tarp up. I'm going to adjust whatever meal I'm making. If it was planned to go over the fire to be on the stove, which like I could also do with beef stew, which is what we're making today. So I definitely, you sort of, from a camping prep perspective, you sort of build your systems to be resilient enough to not worry about the rain, and then you don't worry about it, and you just go. Whoa. That is muddy. My foot just went right out from under me. Master Splits, welcome in. Good to see you. Philly cheesesteaks. You could definitely do cheesesteak on the fire. Cheesesteak would be great on the fire. You get your griddle like ripping right over the coals. Or you could do them in a cast iron pan. That would probably be even easier. But yeah, very easy. That would be a very easy one. Good to see you. Mikafol, I'm probably saying your name incorrectly, and please correct me if I am. Do more camping streams this summer. Go for it. I think that would be great. I approve, not that anybody needs my fucking approval for anything, but I definitely endorse all sorts of, any type of like non-gaming content that y'all engage in. I love all of it. Not that I don't love gaming, but I don't love gaming because I'm not a gamer. And so my interest is almost always in the non-gaming things. I support your campfire. I support your camping streams. Whoa. See, look at that. God damn. My foot just slipped like that far. Wild. I also have a large step, and these boots are really crappy. You kind of have to be used to the rain, Baker says. It's let's say Philadelphia Northwester. Nope. Pacific Northwest. So I've heard. So I've heard. Yeah, Velos, when you're younger. I do agree with that. I know I've talked to my dad about camping before, and he's gone camping with us a couple times. If I do I will do another camping stream at some point, should this one not completely derail off and turned me off of it forever. But I was actually talking to him on the phone last night, and I was like, you should come, like, just come with me one of these times. Because unlike Calvin, he would not need me to keep him occupied. Not that Calvin needs me to keep him occupied, but like, you know, when you're with another adult, it's like, I'm not concerned about his, like, is he having a good time? Yeah, he's having a good time. He's fucking sitting there. Look at him. He's having a great time. Lou approved. I know. I didn't mean it like that, but it definitely could have come off like that. Cell is holding up. It is. It is. I'm looking. The bit rate seems to be good. I'm also walking towards parts of the park that are more used, and so I'm expecting that the signal will actually hold up okay, because I'm not sort of going into weird parts of the park. I am going directly downhill, and I want to keep in mind that the campground is at the top of the hill. It's one of the highest points in the whole park. So when you hike out from the campground, it's so nice. It's super easy and goes really quick. And you're like, yay, I'm doing so good. And then you turn around and you're like, well, I'm going to walk uphill for the entire time back. Perfect. Fellas, that's great. I'm glad, and we're gonna be back at the campsite later. I just wanted to get a little hike out of the way too, because hiking is a big part of my own camping experience with Calvin and my friends. We usually, whenever we camp, I usually try to do some sort of like early morning or like late morning to early afternoon activity, and then spend the late afternoon and evening in the campsite. That's my sort of preferred cadence. So right now we're just moving and hiking. We're gonna walk down to the lake, see how long that takes. We're about probably 2/3 of the way there. You can see, so if you're sort of like a forest reader, there's always like ways to kind of look around in the woods, right? You can sort of see, and maybe not, I don't know how well this will translate on the screen, but there's like an open space. There's like a place where the trees sort of stop over there, and that is probably where the lake is. The Super Bowl celebration. I know, that was so fun. Silver Sparrow, welcome in. Yeah, the Super Bowl after the post-win like celebration on Broad Street was wild. That was really fun. Yeah, the encoder held up. So I'm using Mundane asked what encoder I'm using. I'm using a LiveU encoder with their modems. So I don't have a specific like cell provider. It's just sort of whatever those modems connect to. I could tell you what network they're connected to right now, but I think it was T-Mobile when I looked earlier. Yeah, we're almost down to this lake. Master of Splits. You know what's funny? I am zero aware of like football culture, but I know that one. And some things that you just know because of like where you live, and because I live in Philly and have heard that an innumerable amount of times. Like I know what that is. I feel like my sports lore is growing. It's probably grown to about as big as it's going to get. Much like myself, I'm now a full-grown adult, which is kind of cool. Baker, it is weird. I mean, mostly, we're in a deciduous forest right now. I see, let's see, birch. I see tulip. That's an elm? No, maple? I think that's a tulip tree. That's a young tulip tree. Yeah, birch, tulip. Lots of deciduous. The eastern the East Coast is a nice mix. You'll see a pine tree in here every once in a while, but pretty much everything here is deciduous that we're walking through today. Silver sparrow, yeah, just the cadence of things. Like, I don't ever want to get up too early while I'm camping. Like, Calvin's always up early. I like when we go with friends because he'll get up and then his friends will get up and then they'll just like leave and go ride bikes or something. And it's super nice. But I personally like a slow start and then an afternoon activity. And then we come back and cook for a few hours. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What have we got over here? Raindrops or animals? Yeah, master splits. Anytime in that environment, I think for that particular stream, I put the content classification warning on the stream. Like, hey, there's going to be alcohol and smoking and bad words. Because I'm going out amongst jubilant Philadelphians. There's going to be all of those things and more. Wow. So this is the other thing about hiking anywhere in the Northeast region. It's just rocks. There's just rocks everywhere. This right here is a particularly like easy stretch of trail. This whole trail is like, there's nothing challenging about this trail except the fact that if I'm looking at chat on my phone, I may trip over something. So, oh wow, my tripod just fell right out of the backpack pocket. Let's pause and we'll put that in. We're going to put that back in the same pocket, but we're going to put it with a little bit of a overhang. You're like, what are you talking about, Lou? It's fine. I got it. Okay, that should be safe in there like that then. All right, coming into a little water here. Cyborg, welcome in. A slow start in nature. Yeah, like as I was getting ready this morning, the reason I started stream like 45 minutes after when I said I would schedule, after the schedule said I would start, was, if I'm being real honest, it's because I was sitting there drinking coffee and not talking and having like a 30 minutes of complete silence, just listening to the birds, which is lovely and warranted. Philly content in this video, rated mature. Exactly. Exactly. Looks like they're trying to grow grass here. Let's step over that. 8 deer so fluff? Nice. That's great. Here we are. This is a man-made lake. Obviously. Maybe it's not obvious, but this is man-made. This dam did not occur here naturally. But this is a little fishing spot. This also happens to be where I took Calvin sledding. Like for real sledding for the very first time. Because we don't have hills in the city. And this hill was a nice one. This is like the back end of a dam. But yeah, in the winter, Calvin and I went here, I think it was I think it might have been January or February when we camped here, and it was snowing. It snowed that night, and the whole tent was covered in snow. Like it snowed a lot that night, and he was out. We went sledding the next morning. It was super fun. Then we went to a diner. But yeah, this is one of 2 dams in this park. So this dam feeds into this lake, feeds into the main activity area lake. So this is sort of like just for fishing, canoeing. There's not really much. I mean, there's a lot here, And they stock this, so it's a good, you know, for fishermen, fisher people, fishers. It's good for them. They seem to like it. So let's see, how long have we been walking for? We've been walking for, what's that, about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes maybe? If it's supposed to rain at 3 p.m. roughly, maybe we can get, let's see, where should we go from here? Okay, let's go in a circle. We're gonna go, okay, we're gonna pick up this trail, this orange trail, and then we're gonna go to intersection number 10, anglers. Hey, there you go. That's why you get all the big words in the words on stream. But yeah, this is a nice little dam here. We didn't actually go to the other side of it, so let me come back here. Yeah, you can actually see, I mean, when I was saying we were sledding, like you can see how steep and large this hill is. Woma, welcome in. Woma, all you've missed so far is we did a little tour of the campsite, which I'm certain that we will do again in a little bit. Just chatted for a few minutes, and then we started walking. I mean, we started streaming a little over an hour ago, but I feel like, what did I miss? I don't feel like we've done anything all that much yet. We just kind of had a little slow start and then started a little hike. So that's what we're doing now. We're gonna be hiking for a little while, probably another 45 minutes or so, and then we'll be back at the campsite, and we're gonna have, when we get back to the campsite, I'm going to have another, I'm gonna have a second cup of coffee today, caffeinated coffee. I didn't bring decaf coffee with me, so we're not gonna have, that is unavailable. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna build a campfire, and then we're gonna get started cooking something, because we're gonna cook a beef stew this afternoon, and it's gonna take, should take a while. I hope it takes a while. My intention, god damn, it is muddy. Look at this. I did not bring, these are not my hiking boots. These are sort of my walking in the city rain boots. I didn't bring my hiking boots, but also I just know that this park is not super difficult, but it is very muddy today, so we're getting through it. I don't know if you can hear the sounds of the the trail, but there's a lot of squelching going on. And I am camping. I am camping alone this time around. No child with me. I invited my friend Drew. To be fair, I didn't invite him with any advance notice. He was over the house on Tuesday, and I was like, hey, I'm going camping this week to stream. Do you want to go with me? And he was like, I can't. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. I talked to my dad last night for a few minutes. He's busy this week, but I was gonna ask if he wanted to drive up and just hang out, because that could be fun. And he's familiar with stream, so I would not have any hesitation about having him on. But no, I'm just here by myself this time. I'm with y'all. I said to Calvin that part of the reason that he didn't want to come was because I was like, I'm going to be talking to chat and talking to people on my phone while we're doing this thing, and I'm not going to have as much bandwidth for you as I usually do. And he was like, I'm not interested then. But that's also what led me to be like, I'll just do this on a Thursday while he's in school. He's like, yeah, he's in school right now. He's in school and I'm hiking, so good. But he gets to go camping with me all the time, and he knows that, and we're gonna go again soon, and he knows that too, so he doesn't feel left out. He's opted out himself. Whew, I can hear the squish. Good. That probably means you can also hear my breathing getting heavier. It's all my buttons in the best way. Good. This is what I like to do when I camp. So when I come out in the woods, I prefer to have it be a little easier. Like, I want it to be relaxing. When I'm setting up camp, I always tell Calvin, you can help or you can go away. Like, literally get out of the campsite. If you're not going to help me, get out of the campsite, because I am not going to entertain you. I have like an hour and a half it's going to take me to set every single thing up. And then for the rest of the time, I can just sit. Or I have the option to sit if I want to. I usually don't. I usually buzz around the campsite like a hummingbird for hours and hours and hours. And then I pass out at night. And I find that to be satisfying too. So, to each their own. I'm now thinking, so if I'm thinking of the song from the movie Hook that Peter's daughter sings when she's like feeling wistful and and is captured by Captain Hook. When you're alone, not really alone. I don't remember the actual words to the song, and I'm sure that was not the right pitch, but I'm trying my best here. Whoop. Squish, squish. Ooh. Ooh. Provincial parks open their gates today. Get out, get out, get out, go. That sounds good. That sounds exciting. Do you have any big plans to go to the parks? One of the reasons I love this campground is because it's open year-round. There's multiple different like loops. So state park campgrounds, basically, they have like, you know, a loop, and all the campsites are around a loop, and in that loop there's a centrally located bathroom, wash house, place to do dishes, that kind of thing. No horses on the bog bridge. No horses. To the horses on the bog bridge, we say nay. But I'm assuming this is the bog bridge here. Cool. You could probably, if you ran, you could slide on this thing. I'm not going to, because that may cause a broken ankle. We don't want that. Chuck's on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're hanging out. Wow. The bog bridge. I don't think I've ever done the bog bridge before. Oh, now we have chicken wire on the top. That's nice. Whoop. And if it does start to rain while we're out, I don't have a jacket with me. Let's see. What intersection am I at? This appears to be the loop. So I think I want to go to the right here. Let's confirm. So, yeah, that's weird. I don't think this trail to the right here is on the formal map. Let's see if it's in, all trails. All Trails is usually a great arbiter. Okay. Yeah, I want to stay to the right. Then I want to stay to the right. And I should cross a road. Yeah. So this trail is the blue trail. Let's see. Let me make sure I've got the right trail color. Not that it would be, it's not like easy to get, it would be very difficult to actually get lost here. There's a lot of trails. Let's see. I'm looking for the blue blazes. Okay, yep, that's the trail I want. That's the one, because that has the blue blazes blazoned right there. Okay, good. So yeah, this is the trail I want. So I want to do the loop. I'm trying to go a loop around that lake that we just saw. And the lake is kind of behind me and to my right. So we have blue. What is this? Blue and gold. I see blue and gold. Let's see. Is there another trail that is a specifically blue and gold trail? Blue. Is there a blue with yellow stripe? No. Red, red. No blazes. Oh, that's good. Orange blazes, white blazes. No, there's no other blue trail. So we're good here. This should be the right. This should be correct. Sorry. Just making sure we don't get lost. Calvin, it's funny. I'm always the one checking the map. I usually just use the map, but I do most of the time I'll fire up All Trails and have that running in the background. Not like associated with anything, but just like part of the navigation. Yeah, this is definitely correct. And then we should hit, if the map is right, we should hit another intersection here, which we are. Yup, real short, real briefly. And then we go into that. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Let's go around the upper side of that. That is kind of nice. This is good though. Like if you look at how this is structured, like this is just good trail construction, like trail maintenance right here. They have, all this water runoff comes down and hits this break wall and gets channeled off the trail so that it doesn't completely wash out. Love to see it. All Trails is handy. Not an endorsement of All Trails. I've been using All Trails for years and years and years. So I'm just used to it. I know from lots of people telling me so that there's better apps and there's, more granular information and blah, blah, blah. But like, I tend to just use the paper map. Like, here's what I've got in my hand. I've got a phone and I've got the map, and I keep the map oriented to sort of where we are in the world as I'm holding it, so I know what to expect next. And I prefer the paper map, but I like to have All Trails open just as a check on what I'm doing. Very nice. I also turned off the ads today. I know that y'all are used to hearing me talk about ads constantly. I turned them off. So there's just pre-rolls. So if you're not a subscriber, your ad experience is over. I was just like, oh, there's tracks, but it's like definitely a dog track. Not not the same. But yeah, the looks like my bitrate bandwidth is holding up, bitrate is holding up. This is definitely yeah, I've come to this park a bunch, and the cell reception is always fine. It's not great for like streaming a movie if you wanted to do that, but it's good enough to use data on your phone. They never run out of battery, Silver Sparrow. Exactly correct. Sky Blue, welcome in. Sometimes it allows me to discover trails that are not on the paper. Yeah, like that, a portion of what I just walked through was not on this paper map. Because it's like a small connector trail. Sometimes the little connectors aren't on there, and it can be confusing. But I do like, yeah, if I'm uncertain, I'll bring out all trails, because I don't want to, I think for my part, it's like, I love the sort of old school nature of like using the paper map and like navigating yourself. But there's also the like, I have this tool that's available to me. It will help keep me from getting lost. Why not use it? That's my philosophy about it. I'm not trying to show off by not using it and getting myself lost. So I don't have any pride wrapped up in it, I guess I should say. Getting better reception than in the city. Oh yeah, well there's certainly no buildings around me. The city, definitely, in the city, the buildings are the biggest issue. It's not the lack of, it's just like, if you were on your phone, having like, you probably wouldn't notice it if you were driving, I would say, in the city. Like, you wouldn't notice that there was a small dead zone of a little bit, but like, if you're walking around, yeah, you're in like a canyon. The thing I mentioned this earlier, but the campground part of this park is the highest point in the park. And maybe it's not the highest, but it is on a hill. And and so it's, the cell phone reception there is pretty great. All right, let's see. Where are we? We could take this road. We're going to keep going on this trail, though. We're going to cross the road, look left, look right, look left again, cross. So we're going to stay on this trail. So we're actually about the halfway point, if I'm talking about distance and time. DJ Harley, welcome in. Welcome in. Ooh, that's a good one. I should add that one. You have to, that particular version of checking in is not yet been added to the bot, but that's a good one. You could type command chicken and that will check you in. There you go. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. We're hiking. We're in the campsite for just a brief bit. Now we are on the move. We're about halfway finished our hike. Ooh, that's a good one. That's nicely colored. A little mushroom. Carry on, welcome in. Where's the trail going? Well, this one's going in a loop, so it's going back to where we started at the moment. We're looping around one of the little lakes at the park we're in. Welcome in. Ooh, honeysuckle. Hell yeah. Look at these. Some of these are no good, but this smells, this whole thing. God, it smells so good. Honeysuckle, these ferns are pretty. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Okay, we just crossed the road. Going uphill, and then the trail will veer sharply to the right. Glad I'm not working today. Well, enjoy your day off. I hope it's a good one. I love a day off. Who doesn't? All right. We're veering around. It is dense in here right now. All of the underbrush is still green. Like all this underneath is still super green because the leaves just came in with the trees. And so the underbrush hasn't quite died off yet from lack of light. So it's the time of year. And it's been raining, so it is like aggressively green out today. Man, lots of honeysuckle. Don't eat the honeysuckle? Should we not eat the honeysuckle? Oh, I didn't ever turn on the thing that does the temperature and time for where I am. There we go. How many kilometers have you walked? I actually don't know. I wasn't tracking it today. Probably going to end up at around 5, 6. That cued me to the fact that I haven't done. I turned my time and temperature thing off. But there's usually a distance one there too. But it's not going to be accurate if I turn it on now because I just now turned it on and it won't track what we've already done. So I'm just going to leave it off because we're also not, this is not a walking around stream. This is but a portion of today's stream where we are walking around. The rest of it, we will not be in motion. I'll be in motion. I'll be all around the campsite, but we're not going to be like traveling. This looks muddy. That is animal tracks. These are animal tracks. Also human tracks. Don't know what those are. They're very wide and rounded. They don't look like deer. They kind of look like deer. Sofluff says deer. They might be deer. They didn't have the same like pointiness to them that deer tracks usually do. But I'm also not good. I'm not a proficient identifier of animal tracks, so I trust your judgment. Hey, look, we got a downed tree. Whoop, whoop, up. Okay. Where? Can still get by there. How do I turn on settings on? Nope. Okay. I got a drop of rain on my phone. It's funny because when this phone gets raindrops on it, it will like activate whatever button is underneath of the raindrop sometimes. Like if you were here on the stream where we were in the rain crossing the Ben Franklin Bridge and the rain was just chatting. That was fun. I looked out at my phone and it had opened up like a whole new window. I'm like, what is that? It's definitely too small to be elk, Sofluff. If I know anything, it's not elk. I can tell you a lot of things that it's not. Oh, this area is open to hunting. I should have had orange on. Okay, let's see. We're now back at a road. This is a different road than the one we crossed before. We're going to come out here. This should be intersection 16, and it is. I see the 1-6 over here. Okay, this is probably the most treacherous thing all day, this little hill, because it's so muddy. Okay, we did it. Okay, intersection 16. We're going to go here, and then when this splits again, we want to go to the right. This is going to split again, right here. Perfect. Okay. Hold on. Check the sign. Yep. Okay. To the right, and we should still be on the blue trail. Look for those blue blazes, and if we see blue blazes, we know we're in the right spot. We'll come upon those momentarily. Oh, Baker, I know, right? I always wish, I'd love to be able to bring Daisy with me, but she would be horrible. She would enjoy the walk, but the campsite situation, she would be really terrible at. Wait, okay, so hold on, this is yellow. Fellas, enjoy your lurk. So this, let's see, this is yellow. Where am I? I want to be going on, let's see, just cross the road. Okay, no, I think I need to go back the other way. Yeah, I gotta go back this way and go right up here. And that should take me to a little stretch on a road. Yeah, I think. But yellow is not the right trail. Okay, so I should be going this way, not right, left. This is, well, this would have been left when I was coming out it the other direction, but now it's to the right. Okay, blue. Yep, there we are. So I'm going to go on a little stretch of road coming up, and then road, trail, back. Okay, we're good. We found it. Darlene on YouTube. No, I'm not lost. Not lost. Had a moment, but that's why you look at the blazes. That's why you keep in mind where you are. So blue to the right like that, see how it goes? There's like, you're on the blue trail, and it's telling you that the blue trail curves to the right up here. That's why when the second blaze is positioned up and to the side, that tells you which side to go. So if we want to go to the blue trail, go here. We have a little, like I said, a little stretch of road. Just a very brief stretch of road. I see blue, so we want to just stay on the blue. Chickens are, I've known a couple people who've owned chickens, or had chickens before, and they're always, it seems like fun. It also seems like it's sort of a lot of work sometimes, but you know, they do make eggs for, they're not free, you still have to feed the chickens, but, you know. Pedro, welcome in. Pedro, I imagine that you came in with the finite singularity raid. If you're saying that you were on the Primogen stream, I'm assuming that maybe they raided finite singularity, who raided into here about an hour ago. Welcome in. We're hiking and camping. We're heading back to the campsite right now to do a little bit of cooking. So if you're into that, you're happy to have you. Where are you from? I'm from Philadelphia. That's not where I am right now, but that is where I'm from. Yeah, the raid roller coaster. It is wild. It is wild. It's funny, if I leave my computer at home, like on a lurk on someone's stream, or I leave it tabbed open, and then I come back and they're like, I'm like way somewhere way different than I thought I was. Okay, this is an organized group tent site. So if you have a large group, we came in this road that we came in on, there was a little gate right when we turned onto this road. You can pull in here, there's parking kind of along the road. And if you have like a large group of folks, you know, 10, 15 tents, I'm thinking like a scout troop or a youth group or, you know, church group or, I don't know, any group, you could rent out this whole place. There's no facility here, I don't think, in terms of like a bathroom. There might be. I'm actually not sure. But the group tents, group sites are cool. I always feel like I want to rent one of these when I go camping with Calvin's friends. But like, I don't know, I always just rent like 2 or 3 of the regular campsites. Born and raised. Well, no, I was not born, nor was I raised in Philadelphia. I landed there for university in 2002. And I lived in New England for like a few years in the middle between then and now. But I've been in Philly pretty consistently since 2002. So it is the longest I've lived anywhere, and it is the place that I would call home at this point. So yeah, this is here we are, organized group tent. So maybe if you wanted to have, you know, 50 of your closest friends all go camping together, you could all rent this field. Oop. There's some children on a hike down there. And it looks like, I was to say, it looks like there might be an electric plug out there. But it looks like the only bathroom available for this campsite is this set of porta pots. Okay, so we were going, I mentioned, oh, there's water there too. Yeah, so there's like plenty of parking here. Like, you know, if you had a whole bunch of people, it's a nice little spot. Aside from the fact that it doesn't seem like there's a single flat part of that entire field. Okay, we're gonna go up here, and then we're going to go, yeah, we're going up the road until, no, we're staying on the road for a little bit. This is the Blue Trail still. Pedro, I appreciate it too. I live in the city, so I live in Philadelphia. I live in the city itself. I like going camping. I go camping pretty frequently. The last time I was camping was 2 weeks ago. So that should tell you kind of the frequency. And I need to get out of the city. Like, I need it. I can't stay in the urban environment all the time. I need to hear birds. I need to hear kind of the woods regularly. Okay, so we're basically just going to stay on this trail. I guess these are all organized group sites back here. That looks like an actual danger keep out. Guess that's why there's porta pots. I was going to say, it looks like there's a little washroom there, but there's not. Okay, we are staying on the road, staying on the blue trail. Yeah, 50 of your closest friends using the porta potties. You know, Silver Sparrow, there is a non-zero chance that some of them would not use the porta potties. Some of them would just avail themselves of the majesty and privacy of nature instead, which you're not supposed to do, but like, you know, I don't have a moral opposition to that. Have you seen those little bathroom tents they have now? Or they're like, they look like little guard houses. They're like a tent that is big enough for a person to stand in, but not large enough to lie down in. I've seen those all over the place in all these, you know, different campsites. And basically it's just like a bathroom tent. And it has like a bucket with a toilet seat on it inside, which is kind of wild to me. But I get it. I get it. Festival bathrooms. That's what I would call them. So basically, we're staying on this little road here. It's going to turn back into a trail, and then that trail is going to lead us directly back to the campsite. Oh, there's some big mushrooms on this tree. Look at this. Look at this one. As long as it's buried, I know. Yeah, as long as you, like, you know, do your business responsibly. That's your business, quite literally. A little lake up on the mountains sounds nice. Just like a day hike. That is one of the things that bothers me a little bit about living in the city, is that getting out for a day hike, it can be difficult. It can be, there's a limited number of places that I would go on a day hike scenario from where I live, and I feel like I've exhausted those. We'll probably go hiking at one of them. Ridley Creek State Park is a good one that's super close. I wish they had camping there because it's very close. And they actually have trails there that feel like you're out in nature. The Wissahickon is in the city with the Wissahickon Park is actually, I think it's like one of the largest green spaces in a city. That is probably the closest place that I could go to be like, quote unquote, out in nature.
That thing you were thinking of doing, don't do it.
In the city, it's like saturated with people, and you can hear cars from everywhere in the park. So it's not as nice and relaxing as I think I want my outdoor walks to be. I haven't heard a car yet on this, on today's little excursion. Climbing. Must have hit like a little dead spot there. But we should be good to go now. We're going back uphill. And it's going to die in a second. Just as I said that. No, it should be good. There's probably a couple deads. You know, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that's the first time it's gone to the low bit rate. Oh, it actually went offline for a second. Okay. That's fun. Yeah, right now, the bit rate's at like 1600, which is really bad. No, it's good enough that it'll hold up, but it looks to be dropping again. So we'll see. If it drops out, it's fine, and we'll be back at the campsite actually relatively soon, where I know it to be a better reception area, so that's fine. We'll get there. Liz, welcome in. Liz, we'll be live for a while today, so take your time. I hope you have a good day at work. Enjoy it, and we'll see you when we see you. I know it's earlier for you than it is for me, so hello from the future, I suppose. Yeah, we're in low bit rate territory. We're in a part of the park that is, yeah, probably not great. Not even noon. I know. Wild how that works.
I don't have any.
And we are, oh my God, we're tilting. Okay. Woohoo! Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, we're at the top. We're at the top. All right, I'm back. Yeah, there's a few dead zones in the park. I think we're going through one of them, so bear with us. We're going uphill back to where there's more reception. We were at, where I just passed through is a low part of the park, and also we're like kind of far away from the main area. So I do imagine that the cell reception, at least right there, is probably minimal. It looks to be climbing back. We're in the 2000s now, so as we go uphill, we're gaining. Too many shrooms. Woof. Didn't know it was going to be that kind of camping trip. If that was ever a stream, I feel like I would need to put the camera in one spot, and then I would end up forgetting that it existed, probably, which might be amusing. Holy shit. Yeah, remember when I was like, oh, it's so nice when you leave the campground, it's all downhill. Yeah, now we're going uphill again, the entire time back. But we're almost there. Aren't we? I think so. Yeah, we are probably almost there. Feels like we should be almost there, which is good. The rain, if it comes, is supposed to be coming sometime in the next hour. So we'll get back to the site, stoke the fire, and if it rains, that's fine too. As long as the fire is going, I'm not going to start it in the rain, but if it's already going, it can stay going in the rain. That's easy enough. It will be a heck of a stream baker. It's funny. I have so I love weed, and it is a general thing that I enjoy regularly, but I have a thing that I don't really want to do that like on stream. And there was just like a big noise off to my right, but sounded like vehicular. Yeah, I don't really like want to do that on stream because I feel like I would feel like awkward and nervous, and then that would not make for a good feeling for me. I think it is against the TOS. Well, it is where I am because it's not legal in this state. It's not against the TOS if it is legal where you are. Like, for example, like BB Bubs can, you know, do his thing because he lives in a state where that's perfectly legal. It is not here. So step out and come back tripping. Wouldn't that be wild? Put the BRB screen on and blast off. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a little bit, but I would not do shrooms on stream. That would be not great. Also, that would be against TOS, generally speaking. Wow, I am also sweating like crazy. Just like, it's so humid out right now. Like you can feel it in the air, and at night, it's wild because in the headlamp, you can see the mist just like in the air floating by. But you can't really see when it's daytime. Okay, that is intersection 26. We need to go to the left here, and we should be back at our campsite in about 2 minutes. I think. 26 to the left. Yep. Hopefully. Wait. No. Campsite is, hold on, that's 27. Need to go the other way. I love the camper. This is one of my favorite features of some state parks, is they label each intersection with a number, and they put that number on the map. So it's like, if I'm at intersection 27, I know exactly where I am because it's like right there on the map. I don't have to guess which little intersection I'm at because there's like multiple intersections within the same sort of quarter-mile radius, and if you don't hit the right one, it could take you in a really weird direction. So it's nice to have the numbers. This first time I got suspended from school was for weed, so Fluff says. Yeah, it turned out lots of folks do on stream. It's sort of like, you know, if they're not actively monitoring your stream, someone has to like report you for it, and like, you know, that's not a chill thing to do, man. Yeah, the content labels are great. Look, we're back. Here we are. We're in the campsite. This is our campsite. So who joined us while we were on the hike? Let's take a look around. Let me show you around the campsite. We're back. I need a bandana to wipe my face off. And so hold on just a second. Let me put y'all down. Let me put y'all down here and get a bandana out. Because I am sweaty and sweating. All right. And whew. Should take this denim shirt off too. All right, bitrate looks good here. 90% humidity in the desert, holy crap. I know, I don't know what the humidity rate is right now, but it is unbelievably humid right now. It's been raining here like on and off for like 2 weeks also. So it's like, it's definitely in the air, it's on the ground, it's kind of everywhere. Yeah, you do, Pedro, you're right. You do need to make it clear. But I do know that for our stream, I do know that with Twitch in general, if something's like, they don't mind if it's labeled correctly and if it's legal where you are. And that's the key for me, is that it's not legal for me in the state of Pennsylvania. So I can't even just apply the label. Like, I could, and if I was going to do that, I would, but we're still risking the whole thing. And I'd prefer, I'm kind of risk averse in general, so we're not going to do that. At least not on stream. At least you're not going to see me do it. How's that? Oh God, Baker. You really went through it. Okay, where do I put the microphone? Now that I don't have an exterior shirt on, maybe I could clip the microphone like here? Maybe that would work. Let's see. This is part of the app trail. No, we are back at the campsite now. So this is where I've been, and this is where I'm staying. So we're here now. This is the spot for the next lot of it. So for those of y'all who joined during the hike, let me walk around. I'll show you around the campsite. Sound good? Would you like that? Let's do that. So here we are. Nothing's illegal if they don't see you. That's true. That's true of a lot of things. So cars up here. We're parked a little ways off the road. So trail down to the campsite. Got our pop-up here for general use. Most of the time, if I'm camping, I'll just use the pop-up instead of the whole tarp. But when there is rain in the forecast, I will put up this whole big tarp. I think this is 12 by 16. It might be 16 by 20. But it is just a big old tarp. I have these just metal, kind of universal metal poles, guy lines, paracord guy lines. Got my stove set up over here, some Dutch ovens ready to go. Clothesline / line to hang lanterns from. Fire pit, of course. Tent. It is part of the same trail system. Mundane. The trail just goes right behind the campsite. Like, so the trail, one of the trails I was just on is just like right back here. It just goes, you can see like orange trail right there. So it does go behind everything. So it's the actual like park itself, the campground is really nicely connected to the trail systems, so you can get out and go for a hike really easily from the campground, which is great. Like I said, everything is uphill when you're coming back, so you have to keep that in mind as you're like planning your route and your energy for the day. But it is definitely connected and nice to be able to get from the campground to the trails and back pretty easily. All right, so I've got you all on the tripod now, which is good because we're gonna light up a fire. Let's light a fire here. Let's see. That's probably about right. You can see that, hopefully. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe get a little closer. Okay. Now, I don't know where to put my microphone, so. Like the Long Trail. Ooh. And that reminds me of like the Long Trail in Vermont, which I've hiked bits and pieces of. Okay, let's get some wood on here. I need to put my microphone somewhere. It's funny. You know what's weird? I've never done a stream in just a t-shirt. An IRL stream. So I don't actually know where to put my microphone. I usually clip it to my hat, but I feel like it would be a lot of noise, mouth sounds. Bellows, that sucks. Some of the campsites here are really not great, and some of them are huge. This one is pretty large. If you take into account the area up on the top area where there was like the Widowmaker, like you could fit 2 tents up there. You could definitely fit 2 small ones over here. And if you didn't really want this area for like picnic stuff, you could put another one over there. So there's definitely plenty of room. Clip mine on the shirt. Yeah, it's, I don't know if it would stay there, but I guess we could try. I guess I could try. Seems, yeah, I'm going to notice that, but we'll see. I was thinking I could clip it on this armband thing, actually. Hold on. Is there a little spot on here that is, oh, hold on. Here we go. It was flopping around earlier, and I didn't really want that, but if I can clip that right there, that actually, that's good. That's good. That's like, now it's like right on my wrist along with everything else. Okay, let's get a fire started. I've got a bunch of just tinder and kindling here. So none of this is explicitly dry. So we're gonna get some like really thin sticks, get like all the thin ones out of here, because those will dry out. Those will light up pretty quick, even if they are, not completely dry, and then we can sort of build off of that. I have a nice base in the fire though. My fire pit was smoldering all last night, and now it's still, I don't know if this is still smoldering or not. Yeah, I mean, this is hot. Like, I wouldn't want to put my hand on that. But these are already pretty dry. So these are like ready to light up. These are the remnants of the logs that I had in the fire last. Oh, that's still, oh yeah, that's still like got hot coal on the outside of it. Perfect. Okay. So what we're doing is just building a little bit of a fire. So these are my logs from last night. Lemon, welcome in. The naughty word, nipple. I don't know if, I don't personally consider nipple a naughty word. That is the anatomically correct term for that part of your body. Feel free. The bot is just a little bit, the bot is a little bit thirsty, so just ignore them. Copy Zombie, welcome in. Hide from work. Enjoy your work day. Hope it goes well. Hope it goes well. All right, we are, hold on. Let me look here. Can you see? Not quite. Let me back this up just like a little tiny bit. There we go. Okay, better. I also had some logs here that last night, I put these like next to the fire so that they would dry a little bit. Like I said, a lot of the wood is really quite wet. So we're gonna get as best we can here. I'm putting down these nice pieces of birch because they have all this little bark on them that's going to, this is like the best fire starter you can get, birch bark. So the birch logs here are essentially, I'm using, basically what I'm doing is making a floor so that all the ash and coal, any coal that is generated by like small sticks or any of that will drop onto wood and will light some of this wood. Instead of making the fire right on the ground, you lay down like a wood base, and that helps. I want to admit that I also have some like Duraflame, like little fire starter types of logs. So if for some reason the like newspaper / whatever situation doesn't work here, we're going to use one of those, and we're not going to feel bad about it because it's wet, and that's okay. The bot called you out. The bot is just thirsty all the time. So mundane. Don't worry about the bot, or worry about the bot, or you know. And some people like the bot. Some people feel that the bot they like challenging the bot to try to find new ways. Top-down fire starter. Depends on what I want. Right now, I just want this to light. So right now, I'm probably going to do a middle out fire. So I'm like building the bottom, and we're putting a bunch of like flammable stuff on the bottom. Then I'm going to put a little bit of newspaper in the middle. And then I'll build on top of that newspaper. So basically, like, I want things to fall onto wood below it, like very flammable small sticks below. I want any ash or embers that drop down to fall onto those sticks and light them up. I love a top-down fire, but that's not. I'm just kind of building a sort of whatever fire today. There's no like specific type. As long as it has air, it's okay. But yeah, all of these sticks, I'm basically just trying to build so that I've got sticks below where my first embers are going to fall. And that those sticks are also sitting on top of birch logs, which are very flammable. Jane, welcome in. Jane, the reception here, I picked this park because it has good reception. I've camped here many times, and I've always noticed that my phone is like connected, completely connected the whole time I'm here. And I'm like, oh, I guess this would be good. So I was here a couple weeks ago and did a test stream on the alt account, and that worked out. Like the reception, I did a test stream from this specific campsite, and that the signal held up for about 20 minutes, which is good enough proof for me. Fellas, the RV sites are kind of annoying. I always think it's funny. I camp in a tent all the time, but sometimes I'll, in the winter especially, we'll be the only, like Calvin and I'll be the only ones in a tent, and we'll be in a site like surrounded by RVs, and I'm like, oh man, y'all are so warm in there, and then I get kind of jealous, but then I'm like, oh wait, that's fine. Top doesn't set the bot off. No, so if that felt, I feel like that's probably just too common of a word. Yeah, fellas, the reception here has been great. Like, quite honestly, it's been a very, like, I hiked first because I was like, if I start hiking and then that sort of, starts failing, I'll just come back to the campsite because I know I have reception here. Okay, so this is good. We're gonna toss some newspaper on top of here, just like a couple pieces of newspaper, and then we're gonna layer a bunch more sticks and twigs on top, and then we'll put some of those wood some of those wood logs. No, we're gonna put some of the larger logs on top of that. So like I said, this is all super dry. The base of this is all super dry. So I feel pretty solid about this going up. When is this from? Life and Culture. Sunday, December 15th, this newspaper is from. Oh my God, what a pure time that was. Yeah, mundane. I have, currently I am using 2. I have the option to do more, but I'm currently using 2. And if I wanted to tether it to my phone as a my cell phone, I could tether the Wi-Fi as well, so that I'd have 3 essentially. But I don't like doing that because then that just kills my phone battery. Down comforter, silver star. Yeah, that's why I use the small tent when we're camping in the winter because it retains heat a lot better. And I will also, in the winter months, I will definitely bring a sleeping bag. I didn't bring a sleeping bag this time around. I'm just using blankets today because I don't need to. Looks like somewhere I'd sit in a folding chair and write JavaScript. Bedroom, that sounds great. And yeah, for sure, just like hanging out by the fire is fantastic. And here, this particular campground, as we were noting, you could tether your cell phone to your computer and just do that. Although I guess maybe you don't need a phone to do scripting, huh? I have a flashlight, first aid kit, paracord, lighter, and multi-tool master splits. We do. James, no, I'm not streaming from a phone. I'm using an encoder. I'm using an encoder with modems in it. So it's a little better than the phone, but this phone that I'm using for chat and other things is just a cell phone, and like that is getting reception. So there is reception in this park. Again, this is sort of why I like this. One of the reasons I like this park. It's also a reason I don't like this park. Depending on what I want out of my experience, I either love the fact that I get cell phone reception here, or I hate it. Right now, I love it, because that was the intention. When I'm here trying to be disconnected from the world and life and nature, or out in nature, then I don't always love it, because then I'm like on my phone. Right, I'm trying not to be on my phone, but that is what happens functionally in those situations. All right, so I just gathered a way more kindling and tinder than I needed last night. So we're just gonna use all of it because at some point it'll all catch, and that'll be good. It's better. I always tell Calvin I always tell anyone about fire building, like it's better to spend 30 to 40 minutes like building a good fire that you can just put a match to and then let it go, instead of spending 5 to 10 minutes building kind of a basic thing that you then have to like keep feeding and nursing and nurturing, and that's kind of annoying sometimes when you like trying to get it going and then it just kind of peters out, but it's like sort of going and you're like blowing on it, and it's like, I'm describing lighting a fire. And then sometimes you have to start over when that happens, and I'd prefer not to do that. So we're just kind of going to build for a few minutes here so that I can just hit this with a lighter and it should hopefully light up. That is the goal. Don't have the IRL toolkit. No, I'm using IRL toolkit for now. I don't want to. I'd prefer to stream to a computer at my house, which is connected to the internet. But I don't have that. or rather I have a laptop that I run the kitchen streams from, of course, but that's not reliable enough in my mind to be like a home server that I could then run this stream through. Ideally what I'd love to do is take the feed from the encoder here and drop it into a server at my house, because that would be free. But we're not quite there yet. That's the next step. That step is going to come when I upgrade the kitchen naturally at some point or another in the next year. But a home server that I can stream from more directly is part of what I'd like to have. Part of what I'd like to do next. I did come prepared, Master. Travel router and SIM modem instead of a smartphone. Totally, Bedro. Yeah, I mean, and you can just get like you can just get a modem. You don't need to stream from it. You can just get a modem for out in the world. And you can get a modem. You can get a modem for relatively not for. You can get a modem for IRL streaming just in general. That you can then kind of repurpose if you want. But hopefully this one holds up. It looks like it's been holding up so far. So if there are issues with it, obviously we will address them when they arise. So Rasparry, chosen campsites when you are with no reception when you want to be present for people. Same. I occasionally will look up the reception map, which isn't always completely accurate, but paints a good picture, I should say. All right, I think we're good on like we have a big pile of sticks here right now, basically. Yeah, Jane, the hardware is not the thing. It is the services and the ongoing cost of it. And I will say, like from that perspective, I love the Live View kit, of course, but I do, the cost. I'll say that I've gotten the cost down. I've gotten the cost to a more manageable scenario. So let's do, these are some dried logs. They're not dry, they are dried as best I could next to the fire last night. So we're gonna do some sticks, some logs, and kind of as much as possible. So I'm gonna make a little like space underneath of there. There we go. Okay. Let's get one on each side. So basically what I want to happen here is I want all of this newspaper and these sticks to like burn, like lots of flame. And ideally that will catch a part of these logs. That's the goal. Master Splits, I have a huge thing of paracord that gets used so often. The thing with the Live View is that you can use your own modem with the Live View. So if you have an outside modem, like you don't have to use the ones that they sell, the universal ones. You can also just buy the box, and that's a specific thing. And then you can use whatever modem. If you have like a T-Mobile modem that works really well, where you plan to stream from, that probably, you could probably do that instead of using like the modems that they offer for their services. So that might be an option. So basically, here's another big piece of birch here. I'm going to kind of situate here. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm putting a bunch of logs around the outside of this, and then we're going to light it up and see what happens. I'm also going to take. I should have put some of these larger sticks in there, but I didn't, and I think that'll be okay. But as this sort of settles in and it's getting started, I can feed it. Ideally, I can feed it some from this pile of sticks I have over here, and we'll be able to get it lit nicely. I do want the fire to be good. Getting the fire going is sort of like priority number one, because if you're cooking over a fire, you need it to be available and hot. So, fellas, I am hopefully going to do this more often. I will be upfront that the reason I got, so Gwen and I bought the encoder and the stuff together. She was going to stream from Japan when she went last fall, and didn't end up doing that. But the reason I wanted it was that I could do this, like literally, like I wanted to be able to do this. So we're going to do this again. We'll probably do this in different capacities too. So we've got the fire going. Let's see, where is, it's on the backpack. Okay, I need one more of these little clamps, the quick lock clamps, because I kind of want to take the camera and put it down here. There we go. So Jane, yeah, I planned on live streaming basically last summer and into the fall. I was like, I really want to do IRLs and I want to do camping stuff. And so my partner and I sort of talked about, and she was like, yeah, I would love to do that too. I'd love to use, I'm going to Japan and I'd love to do like some streams there. Like, let's do the thing. Let's get basically like, we'll get the equipment together. So we did in the fall. And then I ended up using it obviously a lot more than she did, which is totally okay. So I got it, and this is just the first time I've used it to do camping stuff. Basically, I couldn't do, okay, we're about to get that fire starter. God, these are so wet. Everything's wet. But I just need one little spot to catch here, and that would be good. I'm looking and making sure there's like flames in here still. As long as there's flames, there's a chance that this will just catch. And as long as there's still newspaper down here, I can still light little spots. So even this is good, because this is like drying it out a little bit as we're starting. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the I'm gonna get the fire starter. I'm gonna get the fire starter because I don't care. I'm not too proud to use a fire starter. I don't need to prove anything. I think the fire starter is in the car, actually. It is. Okay. All right. We'll be right back. I'm going to go over to the car and get my fire starter. I'll be right back.
All right. Returned. Returned with a little Duraflame fire starter. And you know what we're gonna do? Watch this. Just gonna put that right underneath of everything. All the way in. And I'm gonna light it. Watch. It's magic. Yeah, Bellis, the reason that I bought these fire starters was because yesterday I was like, damn, it's pouring rain. I was buying the firewood and it's soaked. The firewood itself is like so wet. And I was like, I am going to need a fire starter for this, I think. And I usually use the one that Calvin has made. We've made the egg carton dryer lint wax fire starters before, and you know, you make a bunch of those and then you use them for a couple months until they're gone. Well, I just used the last one on the last trip that I was on, so I didn't have any of my own this time, which is kind of annoying. The little press blocks, yeah. Is the Duraflame safe to cook on? You know, I'm not actually sure, but by the time we get to the cooking aspect of this, it's going to be well gone. So I'm not concerned about it in that way. And I'm not using the coal. Basically, I'm only using this for heat. We're cooking inside of a Dutch oven, so there's no direct flame contact either with the food. So that's also kind of what I'm keep that in mind as well. The fat wood, yeah. The good little fire starters. I enjoy when you buy the firewood from like not a grocery store, like Lowe's or one of those places. It's like kiln dried firewood. You know, those always come with like a couple pieces of like fire starter in them, which I love. I always save those whenever I end up. I don't often buy that wood. Usually there's wood that is on the way into the park, which is the case here. It's just there's just several places to buy wood. That's when you like need a fire starter. Yeah, this is catching. This is catching, and we're getting the this is going to catch. All these sticks are going to dry out eventually, and those will start catching. All of that is going to, all those sticks are just going to start dropping all of their little embers on this birch wood in the bottom here. And so at this point, this is like, I'm pretty certain that this is just going to light. Like, you know, that fire starter is going to burn for a while, and these sticks are all going to catch once they dry, which may take a little while. Make me want to get some hickory pellets. Amazing. Totally. I've never smoked a food. Flat cotton makeup pads and buy the cheap dollar store candle, melt the wax to dip them in. Wow. That's a great idea, fellas. I know exactly what you're talking about. The cotton, the round, like fluffy cotton pads. Jane, when you know a place that's got good wood, it's like, it's gold. I know where I'm at this park, there's a place that has barrels, like just big barrels of wood that are $20 a barrel, and it's like a ton of wood. Oh wait, I'm over here talking. I don't have the microphone. Microphone is sitting on the camera. The place near where I am has a ton of wood in their like on the way in. It's like right on the entrance to the park, like 10 minutes outside of the campground. And so I just have that location like bookmarked, and I've had it like that for a while. Baker, I'm glad you're thinking about camping. Interesting. Is this still live? I can't even tell. It's like my the thing that tells me whether the stream is live is like not working. Oh, that's weird. I went to do my fingerprint unlock on my phone, and it didn't recognize my fingerprint because it's dirty. Okay, let's log in again. Weird. Oh, it is live. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. It just, my phone like logged me out. It usually keeps me logged in to the site IRL Toolkit, but it wasn't. That's odd. Okay. Yeah, you can see, look at this, like, all these little bubbles. You probably hear that too. But yeah, this is about to rip. We're good. And there's a ton of fire starter left in here, so I think I'm pretty happy with this. YouTube is still live. Thank you. So thank you. I appreciate it. I'm still trying to get. It's always a work in progress about like what you can and can't see and manage from the phone. So I am still working on it, and we are progressing. Okay, speaking of the phone, I'm going to move the phone a little farther up my arm so that it's sort of like mid-arm. Oh no, log down. There we go. So we're going to cook on this, but I don't need coals. So this time around, I was like, I don't want to do anything that requires coals. I want to cook like over a flame. So we're going to do a beef stew this afternoon / evening. Yeah, looking good. And I'm just kind of knocking some of this down now. I'm starting to get some little coals like underneath here. So this like birch log down there is what I'm trying to get all the coals to sit down on top of that. So this is looking great. Looking good. Okay. I'm going to move the camera back onto the tripod now and put that a little bit farther back because I'm going to do some like around the campsite type of stuff. Let's move that like maybe here. Yeah, how's that? That seems nice. Fire's starting. Okay. What did I say I wanted to do? I said I wanted to make a coffee, but I think it's like 4 p.m. It's almost 4 p.m. I don't think I need a coffee right now. Did I bring marshmallows? You know I brought marshmallows. I definitely brought marshmallows. I was going to put this shirt back on. This is the one I was hiking in, and it is soaked. So is my back. But I'm getting a little chilly now because there's no sun, so everything feels a little cooler. So let me get this shirt on. Oh,
don't think this shirt's any drier. Although this shirt is like sort of, yeah, I guess this is dry. This one's not soaking wet, say that. The other one is soaking in spots. This one's just been in the humidity, which is different. My body heat will probably dry this one out pretty well. This is a really crappy shirt. It used to be real, I mean, it's a good shirt and I like it, but all of the buttons have fallen off of it and it's, you can't close it at all anymore. It's kind of annoying. Service Power, indeed. I hope you have a good rest of your day. If you don't say hi later, we'll probably be live until later tonight. Like, I brought lights so that I can light this campsite up after it gets dark. So we'll be here for a little bit. I'm probably gonna make dinner, eat dinner, make a dessert, some kind of dessert, either a pie iron, Dutch oven, maybe just a s'more, we'll see. So we'll be live for a while today still. I don't have anything after this today. I don't have any other like plans going on. So we're good to kind of, I'm gonna be here for a while. If you're in and out, I appreciate it. All right, this is looking good. I am very confident that this is going to stay lit now. I'm going to add a couple logs here. I also have like a ton of wood. So I got a lot because I love having a big fire. Like, not necessarily tall and that type of thing, but I do like having a big fire going on. So we're gonna add some wood. The goal, I think, is going to be to burn off what's here. So basically, once all of this wood is gone, this should be ready to cook on. And I'll add more wood in between then and now. But before this kind of gets going and is like super hot, I think I'm going to take my Dutch oven and see about hanging it and like where and how to hang it over this particular fire before this gets to the point where it's like engulfed in flames. Maybe I should have done that before lighting the fire at all, but no. So we're going to use a large Dutch oven today. This is a 14-quart Dutch oven. The goal is to make a ton of beef stew, and I brought takeout containers, like carry-out containers, and I also have a cooler, like a styrofoam cooler with ice in it. So the goal is to make like a big old batch of beef stew and then package it. We'll let it cool down to room temperature and then we'll pop it in the cooler on ice and then we'll have beef stew leftovers. So that's the goal. So I'm thinking instead of using the tripod, I might just use the rack here, because this is pretty level in general, and that way I can sort of have the fire out front and the stew sitting on the top. And then I guess if I need to make it a little higher, I can do that. But we'll see. I might just want to hang this from the tripod, which I also brought with me, but we'll see. We'll see. I know this is difficult with the feet. So this Dutch oven has feet on it that sit over coals. So this could be good. We're pretty stable here. Yeah, pretty stable. I could move this rack on the grill grate up and down if I wanted. It is going to be a lot of beef stew. No, I totally agree. It's you can't do anything small. I was like, how do I make beef stew just for myself for one night? And I was like, I don't. I make a big batch of beef stew, and then we have, and I freeze some of it. So that's what I'm doing. So this seems actually like it might be a better option.
because sort of if I turn this and I get the feet sort of stuck in there, that would be good. Now keep in mind, this is pretty heavy as it is, and it's not going to get any lighter when it has a bunch of liquid in it. So it's kind of, I'm just doing this now before the fire gets super hot, so I can figure out like where to cook this. All right, I think right there is probably good. And this is, I mean, it looks relatively level. The liquid inside will tell me when that it's not, for sure, once I get some liquid in there. The alternative is this tripod, which will definitely hold this Dutch oven. Like, I have no doubt in my mind that I could hang this Dutch oven from here full of liquid and it would be fine, because I've done it before. So that option would be like here, and then we sort of hang this, not like that. Let's see, where would I put this rail? That, and that would be great. Probably, nope. So I wanted to do this in the pit. I'd kind of have to keep the fire a little low. I'd have to keep the fire lower, I think. And this would end up hanging a little bit lower than the grate level. So actually, I'm going to do this on the grate, because that means that I don't have to worry. I can put my fire, I can just keep my fire going. And it actually is much nicer with the stability of this thing, because I get nervous sometimes when I'm cooking with the tripod, because it sort of swings, and things with liquid in them get like testy. So we'll just do it on the grate, which is good. And then I can move it. Great idea. I see what you did there, and I like it. Ooh. But this is hot right now. Yeah, and I can sort of, if I move this, basically if I move this to the back, because I don't want this to be at a rolling boil. I want this to be at a nice simmer. If I move this all the way to the back, and I keep it at this height, this grate at this height, you can move this grate up and down. Then I will be fine. Okay, let's move this off of the fire for now, though. All right, we got our Dutch oven all situated, and that we know where that's going. Now it is time to let's get my food boxes out of the car, and then my cooler. I'm not going to bring the cooler down because I don't need to bring it down here. I'm just going to get I need to get a bunch of stuff from the car, actually. That's what I need to do now, while we're sort of in the middle of waiting for the fire to come up. But I need to get a bunch of food items from the car. So why don't we do that? Why don't I take y'all to the car with me? I'll just take the backpack and put the camera on the shoulder strap so you can get like a little POV situation. Whoa! Fun fact, camera was not clipped into the tripod. There we go. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad that didn't break anything. Is it still transmitting? Looks like it's still transmitting. That's good. We like to see it. Okay, lovely. Sorry about that. Okay, but let's get the backpack on. Yeah, it wasn't, I see what happened. It just wasn't clipped in completely. It was like, sort of clipped in. It was sitting on the top, and it's like a square clip, so it was easy to just stay there. Okay, so this is now, we're now on the shoulder strap of my backpack. So we may be a little shaky here for just a few moments. Let me position this and see how it's, see what I, there we go. Can this get higher? Yeah. Okay, so if we were going to do like a POV stream, this is what that would look like. You're very close to my face. The camera, this is literally like the camera is at the same level that my mouth is at, generally speaking. So if you were my mouth, this is what you'd see. Okay, let's go up to the car and get our boxes. I want to get my boxes. I want to get my bag of stuff. Okay, boxes. What do we need? Definitely need those. Need that flour. Here's my breakfast cookies. That was breakfast. Okay. Yep, that has my gloves in it. So let's make a couple trips here. Let's first off, let me get everything out of the car that I want to bring down. So this just has marshmallows and a fire starter in it, so I don't need that. These need to come down. And then in the back seat, here's my bag of stream stuff. That too. And this, oh shit, I just broke my crate. That's okay. Just a little nick off the side. Not a problem. Okay, let's take these boxes down. It's bound to happen, so Fluff. It was bound to happen. And that's okay. I'm not going to be upset about it. It broke a piece of the side of the crate. It didn't change anything structurally. Okay. I'm going to put these over here. Yeah, so I've got a crate of cookware. These are both basically just like crates with stuff to cook in. Cutting boards, all my utensils, pots, pans. This one has seasonings. And then like random stuff. That one has like a tablecloth in it. So, fire's looking good. Fire's looking good and the sun's coming out. Beautiful day to be out in the camp. Fudge darling, hands up, we're going over the hill. Woo! I'm trying to be very conscious of the fact that there's like other people here, and I don't want other people to like see. Some people will see a camera and get really weird about it, and in this particular area where I am, you know, it's kind of, folks like their privacy when they're camping, and I don't want to like have a camera pointed at them if they don't want that. Also, functionally, the park, the person that I talked to, not the park, but someone I talked to at the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources also was like, as long as you're not getting other people on camera and you're not putting the camera in other people's faces, like, you're good, go right ahead. So maybe a little bit conscious of that, generally speaking. Okay, bags. bags. And then I got stuff from the cooler. Stuff from the cooler next. The only thing in the cooler that's dinner related is there's beef and herbs and my salad. I have a salad in there. I think the Brussels sprouts are in the cooler. But yeah, we're gonna do a big beef stew tonight. Lots of stuff. Feral Terminator, welcome in. Yeah, the sunlight is welcomed, very welcomed at this point. The sunlight is extremely welcome. Okay, that stuff is good. Yeah, fire's looking great. Fire's looking super solid. Week-long moto camping. Feral Terminator, what kind of moto camping are you doing? When you say moto camping, are you like RVing? Is this sort of like you're in a car and you pitch a tent? Doing like a motorcycle trip? I always feel like if you're doing a motorcycle trip, that's probably the most exciting. That feels like it would be really exciting. Okay. And we are back to the car. Let's see if there's anything else I need in here to get cooking. I might as well bring down my dessert stuff too while I'm at it, because why not? Dessert stuff, and all of my to-go containers for the stew later. Do I need anything in that bag? No. Okay, no I do not. I don't need anything in that bag. I do, actually, yeah, if I want to do pie irons, I'll want this bag, so I might as well bring that down. Here's a pro tip. When you're going in the grocery store to buy like hot dogs for your camping trip, and you don't want to buy a big thing of ketchup, you can get the ketchup packets from the cold bar. That's what I had last night. I had sausage and fried onions in a roll. Okay. What we're going to do now is take all this stuff down, and then we'll be back to get the stuff out of our cooler. Actually, let's leave that open. Okay. Yeah. Weird. It's weird this time because usually there's a car seat right here, and I'm not used to there not being a car seat. So I actually have like a lot more space to work with in the car. Camping has exploded in the past few years. That's true. Casper, welcome in. Deep Root Beth, hello, welcome in. 2 wheels Feral Terminator. Very cool. That is cool. Why did you take our big scooters down to Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania? Beautiful. Beautiful East Coast camping tour. Feral Terminator, yeah, camping has really exploded. I think so, since like 2020 for sure. Exactly, so fluff. And you notice it too. Like I definitely notice it because I camp regularly, and you know, going to make reservations at a state park now is tougher than it used to be. Like for example, when I was thinking about I was like, you know, when can I do a camping stream? I was like, oh, the weekend, of course, like Saturday night. Wouldn't that be fun? Like, yeah, it would be fun. It would be fun if there was a campsite available. But I was also, before, I guess I need to go back and look again, because before I was looking at only campsites that had electric in them, and now I'm not. Now I'm like I'm basically like, oh, I don't think I actually need electric to do an IRL stream outside. But what I did do is, not did, but this time around, if I need to charge something, I will take it to one of the there's a campsite like 2 sites down from here that has electric that's not occupied right now. So if I need to charge anything during this time, which I probably will, like when my battery that I'm using right now runs out, I'll probably run that up and just plug it in, because I have 2 batteries, and if I keep one plugged in and the other one in use, then I can cycle them. But anyway, once I realized I was like, oh, I don't need electric, then I don't. It kind of expanded the sites. Front drawing, it is not going to rain tonight, hopefully. It might rain this afternoon. There's like a little chance. Camping for me is much more preferred. Jane, I agree. I like the setting up a tent and sort of staying in one spot for a while. The idea of sort of like settling into camp is really nice. Yeah, hip camp. I've heard of that for El Terminator, and I do think that for this type of thing, for like doing a camping stream, I think it would be great. Because that's also, a lot of that is like on private property, and you can sort of not, you don't have to have as many like, not worries, but like concerns about other people being around. And I do like this spot. So there's 2 campsites. There's a campsite right there that you can see through the trees. There's like a picnic table that you can probably see. That's currently unoccupied. It's not reserved at all. And then there's another one that is through the trees right here that's also unoccupied and unreserved. So no one will be there. But I did pick this site because you have the basically from like here all the way to here. You're not going to hit any other people on your camera, except the orange trail, which runs right behind the campsite. But like, that's fine if someone's just walking by. I've never used Hip Camp though. Fellas, I'm glad you had a good experience with it. No more than 200 miles a day. I think that's good. That seems prudent. That seems like 200 miles a day on a bike and then having to like get somewhere and set up a camp and like figure out dinner. I feel like that's probably the right amount. Like any farther than that and you're just like, you're eating in the dark every night, which is annoying and unpreferred. This is coming along real nice. All my wood on the outside is catching right where it's supposed to be. Looking good. All right, back to the car. We're gonna get our stuff from the cooler and then we'll be ready to start cooking dinner. It's just about 1600 here. That's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it is a good time to start cooking. Whoop, what was that? Oh, it's a chipmunk right there. What's up, buddy? I caught you off guard, didn't I? Yeah, go on your way. Chipmunk was right next to me. Like, oh, wait. Yeah, Jane, the backpacking sounds fun. Conceptually to me, too. Tell me about your deer. Oh dear. Hopefully, usually a run-in with a deer is a good thing. Although, describing it as a run-in sounds dubious. Okay. All of my stuff is in there. What else do we have in here? We have a little bit of thing for a salad. I have a dressing for the salad. Last night's dinner. This is just, this is vegetable. This is chicken stock. This was just an extra, to have an extra frozen thing. We had some butter, cookies, coleslaw from last night. But that's good. I know everything from my beef stew is in this blue bag because I put it there. So I'm just gonna do that. All right. And that's it for the car. Everything I need is now in the campsite. Fantastic.
And we're going to, just like yesterday, or Tuesday, I didn't do any prep on Tuesday's stream. I made cookies instead. So we do have some prep to do this time around. We have to prep the beef, and then carrots, onions, potatoes, mushrooms, all of that's going to get prepped as well. So let's do this. I'm going to change. I'm going to put my camera back on the tripod. I'm going to make sure it's clipped in. It is. Y'all heard it. It's even locked now. And okay, let's see. Let's do some prep. Let's come to maybe this. Maybe this angle will be good. And then you raise me up. There we go. And then here. And then here. Okay, what can we see here? Can we see the fire from this angle? No, we cannot. Wait, yeah, we can. I always forget how wide of an angle this camera is. It's kind of intense. There we go. Okay, I think that should be good. And let's clear some of this stuff off so that you can see. Oh, I want my glass mug. This, what is this? This is all stream stuff. I'm gonna move this over. Move this off to the side over here. Oh, I'm gonna get a drink too while I'm at it. Let's get a fake beer. Now, you can't drink in a state park. You're not allowed to have alcohol. They will remove you. So that's fine with me because I don't drink, but I do love a good non-alcoholic beer. So we're gonna have one of those. Okay, we can. Good. You can see everything. Amazing. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this off of my arm now, and okay, I can put, now that I'm wearing an overshirt, I can put the microphone back on my shirt like that, and that'll be good. And I'm gonna take my phone and put that, I'm just gonna put that down like that. There we go. And like I said, I'm just sort of getting everything set up here so that I can prep and use the table. And there's not a bunch of stuff in the way. Okay, this, I can just hang there. What's in this bag? This is bread and stuff for later. Okay, that is a dessert bag. That can go with dessert stuff. Okay. One moment. We're going to get let me get a stand out of my bag here that I can just put my phone on like a stand, and that way it can just be proximal without needing to be on the table. Okay, there's one. I just basically have a bag of like stream hardware. Okay, that's good. Now I have a place to sit. Place to sit my phone. There we go. Oh, Jane, that's super cool.
That's super fun, seeing deer like just out doing their thing. That's so funny that they were like trying to find your food. My most experience with a wildlife situation is with feral cat. I was camping in New Jersey with Calvin in the winter time, and we came across the campsite that we were in basically had a cat colony somewhere nearby, and a cat like came into the campsite. I was sitting by the fire, and they came into the campsite. This isn't going to work. And I managed to shine the light on them just as they were dragging a bag of hot dog rolls into the woods. Sagdal Sarah, welcome in. Backpacking can be fun. You just have to be in the right mood. It's definitely a thing. You have to you have to have the right vibe. And you have to be, it's definitely a very specific activity. You have to sort of walk and set your camp up every day. And if you don't want to do that, it's definitely not fun. Okay, we're just clearing the table off in a couple spots here. Not really clearing it, I'm just kind of moving everything to the side. Okay, cool. Hydrate, we are. This is the Sierra Nevada Trail Pass Bruveza. I don't even know what that is, what that means. Does it say anything on here? No. Bruveza, whatever that means. It came in the multi-pack along with a bunch of IPAs and some other stuff. I like the Sierra Nevada NAs though, they're pretty good. What kind of sangria did you have? Like what brand? There's a really good one. I forget what it is. I've had before. First personal wild experience with wild animals was a squirrel in Florida. Climbed onto the table and stole French fries out of my tray. That sounds intense. That's like, oh, you're taking it. Okay, got it. That's pretty fun. Honestly. Okay. What do we do with the beef stew? So we're going to toss the beef with flour. We're going to toss the beef with flour, salt, pepper in a plastic bag and get that all coated. We're going to fry it in the Dutch oven along with the onions. I think I want to fry it. I think like the onions and... So fry the beef, take that out. Fry the onions, and then put in some red wine vinegar, cooking wine, a bunch of broth, bay leaves, and put the beef back in. Then we simmer that for an hour to 2 to 3 hours. Once that beef is in a place where it's like totally chewy and broken down and nice, then we add the carrots for a little bit, and then when about 10 minutes later we add the potatoes, and then we are done. Oh no, we add the mushrooms too at some point. So the most important part of that, though, is the fire. So we're going to manage that real quick. Now that I have everything down here and ready to prep, I'm going to... Oh my gosh.
Excuse me. What have I had to drink today? I have had 1 cup of coffee today and 0 water. And my stomach is basically empty. I had some breakfast cookies this morning, but I didn't eat lunch. I didn't want lunch. So, this is just hitting my stomach and is like, you will belch now. I'm also going to add Guinness, like NA Guinness to this at some point during the process. Very low quality camera. I know that's right. I remember, I keep reading this person who keeps, anytime I see, I feel like I've run into this a couple like articles recently about the person who's like live streaming, sort of like started their sort of like vlogger live stream situation, and it was like a camera in her dorm room that took a picture every 15-20 minutes or something like that and just uploaded it to a website. And I was thinking like the crappy quality of those photos back then, and I remember like working on like the college newspaper and how like all the digital photos were just so bad. Now when you have a digital photo, you get it and you can kind of like zoom in and you can see people's friggin' pores. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah. V, welcome in. When you put trash in the trash cans, totally. I'm waiting for there to be a squirrel in my campsite trash can at some point. I know it's going to happen. At a peak. Not the brand I was thinking of, but that's cool. That means that there's other brands in the market and more brands trying more things in the non-alcoholic space is great. We want that. We definitely want that. Okay, let's come over. I'm going to manage this fire just a little bit. So, hold on. Got the foot of the camera here caught in the thing. So let's do that. What I'm doing, I'm just going to rotate these logs. What I'm trying to do with this first round of logs here is like burn them off and just get like a nice hot base. So these are welding gloves that for campfire cooking are basically indispensable. Because you're like, I want to rearrange the logs on the fire. It's not going to take any more than a few moments because I can just grab them and arrange them how I want. Beautiful. Easy. Easy. My phone, I can zoom in on something half a mile away for Terminator. I know. Quebec-based brand. O'Doul's. O'Doul's tastes like sugar water to me. Now it does. Anyway. If I'm out somewhere and the only NA option they have is O'Doul's, I will absolutely take it. Although, if it's O'Doul's only, I may just go for like seltzer water or club soda and like a lime or something. Okay. This is good. We've got some flames on the inside here. So I just rotated these and just trying to get them to burn off pretty evenly. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to cook on the grate on the back here. I'm going to put the Dutch oven on the back So I'm gonna move, I want this to burn down a lot. And then I'll maintain like a small, like 1 or 2 log fire in the front, and I'll put the logs as they get charred and burnt underneath of the grate, and we'll maintain our heat that way. So I'm not using like coals or charcoal. Like I'm not cooking over charcoal. We're gonna cook with whatever heat, maybe the coals, but probably just a log or 2. And good. Now we've got some flame. There's some space in the back. So when you rearrange things, it takes a little bit for the flames to come back, just in general. So I'm just helping them along. Whew. There we go. Okay. Welding gloves are great for camping, totally. So, first of all, you're not a beer fan? It all tastes like yeast. It definitely does taste like yeast. I'll drink it if I have to, so Fluff says. Yeah, I can agree with that. As someone who is who doesn't drink alcohol, I have a more of an affinity for beer, for like the non-alcoholic beer. I feel like, I definitely used to drink probably more beer than anything else back when I was drinking. So I don't always love it, but I think now I'm more inclined for like the NA stuff. I don't know, because I don't like it, because it's not making me drunk. Because it doesn't have any effect, and I do like the taste of it. So some NAs are truly awful, though. Okay, well, that's good. We've got our fire going. Let's come on back over to the table here, and we'll do some prep work. Okay. Actually, hold on. What about that? Maybe that angle? It's hard to tell because I can't see. I don't have a great preview of the thing. That's probably ideal. Alrighty. I don't think I like that angle, but we'll see. The Lincoln log stacking? Oh yeah, all the logs on the side there. I stacked them up like that so that they would be off the ground. So Fluff, enjoy the sun. Nice when you have it, huh? Okay. What are we prepping? We're gonna prep the meat first. Let's get all of our stuff out, actually. I want to do that first. Oh, I have corn in here, too. I don't think I'm going to cook the corn. I tossed the corn in here sort of randomly, and I forgot that I tossed it in here. Now I'm like, oh, that's funny, but we're not going to use that. Jane, welcome in. I'm trying to have a great time. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good Thursday. And beef. Where's the beef? It's right here. Sneaky corn. Yeah, I made, well, what happened, see, was I made the, I made that sheet pan gnocchi the other day, and I intended on having a second, I intended on making a second batch of it, and then I didn't yet. I still intend on making a second batch because I need to do that because it's a recipe that I'm writing for a thing. So I do need to make a second batch, but I just haven't yet. I think I just tossed it. I think I just tossed it in the bag, sort of like randomly. I think I was. Oh no, I was like, oh, maybe I can grill this. I don't think I'm going to do that, but we'll see. We may get there. It's possible. It's possible that I might grill it. Is it likely? No. All right, let me check this battery here, just as I'm thinking about it. 32% on the battery, still encoder's charging, camera's charging. Okay, good. We're doing great. No worries, no concerns about anything like that yet. Okay, so I got mushrooms, carrots. Where are my potatoes? Potatoes are in a bag. Yeah, potatoes are in here. So I need my flour. I left my flour at home. I forgot that I needed it. So I had to stop at Wegmans and get flour on the way here. Okay, and I need a plastic bag for toss the beef around in. Okay, we also have a little bit of French bread for our, oh, it's one of you. It's one of you. We don't like you. These are awful. These bugs are an invasive species that need to be killed on site. The spotted lanternfly. I remember my mom saw one of them one time and was like, oh, I saw the neatest looking bug. Like, it's black and white, has these spots. And I was like, she was with Calvin, she was not babysitting, she was watching Calvin that weekend, and he was with her when she saw that, and he was like, kill it, you got to stomp on it. And she's like, no, you gotta save it, it's a bug, you know. And she relayed that story to me after dropping him off at home, and I was like, oh, did you kill it? She was like, oh, I guess I was supposed to do that. But the spotted lanternfly, no good. No good. We have a nice little fire going. It's ripping again. We're gonna do we're gonna prep. I think I'm gonna prep everything. I'm gonna prep the beef. Prep the Dutch oven. Prep the beef, prep the Dutch oven, then we will get everything we need to cook the beef. So let's get our, all of this can get prepped. I need to prep the onions before any of the other vegetables, but basically while the beef is cooking, I will prep the rest of the vegetables, the potatoes, carrots, and mushrooms. Because the beef is going to cook for a little while, and I don't need to do all that ahead of time. If I do all that ahead of time, then I will end up not getting the beef cooked for long enough. So let's prioritize here. Got all this beef broth. Got beef broth, both salt-free and 50% less sodium. I only got the 50% less because they didn't have all of them. They didn't have no salt available. They only had 2 no salts available, so I only got 2. What else do we need here? We need salt. There was, oh, that's what it is. I thought that was a sound from the fire. There's a big old bumblebee right here. What's up, buddy? I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone. Deal? Nothing's better than camp food, Jane says. No, I agree with you. It's very satisfying too after you cook it, because it's super satisfying to cook just in general. Like the actual cooking process is also kind of fun. All right, so let's get out. I got my boxes over here. These are just my general like camp boxes. So some plates and bowls. Aha, we're definitely going to use these gloves. So let's get those out, because I'm not going to wash my hands necessarily. I'm just going to wear gloves doing this because I don't have a sink in the campsite. So towel, foil. I always need foil for something or other, so we'll get that out. Olive oil, definitely going to need that. Salt, pepper, need those. I'm going to need some of these bay leaves. And then other spices in here. I have za'atar and Aleppo pepper, a little bit of finishing salt. And then I've also got red pepper and garlic powder. So I might add some garlic powder to this actually, because that would probably be good. And I didn't bring any garlic. I don't want to add red pepper because that's sort of spicy, but I will add a little bit of Aleppo, which is like baby spice, not actual spice. And then I guess a bowl. I can get out my eating bowl right now, because why not? I'm probably gonna be back in this crate like 1,000 times since before then, but that's okay. All right, this is food stuff. This can go down here. This is for my stew after it's been made, so I can put that away. Megan, welcome in. You hear the bumblebee? Oh, wild. That tells me a lot. That tells me that is pretty loud. That's good. We like that. Okay, where did I put my knife? I used it last night. There it is. Let's just reach in here and grab it out with my hand. There we go. Definitely need that. Broccoli, welcome. Got some plates, paper plates. I'll use these to put my prepped vegetables on. So we have mushrooms, potatoes, carrots. What else do I need? So I'm cooking. I'm probably going to use tongs at some point. I am cooking stew, so I'm going to want a spoon. And then to stir it in the pot, I'm going to use this wooden utensil. And then we have a spoon for eating. And that's it. I don't think I need anything else. Yeah, I keep all my utensils in like my coffee pot. Utensils, we were talking about a can opener the other day. This is the only can opener I own that has one of these little like church key pointy situations on it. But everything just stays in this little coffee pot. I actually don't have the mechanism to make coffee in this. This is just in case I want to make hot water. My coffee brewer is separate. I just take this with me to go camping because this is what I use at home too. So I just use that. And then I've got my cast iron pan. I'm going to use this today, I believe, to do Brussels sprouts in, so we'll leave that out also. And then utensils. If we have a large group, I always just use plastic utensils. And then I wash them afterward. We don't throw them out. So I don't know how camping trips, those particular utensils I've seen, but it is more than a few. And then this is just the dessert box. We've got stuff for cobbler, I've got stuff for s'mores, I've got stuff for banana boats, I've got stuff for pie iron, mountain pies, I've got hot chocolate in here. I've also got some like snacky types of things, some pistachios and dried corn. I have like a lot of dried snacks in here that just kind of like go with me from trip to trip. Kind of like whatever I'm feeling in that moment. And also, it looks like there's some space in here, so I'm going to take this bread. This is for pie irons / my house later, if I don't use it today. I'll pop that in there, and then I have bananas in the bag here for banana boats / snack or whatever. Broccoli, the bamboo utensils are super useful. They're definitely great, and they're good for cast iron for sure, for like campfire cooking, that type of thing. They're perfect. Okay, I think we've got everything. Unless they break, fellows. Yeah, I know. You know, for trips. You know, some of my friends. One of my friends. It's weird when I say my friends. It's like other adults that are parents of Calvin's friends. So like, it's weird. I'm like, oh, we're now friends now. I guess we'll be friends too. So he always brings a like reusable. Yeah, there's the bee. There it is. Oop, hold on. There we go. There you are, buddy. What are you doing? Anyway, I'm going to finish that story. He always brings like a set of utensils and a bowl and all that for himself and his kid. And it's funny because I'm always like, I've just always got like the plastic utensils. And I always feel like less cool somehow. I'm like, oh, you know, he's got all the nice stuff. And I'm like, oh, I've just got this. Here I am with my plastic utensils, but I don't care. I don't actually care. I don't actually feel less than about it. It's one of those fleeting thoughts that you have that you're then like, dismissed. Okay, put that there, and now we are ready to get started. Okay, so for the broth itself, I need that, then the onions, beef, then onions, then broth. For that broth, I also need these. So we're gonna add all of our liquids in here at the same time. Beef is gonna go in this bag. The only thing that I need to prep before I prep the beef is the onions, because the beef is already cubed. So I'm not worried about the beef. I do want to get my onions prepped, because once I cook the beef, then I am going to throw the onions right in. That's like step 2. Cook the beef, cook the onions, then deglaze the pan with the onions still in it, then put all the liquid in, and then you simmer it for a while. That's sort of all the next steps. Collapsible bowls and a spork. From a place where I'm afraid I might lose something, I'll use the cheap plastic stuff. Totally. Yeah, and like if I'm hiking during the day, like I have one of those like spork spoon. There's like a spoon on one side and a spork on the other, which is kind of weird. That I keep in my hiking bag. So that's pretty typical and pretty common, I would say. I'm gonna add a little bit of that garlic powder to the beef as well. So we're gonna chop the onion first. We'll do the onion, then we'll do the onion, then we'll season the beef. Then we will rearrange the fire so that we can start cooking on it. And then we'll toss the beef in and we'll get that going. Once we do that, we're going to move the camera over to the fire pit too. Before we do that, I mentioned dry snacks. I have some of these fig bars. I'm going to eat a fig bar. This is the part where I get self-conscious about eating a fig bar, because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that was like a thing that we talked about ad nauseum for like several streams in a row about how I'm weird and the way that I eat fig bars. So, self-conscious indeed. But the best way to eat a fig bar is you nibble the sides off. Uncommon, welcome in. So I nibble the side off, like that, and then I nibble the other side off. Because that then maximizes the ratio of fig filling to dry, crumbly crust. And occasionally, I will use my teeth and scrape the dry, crumbly crust off of one side. Not going to do that today. But there's a specific technique. I mean, this is how it is. I'll own it. But it basically like the crumbly cookie bit is the worst part. So the less you eat of that with the fig part, the better. That's my new philosophy. Okay. Let's get our onions chopped up. Reminds me of how I eat a Reese's, Jane says. See, I'm guessing that you chew the outside of the Reese's, like all around the outside, and then you eat like a sandwich, a chocolate sandwich. Jar of fig spread and a spoon. You know, I could make that happen. I just had that fig spread for the pizza the other day. Chopsticks and spoons. Hell yeah, broccoli. That's what's up. Like I said, we're not going to I'm not like washing my hands right now because I don't have biodegradable soap. And so to wash my hands, I'd have to like go up to the bathroom, which is a little bit of a ways away. And at some point during stream, I am going to have to go up to the bathroom. And I'll leave y'all with the dulcet sounds of the birds during that time. But right now, I'm just going to put gloves on. You're a good man. Charlie Brown is a reference I was not expecting to hear today. Sad girl Sarah. If you listen closely, there are often references to musicals in this stream. Occasionally I reference cabaret when people come in and I say welcome. Welcome and bienvenue. So there are some good references. Occasionally you'll catch one. Good catch today. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Trash plate. Finished plate. Belly flops, welcome in. Welcome in. We're camping today, out in the woods. It's super nice. The sun's coming out right now. Oh wait, this is supposed to be for the finished one. Oh well, we'll just move it. Yeah, Velas, you do. You have to forgo a little hygiene. I often am cooking for other people while we're camping, so I just keep a big box of gloves in my kit. And if I'm camping for myself and I'm cooking for myself, for example, last night I did not use gloves when I was slicing the onions for my fried onions for dinner. And that's okay. It was just for me. I'm using gloves today because I very explicitly did not wash my hands, and I'm also I am going to feed this to other people. I'm going to feed this to Gwen and Calvin because I'm making a ton of it, and we're going to package it and take it home. Little dirt never hurt. That's right, Sarah. That's exactly right. Although it's the germs that I'm worried about, not necessarily the dirt. And I think you are correct, though. The dirt's fine. No worries on the dirt side of things. But I do try to. I usually do wash my hands. I'm also often a lot closer to the bathroom, the washroom building than I am right now. I specifically picked this campsite because it is as far away from any other humans as you could be. Just generally speaking. So it's also very far from the bathroom building. Yeah, Bellas, I'm not sweating it. Exactly. I'm aware, and I'm going to wear the gloves and change gloves, but I'm also going to just kind of let it be. If I get a little dirt on it, it's all going to be cooked anyway. That's the other thing. We're not making sushi here. Making sushi while camping, I feel like would be a terrible idea. Making it while camping, eating it while camping would be fine. My mom used to bring a straw broom to the campsite and sweep the whole place off. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, I will generally clear out one little space for a tent. I'll keep I usually use my feet to sort of just kick the rocks out of us, but the one little area where I'm going to set up my tent. That's funny though. There's definitely folks that sort of, they look at the environment out here and they're just like, oh hell no. And they sweep and they'll put up, I've definitely seen some campsites that have like a carpet laid down, like a plastic sort of outdoor carpet. Those are always really funny. Because you're just kind of like, oh, how does that help? Whoa. Sheesh. I almost just sliced off the bottom of my palm. No glove gonna stop that. This is one of the knives that I got from Drew that I started using for camping. Because my old camping knife was really dull and really crappy. And this one's way nicer, and we like that. I am definitely being careful. I'm being as careful as I can be. Usually you cut yourself, not necessarily because you're not being careful, but because you made a mistake. You should have brought a vacuum. That would be funny. It's funny, I've never camped in an RV, or I've never done the RV situation, and I would love to at some point give it a try, because it feels like it would be a lot of fun to have your fire and cook over your fire and then go back in and to your warm / cool environment. There's definitely something nice about that, and I see the appeal. I get it, I definitely get it. Oof, I am extremely close to these onions. And my face is telling me that I'm extremely close to these onions. Plastic outdoor carpet thing is nice to take off dirty shoes and gear so you don't get it in your tent. Yeah, totally. I have a little welcome mat on the inside of my tent in that vestibule area in the front that I put my shoes on when I go in. But I'm talking about the folks that have the 16 by 20 plastic carpet over the top of their campsite. When you step out of the RV, there's like, you know, a 16 by 20 foot area that is covered in plastic carpet. I feel like that's a little different than like accommodating your shoes. The first RV when you were a kid didn't have any air conditioning. Yeah, I bet it was even worse than in a tent. Although I guess with the RV you can put a fan in and have, if you're plugged into the electric, I feel like you could at least hook up a fan. My friend the other day sent me a link to a fan that you can, like a battery-powered tent fan. And I was like, man, it feels excessive to me. But I also, as we were talking about earlier, I don't generally love to camp when I need air conditioning, or when air conditioning would be better. Like right now, it's not that hot. I was actually a little cool last night. I didn't bring a sleeping bag. I just brought some blankets. And last night I was kind of chilly. I got up in the middle of the night and put on a sweatshirt. I'd only had on a t-shirt and like a little blanket, so I wasn't completely I wasn't completely covered. I was doing the minimal. But that's good. I like to start, if I can fall asleep wearing like less than I end up wearing in the morning, that's usually a good thing. Okay. A whole plate full of onion here. I might need a second plate. Never stayed in an RV. Broccoli, me neither. I've stayed in a pop-up tent before. I've stayed in a canvas tent and regular tents, but I have never stayed in an RV. Oh yeah, I bet you an RV with air conditioning is just fantastic. That feels like a great way to do a vacation. Like some people would obviously, that would not be great for them. But like for me, driving to like 2 or 3 different locations over the course of like, 2 weeks would be a really fantastic summer vacation. What is a gooseneck trailer, so Fluff? I'm not familiar with that term. I'm familiar with the pop-up trailers, the ones that are sort of flat and then you turn the crank and they sort of expand into, basically a screened-in porch with walls. But gooseneck is not a term that I'm familiar with, as opposed to a bumper hitch. Okay, so it like sits in the bed of a truck, essentially, right? If I'm imagining this correctly. The hitch is in the bed of a truck. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean then. I've seen those. Of course I've seen those. I've seen all sorts of stuff going to state parks and camping for years. You sort of, one of the joys of going camping in a state park specifically is the sort of community, not necessarily like that you develop community there, but the fact that there's a large volume of people. And I love walking around and seeing all of the different like campsite setups. Just the last time I was out camping, I saw someone who had a way more streamlined tarp setup than I have, and I was like, I'm into it. They basically had elastic cords instead of rope, like long elastic cords, and they were strung to like whatever tree made sense. And so there's just these like long cords that go way out, and the tarp was all tied off, but then they had it pushed up with just two poles in the middle with like tennis balls on the top of them, and they were just like extended all the way up, and it made this really nice canopy. And I was like, that would be really easy to set up, and you don't have to pound any stakes into the ground. Like, that's the nice part. You can sort of toss the line over a tree branch and pull it taut and move along. However, I will say that this tarp, the way that I have it set up like this, has been in pretty severe wind and is just fine, holds up just fine. So there is something to be said for having stakes as opposed to just tying it off to a tree. Okay, onions are good to go. We're ready to season the meat now. Oh, the Prius camping setup. Yeah, I love a good, there's someone else in the campground this week right now that has a tent that goes off the back of their van. Like, the van pops up and then there's like a space, like a tent right there, which is kind of interesting. Broccoli, yeah, and that's where I am now, sort of. They have a section that's for full service hookup, right? So you can rent those sites no matter what equipment you have. But I don't like renting the full service sites, because then, as someone who's using a tent, I'm surrounded by RVs, and it's not as nice. I like the non-electric sites, because usually those are only people who are either in tents or mostly people in tents, or like 90% of them. Okay, let's go start this beef now. I'm going to massage the fire just a little bit more, so that it's like ready to go when I'm ready to go. It has fallen over at this point, so let's get that done again. Yeah, we're almost there with this thing. 18% left on that battery. All right, so one of the other things that I want to do shortly here is swap out the battery, put a new battery in, and then I'm going to take this battery up to the other campsite, the one close by here, and charge it. Because the other battery should work for another couple hours, but if I can charge it, that would be great. Okay. Yeah, the welding gloves are great. You just have to stop every so often because they get extremely hot. Okay, and like I said, I'm gonna end up pulling some of these to the back here in just a moment. So I'm sort of gonna consolidate some of my coals, and I start moving my fire forward. Start moving this forward here, because once I put the Dutch oven on the rack in the back, I don't want there to be a ton of heat under it. I want it to be hot, but I don't want it to boil too quickly. If it ends up getting too hot in the back there on the grate, I may end up elevating it a little bit with the tripod if I need to. But otherwise, this should be good. We're just going to take that and do moving the fire. We're moving the fire to the front of the pit. All right. Let's get this beef settled in. What kind of wood, Broccoli says? It's a mix of things. It's a little bit of birch, there's some oak, there's definitely some pine in there. The place that I got the wood from specifically is like a tree service.
company, which obviously is great for them. They have, they cut down trees, they take the crappy bits and sell them to people coming into the state park. So it seems like a good business for them. But it definitely is a mix of a variety of different types of wood. So I used the birch logs mainly to start the fire, but I'm not being particular about what type of log I'm actually putting in. Okay. Yeah, Velas, when you're just when you have a bunch of RVs that are sort of on top of you, that gets annoying. Especially if they're running a generator during the day, and then sometimes at night, when I've been camping next to RVs, you can hear the TV inside, which is obnoxious. Yeah, Broccoli, I'm probably going to try to pull out some of the harder wood pieces once I have a Dutch oven on there, so that I have more consistently burning logs. That's true. Okay, we're going to take this fresh cut black Angus beef cubes. So I'm going to get another glove here when I start working with this, because this is actually meat. So I'm even less inclined to touch this with my hands. Yeah, the folks partying can be obnoxious. I've been pretty lucky to not have that situation, or at least not have it to the point where I feel like I need to say something. Okay, I'm just going to poke a little hole in the bottom of this and let some of this blood out. There's a lot of blood in here. So, just kind of letting gravity do the work. I'm not dumping this into my trash can, because that may end up attracting things I don't want. So just poking some holes and dropping this in the fire where it will burn off. Okay. Good. Now the rest of this, toss in a plastic bag, toss it with some flour. I may have to do this in batches. So, yeah, probably. We'll see. I do like the state parks. Part of the reason I love the state park is that there are rangers that do come around, generally speaking, and deal with the folks who are making noise after quiet time. So yeah, quiet time here is 9 p.m. At any, most state parks it's either 9 or 10 p.m. And that is definitely a reason to go to a state park versus a private campground. Is, if someone's bothered, I have not done this, but if you were the type who wanted to tell the rangers that someone was being a bother, you could. I haven't run into the situation where I felt compelled to do that. The only time that I've had someone next to me who was partying hard, kind of late, was that trip last year that I took with Drew and Jesse and our friend Ilsham, the July trip that Jesse went home from. And that wasn't even that bad. And the reason that I didn't care as much that trip was because I was just with other adults and I was like, whatever, I don't care. Do what you want. With Calvin, if that happened, I probably wouldn't.
I don't think I would say anything to the Rangers, but I may have said something to those folks there. Okay, so 2 bags of beef. I'm gonna season these, salt, pepper, a little bit of garlic powder, and some flour, and then we will toss those in the Dutch oven. We're gonna cook those in the Dutch oven. And we're gonna take them out, cook the onions, and then we'll cook the beef. We'll put the beef back in, and then put all the liquid in there and let that simmer. While it's simmering, we'll get our potatoes and carrots and mushrooms ready. So I'm adding some pepper, adding some salt. And typically when I'm camping, so I was saying like, oh, I'm not going to do any prep on Tuesday, right? Typically, if I'm going to do a beef stew while I'm camping, I would do a bunch of prep ahead of time. I would have prepped all of those things that I just said, the onions, the carrots, the mushrooms. Certainly, I would have seasoned the beef. I would have sort of done all of that stuff. But the reason I like to do that ahead of time is because I am otherwise engaged with Calvin. And so, because I don't have him here this time to knead things, I was like, oh, I can just like cook the stew, and then while the beef is cooking, I can just prep the rest of the stuff. Like, of course. So typically I would prep a lot of this more in advance than I did today. But I didn't, and that's part of the goal. Part of the fun is actually doing it in the campsite sometimes. All right, so we're tossing the beef cubes with a bunch of flour, salt, pepper, making sure everything's coated. I didn't measure any of this. I don't think I need to. Heck yeah, broccoli, that's right. PA state parks are really good. Close to the New York border. South of the New York border. I've probably been there. If you remember the name of I'd love to know the name of the park if you don't mind sharing. I'm curious if it's a park I've been to. I'm trying to think of the ones down that way. Hickory Run, World's End is up that way. Tuscarora, I think. All right, so beef is ready. Beef is ready to fry, period, full stop. Onions are ready to fry. The only thing not ready to fry is my Dutch oven. So let's do that next. All right, we're gonna do some fire management now and like actually be doing campfire cooking. So let's do this. This is probably the best angle for this. Come on down. We're gonna lower. There we go. Yeah, that's good. You can see the little rock right there. Oh, do we hear that? Did you hear that? That was a woodpecker. That was a woodpecker. Definitely heard that one. Whoop. There it is. Interesting. That was cool. You heard it? Good. Good. Love that. I think one of the coolest parts about a Dutch oven is you can take the lid and flip it upside down and it just becomes a griddle. Okay, let's get some of these logs underneath of here. So we're just going to take some of these burning logs Oop. This is the part of the stream where I just circle around and around the campfire. I'm going to take some burning logs and put them over there, just like 2. And we'll start with that. That might be too much. It might not be enough, but I know that it's a start. So we're going to start with that. Let's get this on the fire. Whew. Oh, okay. I need to back this up just a little bit and change that angle so that the fire pit is more in the middle, because that's what we're doing now. Okay. And also, move this stuff down so you can see the sign too. Where the hell did those bay leaves roll? Oh my God, all the way under. There we go. There. Hashtag branding. Okay, what do I need? This is certainly not hot yet. Take that. I love when there's a rock nearby, or something that you can sit the lid on without having to sit it on the ground. That's always kind of nice. Smoky. Not hot yet, but that's okay. Put some oil in there, and we definitely have an angle situation happening. So I'm gonna move. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move this down like that, so that I am now gonna get, so frying, what I want is to fry the beef. Like, we're gonna fry this. So I wanna have some heat. Let's see, birch. Yeah, I'm looking for, now as suggested, I'm kind of looking for some pieces of harder wood that are gonna burn longer and burn into more coal than just burn up, because I want to get started. I'm going to get some additional wood started on the front of my fire pit, because if I don't keep wood going, we're not going to have any more. Okay, so let's try. No, I can still touch the bottom of that, and it's cool. So we do need to shovel some coals under there to make this, get this going a little easier. Promised Land, broccoli. Yeah, I know Promised Land. I've actually never been there. I've never been there myself, but I know it has a great reputation. I have a friend who keeps telling me I should go there, so that's a good vouch. So I'm just taking some of these coals out of the bottom here. We're going to drop these underneath. And get this Dutch oven a little hotter than it is. Ooh, ooh, I just touched the inside of my leg with that shovel. That was hot. Okay. That's okay. I also separate these logs just a little bit. Get some airflow. There we go.
Okay, better. I can still touch the bottom of this with my finger, so it's not hot. Not hot enough to fry meat in just yet. We're getting there. I'm trying to adjust the temperature slowly because I don't want this to peak a ton. I don't want this to like spike and get super hot. I'm trying to bring it up to temperature in a mindful way. So we're just moving some more coal from the front to the back here. All right. Nope, that's already too hot to touch. Great. Yeah, we don't want to do that. So because I'm trying to encourage these logs to burn down into coals, useful coals, I don't want a ton of flame if I can help it coming off of here. So what I'm going to do is take some of these new logs and just pack them in. So I'm sort of packing this front here, and I've got so that I have logs that are burning underneath that are sort of there's not going to be flames because there's not going to be enough air, but they will continue to smolder and make coals. And then the underside of these logs will catch. So when I need more coals, I'll basically like move these top logs and dig out underneath. I want one more little piece to plug that last little spot. What do we got here? This ought to do it. What are you? You look like an oak. Can't really tell. Ooh, that one has a nail in it. That's good. Okay. So we're looking pretty shimmery here. We're looking pretty shimmery. Yeah. At least one side of my Dutch oven this part is real hot on the inside because it's like next to that heat source. So I'm gonna toss the meat in here and we can start going. We're gonna do one bag first. How much bug spray do I have? None, Liz. None, actually. I am bug spray free at the moment. I don't love bug spray. I try to not use it if I don't have to. I have some, and I probably will end up putting some on. Okay. So I tossed some meat in there. These two logs that I think I pulled off here might not have been the best logs for this, but we'll see. Probably could have pulled off some better ones. I tossed a couple pieces of meat in there. I'm gonna let them maybe sizzle for a moment, get to that point where they are. Fellas, on the big screen, I'm honored. Honored. No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. All right, let's give this a little bit of, I'm gonna fan this a little bit, maybe get some extra heat underneath. While I fan it, I'm gonna put the lid on the Dutch oven because that will mean if I don't do that, it's gonna get all sorts of like ash inside of it. You could take a bath in it. You could certainly heat up your bath water in it, that's for sure. There we go. I think that I actually am going to end up doing this over a fire. Over like a fire with like flames and not coals. So this is pretty hot. All right, I should be getting up to temp in this thing now. Whew. John, how's it going? Hope you're good. Enjoy your lurk. Happy Thursday. It's Thursday, right? Trying here. Trying to remember. All right. Now, is the lid warm? The lid is cool in some spots, but that doesn't mean that this is not. Oh yeah. We're getting there. So I have these like test pieces in. Basically, the pieces in here are like popcorn. They're like the test pieces of popcorn that you put in the oil before you actually pop the popcorn. I feel like I still feel like I need more heat under there. I'm gonna grab another log from out under this smoldering pile and pop that in the middle. Let's see. What can I grab from under here that's hot? The hottest one. Yes. You. You seem ideal. Okay. And then let's actually, yeah, this is looking good. I'm gonna fan this in the front here until we do get some flames out of it. Because I'm starting to feel like maybe I want to do a flame fire or a flame cooking instead of the coals. And sometimes, so the other thing that I have in my head is like I could just do charcoal because I have charcoal, and if it ends up in that, if this ends up not working the way I want it to because of whatever the reason, then we are just going to do that. I'll just dump the charcoal in. There we go. Okay, had a little flame there for a second. So the piece that I just pulled out to put underneath there is my original birch log that I put in the bottom of the fire when I was starting it. So it is hot, and it is definitely dry, and definitely like might be catch on fire worthy. We'll see. So the fun thing about cooking on a campfire is constantly managing the fire, worrying about the fire, thinking about the fire, thinking about the heat, thinking about the coals, thinking about, do I have enough coals to finish the meal? Do I have enough heat to cook the meat? Do I have enough flame? Is there a spot on the fire that is cooler than the other spots that I can put my Dutch oven if I need to move it to somewhere that's not super warm? So always kind of a lot to consider. And I'm just we're going to settle in at some point here to either a flame cooking or coals. I feel like the coals are coming along under here. They're just taking a little longer to settle in. It is Thursday in our neck of the woods. Good. Well, Pinion, welcome in. Yeah, it burns into ash really quickly. I tossed some of the larger hardwood. I tossed some hardwood logs on here just most recently. Okay, I hear sizzling now. So we are starting to get to a hot point, and I actually see bubbles on my meat now. So that means that there's enough heat to put the rest of these in. Whew. I don't think that's what they meant when they said that you could have a smoky eye. Oop, this side of the fire. Okay. So let's get these soaked and cooked. You know what I'm going to do? I feel like I want to just put these right on. I feel like I want to put these like on the coals. That way they will just heat up. Because what I'm trying to do is sear the meat. And I want it to be hotter than it is in the Dutch oven right now. So I think I'm going to adjust here. And we're going to try something a little different. Because I know I have a lot of coals underneath of here. I think what I'm going to do is just take this top wood off and maybe put the Dutch oven just like directly on there. Because it's not cooking, it's not searing as fast as I want it to. It's not getting hot. I see bubbles on my meat, right? Smoke follows beauty, it does. And I'm trying to avoid it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Is that hot? Yes, it is. When I say I'm going to put it right on the coals, what I mean is I'm going to put it over the coals via the tripod. Okay, where are those gloves? There they are. And maybe let me just change plans. Change of plans here. I think we're going to cook this on the tripod, and I'm going to stack logs in the back like this so that I have like a smoldering fresh log pile. And then I can keep this front part, I can pull coals out and raise and lower the tripod height based on the heat that I have available. So I think that might be the right move. Again, we're just adjusting. This is a campfire. It's not consistently heated in one spot or another. So we have a large amount of coal under here now. So let's do this. There. Now, we're directly over those coals. And now we're sizzling. Okay. Okay, cool. Now that means I have to change my fire plan from what I just thought, but that's okay. Plans change. We adjust. I'm no pioneer woman, Broccoli says. Yeah, well that camping, the Coleman stove is great. That's what I got on the other, that's what I got on the table over there is the Coleman stove. Yeah, we're sizzling now. And you know what? I got enough space in here. I can probably dump that other bag in. Because I don't really care if this gets like crowded or not. I'm sort of like... There we go. Beautiful. Is that sizzling coming through? I wonder. Should be. If you can hear the birds, you can probably hear the sizzling. Jane, that's amazing. I love that. And you know what's wild is like I'm the friend who's like, okay, you want to do it? Let's make plans. Like, I got you. Like, we're gonna like, I got you. I'll just do it. Like, it's going to be great. You're going to have a great time. I hope you have a great time. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. The other important thing for Dutch oven cooking is a glove, so you can zhuzh the pot around while you're working. Woodpecker. That's probably a pileated woodpecker. The red ones, those are usually the ones that are in this area. Yeah, this is going great. I'm searing it, Broccoli. I'm just cooking it off briefly before adding it to adding the liquid. So all I'm doing right now is, yeah, I'm searing for taste and kind of caramelization. So I'm going to do this batch. This is the first bag. We'll do this batch, and then we'll do the other bag, and then we'll add the aromatics, the onion, and cook those, and then we'll add the liquids. He's the homie. Short hikes are okay, day trips are not. Yeah. I always, you gotta take your people into account. But don't drag me on a long hike. What I really want you to do is cook for me in the campsite over the campfire for 4 hours while I sit in a chair and we catch up and we talk. That's what I want. All right. So this is looking good. This is where I want it to be. We'll take this out. And I'm just going to sit that right on the ground because camping. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, it took a little bit, but now we're ripping. This is good. Actually, probably want this to be a little higher up, so I might adjust the height here for this next batch because this is now pretty hot. Yeah, I don't want to cook it all the way through here. I just want to season it, get it browned. And then I'm going to leave it right there. I'm going to raise this up like 2 notches. 1, 2. Add a little bit more oil to it. Read, talk about the plot of Sinners. I hear that's good. I haven't seen it yet. Terrible dad jokes. It sounds great, Jane. Good friend to be in touch with. I love those out-of-town friends. The ones who you connect with every so often, who you're just like, yeah, it's great. I'm glad, maybe you talk on the phone every couple of weeks for a little bit here and there. But then when you get the chance to catch up, it's like, oh, it's so nice. I have a couple of friends like that who it's like I don't see very often, but then when I do see them, it's like, oh, it's quality. It's quality. It's what you want. All right. So this batch should go quite a bit quicker than the last one. And I've I noted this last night, but I'm also noting it today, that for the most part, the smoke is going in the same direction, in that direction. So hopefully that stays like it is, because that's real convenient. Break these pieces up here. Oh, some of these are big chunks. Oh no, they're not. No, it's just stuck together. Okay. Yeah, we're doing good. And this is all going to come together in this same Dutch oven. So once this part's finished, it's sort of a long, slow simmer, ideally. Getting all that liquid in here up to temperature, we'll do that in the same. We'll do that at the same spot here. Broccoli, that's funny. It's the pileateds are the only ones that I can I know by I can sight ID. Those are the easy ones. They're red. They're larger too. All right, so this part is sort of the most hands-on part of this process is the meat part. And again, I'm just browning this sort of. I want to brown it on all sides, but if I miss one or two, and those one or two only get browned on one side, that's okay. It's all good. Ooh, I'm sweaty. I am sweaty. I need another beverage. What do I want? I'm gonna do another of these Sierra Nevada non-alcoholic beers. I have a couple NA spirits in there. A vermouth alternative, a Campari alternative. All right, this looks great. It's pretty brown here. We get another plate. We'll take these out of here, and then we'll deglaze with some onions and liquid. Actually, I probably need 2 plates. All right, I just used all the plates that I got out earlier to cut up all the vegetables. Well, I think what would be better here is if I just used one of those metal chafing dishes, but I'm a little bit beyond that now. All I can hear is sizzling. I heard a woodpecker very distantly back there doing its thing. Whoop. 1 beef cube down. Oh well. Lose 1 or 2. It's typical. We're outside. What are you gonna do? Okay. And we're almost there. Still pretty hot here, and my logs in the back are really starting to smoke now. I've got little flame. I can see like little flames all throughout those, so that's good because once I need some more coals for underneath of that, we'll be ready to go. All right, inside of this looks good. We're ready. Always be camping. True. My mom has a bird collar on, comments says. Broccoli, that's cool. I enjoy birds, but I don't have a good sense of their like their various calls. I had thought that it would be fun to do a redeem, not a redeem. I guess I was like, how could we incorporate like bird identification into stream? I was like, oh, if you clip something and like use the Audubon bird app to identify the bird, like what could we do something fun with that? That seemed a little bit too intense, if I'm being honest. Okay, so we got the onions in here. We're gonna saute these onions for just a minute, maybe 2. I'm gonna deglaze the pan with a little red wine vinegar and red wine and some non-alcoholic beer. And then we're going to toss the beef back in along with all of the liquid, and we're going to start simmering this. And that's going to be what's in this pan for the next hour or 2. Will be simmering beef. I'm scraping the bottom of the pan right now, getting up all that stuff, scraping the sides. Yeah. Good. A lot of onion. 3 onions worth of diced onion. I guess I can toss this little beef cube in the fire. R.I.P. beef cube. Dude Mesa, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, wow. All right, so that's simmering. Let me get one of those NA Guinnesses from my little drink cooler. Maybe 2 of those might be good. Oh, we'll just go with 1 for now and see how much beef broth takes up. Okay, yeah, we'll just do 1 for now. So, a little bit of NA Guinness, a bit of, that's weird. There we go. Finches, the Finchleys. That's cute. They sound like the sound of a red-tailed hawk. Yeah, the some animals that I know, like, I know a fox when I hear one. That one sounds like a child screaming. It's really disconcerting. Like, genuinely disconcerting. But birds, I don't know. I don't know any of the birds. But go birds. Because Phillies, or Eagles. Not Phillies. Phillies are not the same. They are a Philly team. That's true. Okay. I also need a bit of red wine vinegar and red cooking wine. We're just gonna deglaze the pan with some like caustic stuff, and then we're gonna dump the beef right back into it from there. But Lou, it's a Dutch oven. Won't you ruin the seasoning if you deglaze it with vinegar? No. No, it's fine. It will be okay. I promise. Have done it before. We'll do it again. All right, let's get this pan deglazed and get our liquid starting. We're gonna do a little bit of red wine vinegar, splash of that, splash of red cooking wine, give that a stir. High-pitched bark, totally. I remember when I say go birds, it's in reference to the St. Louis Cardinals. When I say go birds, it's a reference to the Philadelphia Eagles. But don't mistake me for a sports fan. I just live there. All right, that liquid is already boiling. Take our Guinness, pour that in. Take a sip of that. Now this is also already boiling. So before we add more liquid, I'm going to put my beef back in. Make sure there's no like little bugs that have crawled onto here. Seeing none, I will safely deposit that. Same. All right. Well, the beef part of the beef stew is underway. Now we're gonna
bring this to a simmer. I'm going to add a bunch more liquid than is in here, though. I'm going to fill this pot a little more than halfway with liquid, I would say. And then we're going to put the lid on it and let it simmer. Okay, toss these plates though, because these had beef and beef blood on them. We don't want those anymore. So we've got 4 containers of beef broth. Now, some of these are unsalted and some of these are reduced sodium, so this is going to need a little bit of salt in it. Well, good. That worked out. This is, you can tell this is hot because this is already simmering, or like starting to, I can see the little lines, little bubbles, not lines, little bubbles coming up. It's getting wispy too, so wild. Yeah, this pot must be quite hot, which is a good thing. After the struggle of actually bringing it up to temperature at the beginning of the whole process, I think we've landed on something that is going to work now for the rest of the cooking, which is great. Okay, I'm going to put one more of these beef broth containers in here. Mix, welcome. Hello. Mix, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. We're trying. Set and setting. You got to make it look nice, right? Okay, so that should be enough. Now, looking over at the table at sort of all the vegetables. When I put the vegetables in here, this is going to be like up to the top. So I think that's good as it is. We're going to let this cook now for a while. I've cooked my beef in there. So right in this pot right now is beef and onion. I'm going to add a few more herbs and spices to this, bay leaf and some other Aleppo pepper, salt, regular pepper. But then we're going to just let this simmer. So let's get those. Let's get those out. Now let's get those in. Robo, not an all-around sports fan. I am a baseball fan. That's valid. I enjoy baseball. I listen to baseball on the radio regularly. But I don't have like I don't have a rooting interest. I'm not a, I don't have like a team that's going to make or break my emotional landscape, right? I root for the Phillies because I live in Philadelphia and I like when my hometown team wins. I root for the Orioles because I grew up listening to Orioles games on the radio, so I have like a sort of long-form association with the Orioles. But I don't care if either of them win. I can't tell you their record, and I cannot name a player on their team. I can name like a few Phillies, and maybe like 1 or 2 Orioles. Maybe. Like Bryce Harper is on the Phillies, and then there's like another guy or 2. And then the Orioles, there's the guy who's the catcher, Aldis Adley, something like that. But like, yeah, I don't know any of the names of the people. I just like, the games are just kind of enjoyable. They're a good thing to have on in the background, is how I see it. Aldis Adley. His kid's name's Adley. That's right. Aldis. Who am I talking about? Okay, let me give this a stir. This is definitely starting to heat up already. I've got little wisps of steam coming off. So I'm gonna let this, I'm gonna cover this. We're gonna cover this and just let that go. When I look over and it's got like steam shooting out the sides, we'll readjust and make it a bit more, maybe higher up. We'll make some changes if we need to. But for now, I'm gonna put the lid on it. I'm gonna put the lid on it, and then I'm gonna adjust my my wood in the back here. Nope. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna adjust the wood a little bit because the wood is burning, like it's got some flame coming off of it, and that's good. But I want to kind of like rotate it a little bit and push it down so it maybe has a little less flame, if possible. Big if true. I'm gonna add, got some of these like little pieces. We'll just toss those on top. I'm also like trying to keep the flame from being directly on the Dutch oven on the outside, because then it gets scorched in one area and that's not good. So I'm going to end up raising this up quite a bit as we go on, because it will get very hot. So even now, I bet you that this is probably too low. Too low in the long run. I could also just continuously rotate it like that. Like if I rotate it every few minutes and get like the hot side toward the fire and keep changing the rotation, that's also good. That's a good reason to use one of these tripods too instead. Grill Terminator, it's going great. So where I am at now is I have my beef broth, seasonings, and onion in the Dutch oven. That's going to give this lid a little lift and check. I might already be simmering. If this is already simmering, even after that short amount of time, it's not. Okay, but it is steaming, so we're good. We're just gonna let that go. I'm gonna let that come up to temp. Now I could certainly put that on top of this if I wanted to, and boil it in a matter of seconds. I don't really want to do that. But what I want to do is test out the new gear. Wouldn't that be fun? I love testing out new gear. Let's see. Whoa, that was extremely hot. Do I want to move this? I don't really think I want to move it. I think what I do want to do though is maybe take one of those pieces that I just put on top here and move that underneath. There we go. I've got like some like little pieces that have flames on them. Perfect. Okay, that'll be great. Now those will die down. The flames will die off of those and they'll smolder a little bit. Let's kind of push the charcoal that's in, consolidate the charcoal underneath of this thing a little bit, and then we're going to start a timer, essentially. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I've got my sort of fire management tool section over here. I don't need any more olive oil. That's done. We're not sizzling anything anymore. And let's get my Okay, we're going to start the next piece of this process, but first we're going to take a look at the battery. Oh, we're at 0. Perfect. Okay. Encoder is going. Camera is okay. Need to switch out the battery. So let's switch out our battery so we stay on. Things stay staying on. And then while I'm doing that, the next I'm gonna run up. Switch. Okay, there's the new battery. There's a charging cable. I want to charge that battery that I was using just there in case I need it later. So let's get a charging cable for that. And in a little bit, not right now. Actually, yeah, well, why not? Why not right now? Doesn't seem unreasonable to do it now. I'm gonna go plug that other battery in. And that way, we will definitely have a lot of time. Okay, first though, I want to start a timer because if I start a timer, I'll know how long, not a timer, stopwatch. There we go, start. Okay, so I don't have a basic like, I didn't start it when I really put it on there, but it'll be okay. It's only a couple minutes difference, and in the course of like a 2-hour thing, it's all right. Okay, so charging. We're back. We're charging. We are charging. Are we charging? Maybe. It seems like that one's not, but this one is. Okay. It'll charge eventually. Let's see. Do I need to move this to a different port? Working on it. Nope. Well, why that one's not charging currently, I don't know, but maybe it cycles on and off, and if that's the case, that's okay. It's at 97, so it's been plugged in. Oh, there it goes. All right, we did it. We did it. Yay. Alrighty. Oh, golly. Avo, welcome. Samikin, welcome. Hello. Good to have y'all. Is there someone in that campsite? I'm trying to scope out whether or not someone's in the campsite that I was like, oh, I could use this to charge my thing. Okay, I think what we're gonna do, so I'm gonna take like a real quick walk up there and maybe plug that battery in if I can. There's a couple campsites nearby that are, there's a couple campsites nearby that are unoccupied and also have electric. So I'm gonna walk up there real quick. It's only take about a minute or two. I'm not gonna put the BRB screen on. Okay, question. Would y'all prefer that I put the BRB screen on with clips, or would you prefer that we just have like this view for just a minute or two? Is there a preference? I don't have a preference. I'd probably just leave it like this. But if anyone's like, clips please, then don't forget to we're gonna try. I'm just gonna walk. I'm over here talking. I left my microphone over here. I don't know if y'all heard any of that. This is fine. Okay, good. All right. Okay, I will be right back. We're gonna. I'm just gonna walk up there and take my extra battery and plug that in, so that I have power later if I want it. Okay, so we'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Here it is.
This is definitely one of those things that you can just put on the TV. One of those 7-hour-long YouTube videos. That's like, I just had the idea. I just had the thought. It'd be really nice to have like a campsite, sun up to sundown. That'd be fun. We're back. Purple Unity, welcome in. Softy, hello. We got the light filtering through. Things are looking nice. Things are looking really nice right now. Scrolling Amazon, listening to birds. Sounds kind of great, actually. I'm gonna check this stew. We're definitely simmering. I don't know if you can see how the edge of this pot has like steam like blasting out of it. But this is boiling. Like this is at probably a rolling rapid boil, if I'm guessing. Oh yeah, that's hot AF. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. So we're gonna stir this and then we're going to raise this up. Wow. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. Let's get in here. Whoa. Hold on. I just there we go. Better. Okay, let's get this. J Guy, welcome in. New York strip. What you marinating it in? I love the New York strip steak. I almost bought steak for myself to eat dinner last night. I haven't had a steak, like a proper. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to go 4 up. I haven't had a proper steak in years, like literally years. I almost bought one yesterday to grill over the fire. And if I'm being real honest, I'm glad I didn't because it was raining last night. And like, I set camp up, I didn't get my fire going until like late. And I made dinner on the stove. But, okay, this is still probably too hot. So let's get as high as I can. Teehee. And that should be good. Now, we may lower that back down, but I feel like I want to let that one run for a little bit, kind of as it is. The steam coming out of the edge of it is not as forceful. It's not coming out like a steam whistle anymore. It's coming out like just coming out. It's coming out. So let's let that kind of heat maybe dissipate for a second. This is wicked hot though. I mean, it's still, with all this surface area, this is still boiling. Like, and that's simmering. That's a good, like, simmer right there. I don't know how, can y'all see that? Can you see the simmer on that? Or is it not quite visible? There we go. Now I'm sure you can see that. Yeah, actually, we'll leave it right there. That's a good one. I think I want this to be a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher than it is. So at this point, I'm going to raise the tripod itself. I want to do that after we put the lid back on. to prevent sloshing. Okay, now I'm going to hold the Dutch oven. In case this thing collapses, I will still have a hand on it. Let's see, raise on this side. Whew. I might not have any hair on the inside of my legs anymore. Holy shit, that fire is hot. And then raise that way. Okay, that's good. Now I'm going to move the whole thing forward so it's not over. Nope, that's not going to work. You go back. There we go. All right. Now, looking at that steam coming out the edge again. All I'm looking for right now, I want this to simmer for an hour, right? What I don't want to happen is I don't want it to be at a rapid boil for that whole time. So I think what I'm going to do, the heat builds up really quickly in here as soon as I put the lid on. So I think I'm going to crack the lid off to the side just a little bit and let some of the steam escape intentionally. And this is about as high as I can get this fire. I'm going to also move those logs back a little bit so that it doesn't have as much heat from the center. And yeah, and then we're just going to let this go for a while. Oh, holy shit, the inside of my fucking legs is red because I was standing, like when I was standing that close to it, moving it, it just, oh, hold on, we've hit a problem. No, we haven't. Okay. I was like, is this too narrow to get the lid in now? That would be bad. Okay, I still want this to be a little farther this way. So I'm going to walk you here. And I'm going to walk you here. And you here. Okay. That is plenty hot. Hold on. Nope, bad angle. Whoa, sinking into the ground. Hold on. Ground is soft. Ground is soft. Oh. I can't tell if that's... These things are funny. This is a nice... I like this tripod because it is so adjustable like this, but you gotta hit like the right... You gotta hit the right positioning of each leg separately, and you can get it like right over the perfect spot on the fire, which I think we have. Okay, now, so I want to crack the lid on this just a little bit, so like barely. Keep it from building up too much heat. How are we doing? We're simmering? Yeah, now we're at like a nice, like little bubbles, a little bubble simmer. That's what I'm at. Hey, look, this looks like an advertisement for Lodge. Do we have a friend? We have a friend who's like arriving on the lens of the camera. If you see something moving across the screen, like a big blotch, it's some sort of like caterpillar nymph thing. We're just gonna let that happen though, because when you touch them, they just turn into liquid. They have no protection at all whatsoever. And I don't want there to be caterpillar nymph all over the lens that I then have to clean. So maybe it'll go away. There's been a couple of them on the edge of the, on and around the camera kind of all day. Okay. So again, I'm just gonna put like one burning log underneath of this.
and I can hear it. You can actually like hear the bubbling. This is the part where I drop my microphone or it melts. Okay. So that's just going now. We're at a good, this is at a good place. Oh, I wanted to move some logs to the other side. That's okay. I will do that. Let me do that. Because that's, into the, this is where the smoke goes. This is like the spot where there's smoke. So I'm gonna kind of, there's like a ton of heat right here in the middle, and I kind of want to like maybe block this up just a little bit because I want most of the heat coming from underneath, not from one side. So I don't want it to be like burned on one side. Okay, we're getting there. Our caterpillar friend has departed. I don't see them anymore. So, oh no, there they are. They're on the. They've moved to other sections of the camera. Yeah. Okay, this looks good. All right, stop, Lou, stop messing with it. Stop messing with it. You're gonna mess it up if you keep messing with it. Okay. All right, we have some vegetables to prep because in about an hour, we're gonna put those vegetables in that pot. So let's do that now. We'll come back over to the table where we were so briefly earlier. Lurking and watching. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am just doing my thing too. This is definitely typical camp afternoon behavior. Just messing with the fire, cooking something slowly. Okay. You know what? I can do, I think the light is better right here. I'm just going to sit here and I'll put the cutting board on this and just chop on this thing. I don't really want to move the camera back under the table, under the tarp here yet. Oh yeah, that's stable enough. Plenty. And then the vegetables, I am just going to learn from my previous situation, and I am just going to go ahead and put those in a metal container. So we'll just put those like in a chafing container here. Potatoes, mushrooms, carrots. Nothing really gets seasoned ahead of time. So, cool. Grab another metal bin. These are the most handy thing for cooking at a camp is this metal, these little metal bins. Okay, wait, this is the small cutting board. I don't want this one. I want the one with the knife on it. There's the one with the knife on it. Let's bring you all over here too. Okay. So we're going to just let this cook. I can hear it bubbling away. Fire's going.
I don't need to add any more wood on it yet. If I add fresh wood on that, it's just going to make it flame up more, and I don't really want that. It's at a good spot with like coal. It's coal right now. We're moving towards being coal. So I feel good. I feel good about where we are in general. So we're gonna get started and cut up all the vegetables. So I was gonna do this I usually would do this at the table, but like, I kind of like being by the fire. It's nicer. I don't know. I get to like sit near this thing. It's not often that I cook like a stew. Usually when I'm cooking on the fire, I'm grilling, which is very different. You sort of like buy it the whole time and you manage it and then it's done. But I didn't want to grill today because lately my grilling has been less than successful. I've burned quite a few things recently and it's just been like annoying. So I'm taking a little reprieve from like campfire grilling. Alley Cat, welcome in. Welcome in. So I'm just gonna cut up some potatoes. I don't know if I'll cut up this whole bag, but I'll cut up some big like stew-sized chunk potatoes. And toss those in maybe an hour from now. We'll see. Once the beef is cooked and like starting to fall apart is when I like to put the vegetables in, because I like the beef to be really soft, like really, 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 really soft. I don't really care if the beef is falling apart, literally falling apart. That's almost better. Nice sunset today is 20:13 p.m. So we have an hour and 45 minutes. So we're going along pretty well. This is should probably take about an hour to cook that beef to where I want it to be. And then another 30 minutes for the vegetables. The birds are really all in today. This time of day. I was thinking we might see a deer in the area like behind me, because it's a little bit open. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. More likely we'd see a person walk by, because there's a trail right there. I'm trying to match the number of ingredients, the rest of this, to how much volume I think is in the pot. So I don't want to have a bunch of left vegetables that I can't put in, because then it'll overflow. I think maybe 3 more potatoes in that bag. I might end up doing all of those. Pretty good. Potatoes. You want more potatoes or carrots? If I save those 3 potatoes, that's enough saving 3 potatoes, if you're not baking them, is enough to like make something out of. It's like one, for my house it is, it's like 1 potato per person. You know, if I was to like make mashed potatoes, it would be like the perfect serving amount. So I'm gonna save those. Let's get started on these carrots. Let's keep those 3 carrots, and we'll cut up these, because this is like a big container, and these are multicolored, which is lovely. Oh, just got splashed. I think I'm just going to cut these the same way. I'm just going to cut these into like same size chunks by rolling the carrot around and doing odd sizes that are all roughly the same. There's a name for that technique. I forget what it is. I don't know if I knew it ever. I feel like I heard it at one point and then it just kind of went out of my head. But there's some specific name for it. Let's see, the carrots take the longest to cook. So I'm going to put those to one side. And then the potatoes and mushrooms I'll put in at the same time. Those are only going to take like 20 minutes tops. Probably not even. So we already put the beef in. Just letting that simmer. These are pretty. Jane, I know. I don't want to talk. You know how you're supposed to talk? People are you're always gotta keep up the patter, keep up the pace, whatever. It's kind of nice to just sit and listen to it. How many different ways can I say, this is how I'm chopping all these carrots? Can still hear it simmering. I don't need to check it. "12 whips." Dan, thank you. Almost there. Just going to fill up this chafing dish with vegetables. I think that's the plan. I know the phone decided to take a dive. Well, got bounced off. Okay, I feel like yeah. I feel like that's about the same amount of vegetables as beef. I'm trying to like just make the ratio roughly similar. I think that's probably good. I'm gonna cut up one more carrot. Yeah. Insane day at work. I'm sorry to hear that. It does happen. That was my stomach. That was my stomach. Wow. I don't know if you could hear that or not, but that was loud. Oh my God. Lizzie, welcome in. Liz, we are still prepping dinner a little bit. We have stuff in the pot. Lizzie, welcome in. Scariel, welcome in. Sweet treats from the Chaos Kitchen. Amazing. Well, thank you for bringing friends. Link, hello. Joe, welcome. Good to see you, Joe. Charcoal Dragon, hello. Good day. We are camping. Lizzie, how are you doing? I know you're still. Are you fully back now? Are you 100%? Wait, I know this guy. What's up, Joe? Liz, we're doing beef stew. So let me catch you all up. Let me catch you all up on what we're doing here. Oh, there's no menu. There's no menu command today. I should have had a menu command. Maybe I did. I don't know. I forget. Jane, I am here. I was here last night. I came and sat up last night, and I'll be here tonight, and then I'm going to go home tomorrow. So it's just like a weekend trip, but during the midweek. Cyborg, I hung up the flags. Those are mine, and they come with me on every trip. They are always, they're always in my bag. I don't always hang them up. Sometimes whatever. Sometimes time gets away, and then if it's like Saturday afternoon on a weekend trip, like I won't. But welcome in, y'all. I'm exhausted from it being 1,000,000 degrees in my kitchen. Fair. Very fair. Midweek weekend trip. Yeah. And I mean, so Jane, like I was here, I'm not here, like I was here to stream. Like I came here for the purpose of doing like a camping stream. I don't otherwise generally go midweek. When I take Calvin camping, we're always camping on the weekends. So, but I will say, Gwen said this was a little easier for her time-wise. Sorry, just getting bag sounds. Yeah, my partner said it was a little easier for her time-wise because she has less childcare obligations during that time. He's in school today and tomorrow. And also, campsites are way easier to reserve on weekdays. There's like no one here. There's a couple people here. There's a few occupied sites, but not that many. Welcome. Gonna lurk and clean my crazy kitchen. I very much know that feeling. I hope it is an easy cleanup for you. Good luck. Welcome, but thank you for bringing friends. Let me introduce myself. y'all, it's nice to meet you. My name's Lou. This stream is typically a food stream. Sometimes we're obviously outside. Sometimes, most of the time, we're in the kitchen, my home kitchen. I do meals for myself, my partner, and our son. Usually stream about twice a week. Tuesdays and Thursdays have been the most recent schedule. And today we're camping. I go camping regularly. It's a big part of my general activity time budget. So I have been doing trip preps on stream for years and decided to take y'all along. So welcome. Yeah, Jane, the midweek, I was like, oh, midweek, you know, I guess I could do midweek. That seems like whatever. And I was like, you know, I'd been looking at weekend campsites and was like, oh, this is really hard. But like, as soon as I kind of got the idea, oh yeah, I should do this in the middle of the week on like the normal day that I stream. Like I'm usually streaming on Thursday at this time. So like, why not just do it now? I was looking at this campsites and I was like, oh, this is way better. This is way better. So I foresee more such things on Thursdays, but not in July, and probably not in August, because it is hot, and I do not enjoy it. But this is an easy thing for me. Like going camping is easy. I do this regularly, but like if I wanted to do camping streams only and exclusively on the weekends, it would be hard to do that because I often have like a lot of weekend plans. I am using I'm using a live view encoder, and I'm using IRL Toolkit as my cloud OBS instance. My goal is to not use IRL Toolkit, and it's nothing against their service. It's that it costs money, so I'd like to not have to pay for it. So I'd like to set up a home server, but right now, I'm going to IRL Toolkit and using a live view encoder. That's the current setup. Okay, so mushrooms are looking good. After this, we're going to check the stew. I see I've still got steam coming off of there. I feel like the stew is not simmering anymore. I feel like it's just like warm now, so we're going to adjust the temperature for that. That's not a problem. It's still quite hot in there, and the beef is still just cooking along nicely, I imagine. Okay, let's get these last couple done, and then we will check the stew. 2 more mushrooms. 1, 2. But yeah, the IRL setup I wanted to do, like that was the reason for getting it, was to be able to do camping streams and stuff like that. Mainly camping and like hiking, which we're doing both today. But doing this stuff in the city, the IRL stuff in the city, has been fun. I didn't like anticipate doing that, but I also, if I want to like justify the operational cost, I need to like use it more. So that's the goal. Just keep using it regularly. Okay, vegetables are ready. I feel like that's going to be a lot for overflowing, so we're going to keep an eye on it. Okay, throw this out. This and this can all go back to the table. Am I cutting anything else? No, I am not. Okay. I was going to make Brussels sprouts, and now I'm not. I lost motivation to make them. And I'm like, there's a lot of beef stew. I'm just going to eat that. I don't need to have Brussels sprouts also. Okay, so what is going to be able to be packed? What's getting packed up? I'm going to do, these gets packed, this gets packed. I'm going to need more salt and pepper. Knife can get wiped off and put away. Cutting board can get wiped off and goes in my dish pan. Whoop. And let's see. I really didn't use a lot of utensils so far today. And food stuff that needs to go back. That goes in a food stuff that needs to get returned goes also over here. That I should be able to fit in the box. That gets put away. That. Okay. Yeah, food is going to go back to the car. Let's check on the stew. That is next. That is my stomach. My stomach is screaming at me right now. Jay Bird, where's the hot dogs and burgers? I had bratwurst last night, or in some sort of. I forget the name of the sausage. It was spicy. It was quite good. All right. I stand corrected. The stew is still simmering. Perfect. This is looking good. Oh, shit. I'm supposed to skim this every once in a while, aren't I? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't care enough to do that. We're out in nature. I'm not skimming this. We're just going to let that... So we're just going to stir all that back in. Okay. Where are we with the beef? Let's take a piece out. Certainly it's cooked. That much I know. Oh, there's a bumblebee under here. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? So, is this soft yet? No. No, it's not really, not soft. This is not softened to a nice like stew meat yet. All right, I'm gonna try a piece of it though. That piece can go back in. No, not soft enough yet. All right, that actually, okay, couple things. That needs some salt. So, there's another spider. Oh yeah, I see the web. Hold on, that's probably a little distracting, so let's take that off. That's not gonna go away on its own. Yeah, that definitely needs some more time. I also need some more salt. I didn't try any of the liquid. So we're gonna put the lid kind of back on this instead of keeping it open. And I'm gonna let it boil a little hotter than it was. Or simmer a little hotter than it was simmering. But yeah, it definitely needs a little bit more time. The meat needs a little more time because I got some chunks that are bigger than that in here too. Let me see if I can pull up a really small chunk, like a really kind of that might be the smallest one. I feel like there was some really tiny ones in here. I'm curious where they've gotten to. Oh, that's a bay leaf. Let's get that back in. Okay, a little more heat under here. Oh, found one. It's gone. It's like a fish. Just jumped off the hook and never again. Oh, there's a tiny one. Just let that sit for a second. Okay, we'll put the lid back on. On, not just propped. And then let's adjust this fire just a little bit here and get it maybe a little more heat under there. Yeah, the bird sounds are fun. They're really active right now. This time of day. Let's get one of these. There we go. Oh, wait, under the thing. There we are. You can get a little air underneath of that. We'll probably maybe get a little tiny flame. We'll see. Ooh. If we get a flame, where's it going to be? Right in the middle. Had a little one, but it was not centered. That's okay. This thing is, fuck, that is hot. Wow, god damn, that is plenty hot. One of those cattle dries back in the day. That would have been fun. Yeah, that's good. That's plenty hot. And we should start seeing steam coming out the edge of this Dutch oven if that's hot enough. Looking good. Let's see. Looking good, so we're gonna fuck with it. Nope. I was trying to coax a little flame out of it. That's what I'm doing. But I'll stick with keeping it on the thing. Fellas, I would not worry about me hurting myself, honestly. All right, that small piece of beef was real good and probably only needed about 20 more minutes. But it was funny, when I was a kid, I worked at Boy Scout camp forever. That was one of the things that I taught. Did the outdoor skills area and taught like campfire cooking, map and compass, knife safety, rope work, like knots, that type of thing. Some things are still with me. Okay, Well, we're doing good. We just literally need to let this cook a little bit longer. We have an hour and 15 minutes until sunset. So I'm pretty happy with where we are time-wise, generally speaking. I'm gonna get myself another beverage. Maybe this time I'll do, I got a Campari like alternative I really like, and I have some tonic water. So I think I'm gonna make myself like a cocktail of sorts. Where's my mug? There it is. Okay. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna also like switch things up on the table here, and like clean up a little bit in these boxes that I've got. I've got to just kind of put stuff away now that I have the opportunity. All right, what can you even see back there? I'm not sure how much or how little. I guess you could see in that back. I was like, do I need to move the camera if I'm over here doing stuff? Would you prefer to get an up close and personal look at the woodpecker at the picnic table? Just gonna file some things and get ready for the next step. Okay, so I've got all my things here. Chilling by the fire. That's good. I can always move the camera, and when it gets a little darker, I'll probably move under here where there's some light anyway, at some point for a little bit. But I also, like I said, I brought lights with me, like to light the space. This is all going back to the car. No, I want to cut this bit. It's going to be our longest stream. Maybe. I don't even know. I have no idea how long I've been live for. 6 hours. Yeah, probably. Probably just like by default. Yes, I would say. Because I'm going to finish making dinner, and I'm going to eat it. I'll probably make a dessert or something like that, too. I figure it'll be dark when we end. Sorry, I don't figure that. I know it will be dark when we end today, because that food is barely going to be finished by the time it's dark. Or by the time the sun goes down. This can go back to the car. But it might be the longest. Or at least it might come close. The tortellini stream so far. That was like a nightmare. But not really. I had a good time, but like looking back on it, I was very disorganized. And sort of like, it was long because I was disorganized. Like, it needn't have been that long. But we're learning. These are lessons. Okay, all of this actually can go up here. This bag is good. I'll just take this plus this. All right, I'm gonna cut my bread up and put that in a little plastic bag because I vacuum sealed it. Oh God, I don't remember how long that one was either. That stream was probably 2 years ago at this point, maybe. And I'm pretty sure, I want to say it was like 10 or 11 hours. But it wasn't even like a variety. The thing is, see, what happened was I rolled all the tortellini individually. And it took forever. And at the end of it, I was like, I think I had over 100 tortellini. But knowing what I know now, I would probably be able to do that stream in a lot less time. I think that was the longest one. The New Year's Day this year might have been, that was like 9 hours, I think. I don't recall. It was long enough that I used both of my batteries for the IRL. So today I am charging the other battery right now. So it's currently re-upping. I'm going to have to charge the battery on this phone too. At some point, my microphone is going to go out, and that will be another point I have to switch over. I have another receiver I can use. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to check on that stew because I want to make sure that it's actually cooking and boiling. Then I'm going to take this stuff to the car, then come back, get myself another beverage, and probably fret over the stew a little bit more. I don't actually need to check that that's boiling because I can see the steam coming out the side quite a bit more than it was before. Yeah, that's definitely just ripping along in there. Okay, I don't need to open the lid on that. 7 hours and 34 minutes. Okay, yeah, and so if I cut out of that stream on YouTube, I edited the whole part where I went and got food. I took that out, and that was like over an hour. Because that wasn't really relevant it wasn't really relevant if you're looking on YouTube for mummers. It was relevant if you were like live and there, but I was like, I'm just going to take this out. Okay, I am also going to throw another log on the back in the fire because I'm starting to look at my coal situation here and realize I need to have some fresh availability. So let's get that done too. I keep sitting the phone down where like the chat is located, and I keep being like, where are you? Yeah, Bellis, I have I really want to get something like that. But oh wait, these aren't the fire gloves. I want to get something like a battery backup. I'm not sure yet, but I think too, I want to see in the sense of like, if I was to do this more like outdoorsy stuff, I would want to be able to go places that don't have, like here where I am, I can go plug a battery in, you know, but like I want to be able to go places maybe that don't have that capacity. So battery backup is definitely in mind. Whew. Okay. An older model. Energy one. Yeah, I've been thinking about it more. Because I was also like, you know, if I wanted to do like an all weekend thing, right? Like, I was here last night, but if I wanted to have, you know, if I wanted to have enough battery to do like a 2 or 3 day stream, that's not going to work with my current setup. Not somewhere where I can't recharge a battery. Okay, that looks good. Now, I said I wasn't going to check the stew, but I feel like I want to. I feel like I want to because it's not steaming as much as it was when it was boiling. So I just want to give a little peek. Give a little peek and see what's happening in there. And if I need to lower it, I might just do that at this point. How's this? Oh, we're boiling. No, we're doing good. We're doing good. While I have it, let's give it a stir. Take one of these out. So I think every time I open it, I'm just taking out a beef cube and then close it again. And try the beef cube, and if it's good, then we're ready for vegetables. Yeah, this is definitely like... There we go. Just trying to keep it hanging evenly. All right, where are you? On the rock. Okay. Mrs. Syntax, welcome. The birds are so soothing. I know. I promise you that it also feels like that in real life. I hear the birds. I hear sort of the soft sounds of other people in the campground going about their evening. All right, we finally got a little flame underneath of there. Beautiful. See, now that looks like a picture. I mean, it is a picture. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here for just a moment. I'm going to go up to the bathroom. I'm going to take this stuff to the car. I'm going to go up to the bathroom, and then I will be back. Question. I know that y'all are liking the ASMR, so I'm assuming that I'm just going to leave that on. But if anybody would prefer the BRB screen, actually, I think if anybody would prefer the BRB screen, perhaps you can just go to the clips page and enjoy them from there. Okay. We're gonna take just a little bit of a break. Oh my God. Okay, that beef is we're like 10 minutes. Maybe a little less. Maybe a little more. Probably a little more. From that being ready to go. All right, perfect. So, Let's do this. Let me check and see if I have any tech needs. Is my battery good? Battery's good. Encoder's charging. There is some sort of beetle crap on the camera itself, but it is charging. Battery on the mic. How's our microphone? How's our receiver doing? Oh, good. Receiver still has a good amount left on it. My battery does not. So let's get that. Oh wait, that's not in this backpack. Nothing's in this backpack. Okay. Okay, let me get my other battery kit. And then get my other battery kit. Or mic kit. Take the stuff to the car. Check on the other battery. And then that's it. Okay. Cool. We will be... I'm going to sit this microphone right here in the middle of the campsite. All right. Okay, and I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Probably 5 to 10. How we doing? I didn't want to intrude with loud noises. I figured it would be abrupt. But we're back. I've hit a little reset. Got some lights ready for when it gets dark. Went to the bathroom, washed my hands. Washed my hands like thoroughly. Checked on the battery that I'm charging. It's at 62%, which is great. It's really all I need. I left it up there anyway. Put all the stuff back in the car. Got the salad out. I forgot to get out earlier. I didn't forget, I just didn't get it out because it's salad. And then I came back down. And I got myself a little beverage. As specified before, a little like cocktail situation, mocktail. I prefer calling them non-alcoholic cocktails as opposed to mocktails. Just sounds more formal. Break was good. Just a little one. Ooh. Did we hear or see anything fascinating? I'm always curious what happens in the campsite when people leave and then their stuff is still here and the animals are like, what's this? But I figure the animals are mostly used to what's going on in this area and they'll probably just steer clear, except at night. I saw a skunk recently in this campground. That was kind of fun. All right, we're gonna check this stew. I'm pretty sure we're ready to add our vegetables here. 0 proofs. Okay, I can get down with that. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's good. We like that. We like that. All right, let's check on this. Which side? Where can I open this from? This side. Yeah, we're definitely simmering. Looking good. Let's get my bowl. So now I want to take a large piece of meat and see where that one's at. So I've been taking little ones out, and those were good, but I want to get like a chunky, a sizable piece. That one looks good. All right, I'm pretty sure we're ready to add vegetables here, but I'm gonna tell in just a second. I don't need the beef to be completely cooked or completely broken down yet, but I do want it to be well on its way. This is good. I've got plenty of coal underneath of here. If I need more coal, which I don't really, because this is just going along. I've got a little core, like a heart of fire on the inside of that. And then this is kind of shielded from the coals by those fresh logs I put on top. So, turned into a good little cooking fire, after all. I'm glad that I didn't force it when I was trying to get it to go on the grate. That would not have worked. What I'd really prefer is to cook outside of this ring, but I generally like to follow the rules. That's soft enough. Once I put vegetables in here and simmer this for another 30 minutes, it's going to be perfect. Okay. Good, as expected. So we're just going to grab the carrots. Carrots can come in first. Oh, smoke just got in my eye. So I'm going to add these. I'm going to add these by hand. One, I just washed my hands like just a few minutes ago, so that's good. And two, it's going to be quicker than adding them with the spoon. So I'm going to put these in, and then I'm going to add some more coal underneath of this because adding a bunch of cool things to it. So I want it to get back to simmering quickly. So I may add another little shovel full of coal. But I'm going to stir these in first. Oh, good. I was really worried about the volume of carrots here, and I was really worried about the volume of vegetables, and I feel like every time I worry about that with this particular Dutch oven, it's like, nah, don't worry. You got it. Like, I'm just adding carrots in here, and the liquid is like not even rising a little bit. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, stow away. I think that's it for the carrots. Potatoes and mushrooms we're going to wait on. I'm going to add a little more salt and pepper to this. And then we're going to stir it and put the lid back on. A little more salt. Basically, whenever I'm seasoning adding something new, I'm going to add a little bit more seasoning. Season as you go. A little bit of pepper. Stir. Stir, seal, and stoke the fire. Stir. Seal, sip, B is really working it. He's been hanging around all afternoon. Amber, welcome. Doing great. I'm doing great. Doing a little cooking today, over the fire cooking. My favorite type of, over the fire cooking I'd say is my second favorite type of cooking. My favorite type of cooking is someone else cooking for you. But after that, I like a campfire. Let's add some more coal underneath of this. So I'm just gonna kind of move my blocking, my barrier logs. Look at that, I'm gonna grab a shovel full of coal. I'm just gonna drop that there, maybe another. Pop these logs right back into place. And let them burn. And as they burn, they make more coal. And then we just pile new logs on top. But there we go. That's just about centered underneath of there. Break this up so it burns better. Same thing with you. There we go. Great. Now we got lots of heat right underneath. We should get back to simmering pretty soon. It's going to stabilize. You know what, I'm going to add that right on top there. No. No, it's probably hot enough just as it is. Okay. About 5 minutes, I'm going to be looking for steam to be coming out of there, and if it's not, then I'm going to make adjustments. Oh my. It does taste better, Silver Sparrow. I agree with you. I feel like it feels like more effort to cook it outside. And so it, like, the reward, it feels greater. At least that's how I see it. In my, like, thought, generally speaking. I'm like, you kind of work hard to make something outside, and then you enjoy it. And that's not to say you don't in the kitchen, but, like, you don't have to prep to, like, cook outside, like, come outside and be outside. In, like, a campsite, you have to do plenty of prep ahead of time. And that's the kind of, like, different type of satisfaction. There. More coal, please. All right. Yeah. Pretty hot. I don't know if that's hot enough to bring that back to a boil. Yeah, it's all red on the top, so this will be fine. That won't be good for that long. What's up, B? The flavor? Yeah, I've been dripping sweat into it all afternoon. It's extra salty. That's gross. I had it. I've been actually quite careful about that. I don't know. I just finished that tonic. Oh, okay. Well, whoa, B. B is very curious. You can feel the air from his wings. Say his, I don't, it's the B, it. It's so cool. That was right next to my face. Okay. Has it been 5 minutes? And are we getting any steam? Can't tell. Can't tell, and I don't know because I wasn't timing it. It's been on the heat now for 1 hour and 42 minutes, according to my timer. We hear the buzz. Yeah, these, like, anytime I walk in there, it's coming real close. It's kind of wild. So, we'll let this go for just a little bit more. It's just cooking. Actually, hold on. Off to the side. It's about 2 hours. It's 1 hour and 42 right now. And put the potatoes in like 5-10 minutes. And then this should be done. Just sunset is 2013, 8:13 p.m. Last light is probably 8:30. So a little under an hour till it's like dark here. And it does get dark. But it's cool. The sun is sun is just about done. Silver Sparrow, enjoy your lurk. I know what I want to do. I'm worried about those coals. I'll just lower the Dutch oven. Actually, it probably has been about 5 minutes now. I'm going to check to see if that's boiling yet. And if it is at like a ripping boil or something close, then we'll just let it go. It is not. It is not even quite simmering, so we are going to lower this until it is. I want to lower this just a little bit more. Okay. We are right over the coals now. So that should get moving. That should get moving in a hurry. I'll give it another minute and then we'll check it, because it was starting to simmer, and so if I added a lot more heat, it should get moving real quick here. Yeah. All right. That, I'm gonna check it. Yep, already starting to cook faster. Okay, so maybe up just a little bit from there. So let's get maybe this one. Okay. Good. Good. All right, 10 minutes, add the potatoes and mushrooms. Then like 20 minutes after that, we should be finished. Add the potatoes, add the mushrooms. Then we add more salt, more pepper, more coal, and then we're finished. Now there's 2 bees. Sounds like someone's running a chainsaw, but like very far away. He's really going at it over there. I forgot to turn the BRB text off. I'm back, in case there was any confusion. Almost done here. Beef stew takes a while, but it's good. Whoa, the bees are crazy. Jamie, hello. Jamie, I saw you say hi earlier. I was taking a little break. I came back and I saw that you had said hi. Good to see you. I am eating beef today. Yeah, beef is a sometimes, it's like an occasional food. I like beef stew. So it's one of the like indulgences that I have. The smell, reasonable. Yeah, it's not for everybody. I eat it infrequently. I probably have it once a year at least. I always make it. I don't ever sort of order it, but I don't like get it off of the menu, but I'll make it. I'll make it myself. Almost always at camp, like on a trip. I almost bought a steak last night, Jamie. I was in Wegmans and I was buying like dinner. I didn't plan for dinner for last night. I was like, I'll just stop at a store and like buy some hot dogs or something. Actually, in my head, I was like, I'm going to bring those hot dogs that I made for dinner for the family the other night. I was like, I'm just going to bring those with me. And then we ate them. And then I was like, whatever. But I was in Wegmans and I almost bought a steak I was like, I'm going to buy a steak and put it on the grill. I'm glad I didn't. I bought their pre-cooked sausage and I heated them in a pan and they were beautiful. Darlene on YouTube, yeah, bumblebees, this one's been buzzing around for hours now. And I'm not sure what the draw is, but they're way up here, and they're way up now. They've been under the tarp for a while. Yeah, so fluff. I enjoy beef stew. I would say it's a favorite when I make it, and because I enjoy the process too. I think that's a big part of it for me. Like I said, if I'm out at, if I go to like, I don't know, local Irish bar, I probably wouldn't order beef stew if they had it on the menu, even though I'm sure it's good. I'd probably get fish and chips. Oh, red wine sauce, yeah. I put some red cooking wine in here. I put red wine vinegar, and a Guinness in there. Twice a month. Steak in the summer, Jamie. Yeah, for sure. If you can just like go outside and heat the grill up and throw it on there, that makes a lot of sense to me. The summer, having the oven on or the stove on in the summer for any appreciable amount of time is awful. Never had it at a restaurant. Yeah, like I feel like I eat beef so infrequently, but like this particular thing is easy to cook, and it's nice. It's fun to cook like on a camping trip because you can just like use a Dutch oven. And also it's really flexible in terms of the meat. Like you just cook it and it's, you cook it for an extra hour, it's just softer. So no bad outcome. Angry Rook, welcome in. Steak and burgers, yeah. Well, the steak is anything that you like have in a pan like that. I know some folks who cook steak do it on in the stove because of like the smoke and the oil, which I think is probably the most reasonable way to do it. I guess you'd cook it in the broiler, but then your stove would just be like filled with oil and grease. All right, we're going to give this a stir. I'm going to add the potatoes, and then we're going to put the lid, potatoes and mushrooms, and then we're going to put the lid back on. And we're almost ready. I mean, once the potatoes are in, it's not too much longer. But that is ripping along. I bet you those carrots are pretty well off at this point. Hold on, I'm gonna give this a spin. This is the cooler side. I like to hold it in place. That side's been next to the fire, or next to the coals. All right, let's take a large carrot chunk, a chunky chunk, the chunkiest of chunks that I can find. God damn it, they're all about the same size. Who cut these carrots? They should, that's a joke, they all should be about the same size, that's the thing. Okay, we're gonna try a piece of beef and a carrot. Oh, where's that bowl? I moved it. Okay, piece of beef and a carrot. Let's just let that boil like that for a second. I have a little more liquid I could add to this if I wanted to, so I'm not worried about it boiling down too much. I have a whole other box of beef broth that is ready to add, or I could just add water. That would also be fine. Yeah, by the time the potatoes are done, those carrots will be perfect. Beautiful. They're pretty good now. The boys in my household are fussy. Jamie's like, this is the day that you're allowed to have burgers when I am in the house. Is that the only day that you'll cook them? Or is that the only day he's allowed to have them? I'm just imagining he's not allowed to eat hamburger at all during the year. You're just like, no, you come home and stink like burger. Not allowed. All right, potatoes are going in. Mushrooms are going in. Everything's in now. We're in. Again, salt, pepper, stir. Oh yeah, I could have added all the rest of those potatoes. I could have added all of the rest of those carrots. That would have been totally fine. All right, everything's looking great. Salt, pepper, stir. It's the only time I'll cook them in the house. Okay. I thought maybe he was just only allowed to eat hamburger on those days, full stop. I was like, now you have managed something amazing. All right, pepper. So I'm adding pepper and salt here in like the volume that I would add if I was seasoning these potatoes in a bowl with like some oil to roast them. That's kind of where my head is at. If I was like gonna pinch off salt for that amount of potatoes and mushrooms, like what would I do? That's what I would do. They do make a mess indoors. God, I think about that every time I'm like, let's deep fry something for stream. And I'm like, cool, let's degrade the air quality in my house immensely. I just need a better system for ventilation. All right, I'm gonna run to the car real quick and get that other thing of beef broth because this is good and it's looking really thick. Once this cools even a little bit, or it boils a little more, there's a lot of solids in here. Like there's solids top to bottom in here. So I'm gonna add a little bit more liquid just to keep it, when it simmers, just to keep it a little bit looser. So I'll run to the car, and get that other thing of broth. He would have divorced me if I ran burgers to once a year. I believe it. Well, that's why I was like, you are powerful, Jamie. That is some power you've got. You have it. Alrighty. This mic looks like it's about to die. I might just switch these over in a second. So I'm going to pour a little bit more beef broth in here just to loosen this up a little bit. And then we're going to stir. Actually, I don't need to stir that again. I'm just going to put the lid on and we'll get some new, fresher coal underneath it here also, and give that another 20 minutes and we will be good. So in that time I'm gonna get my, get my table ready. What else do I need to do? Bread's ready, salad's ready. I think that's it. Come on out here. It's gonna kind of lift the gate and get some fresh coal. And I'm gonna pop that gate right back. So this coal should take us through to the end. Should. There we go. So that's going to take a few moments to heat back up. I didn't use all of that broth, but I did use a bunch of it. Okay, this can go back over here. I'm definitely not going to use that. And then salt, probably finished with that. Spoon, oh, if I'm gonna have a salad, I need a fork for that. Yeah, so fluff. It doesn't matter what you do. I remember the one time when I was re-seasoning my cast iron pans in the house. That was stupid. Talking about smoke. Yeah, Jamie, once it's like on your clothes, and those clothes, even after you wash them, still smell. Like the kitchen towels that I have, like I know the ones that I've had grease on because they smell like grease. Cadoba made me smell like steamy tortillas. That's funny. Angry Rook asks, are you feeding an army? No, I am making enough for lots of people, but I am going to package it up at the end of the night. I'm going to let it cool for a little bit, and then we'll package it up and have, I have a cooler with ice in it that I brought to put the leftovers in. And so I'm going to take it home and freeze it so that there are like leftovers. That's the goal. That is the goal. Okay, I'm going to switch the microphone out. Mer, welcome in. Bevan Lee, hello, welcome. Yeah, while watching the movie Grease. That's possibly accurate. Matt, welcome in. All right, I switched the mic out. This one's not going to die. The base station will die. If the audio cuts out, it is because the base station has died at this point. And I guess I don't really need to plug that mic in because if the base station dies, I need to switch out which set I'm using. Okay. Cool. Let's check and see if that's simmering yet. Mer, thank you for the raid. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in, y'all. It's nice to have you. We are going to be eating dinner here pretty soon, pretty shortly. Welcome. We're making beef stew. That's what's on the fire right now. And I took a hike earlier today. We did some prep, but the stew is just a few minutes from being finished. So you are right on time. Angry Rook, I am here. I was here last night. I came in last night, set up a few things, went to bed, and I'll be here tonight. Like, I'm staying here tonight. So, 2 nights. It's basically one of my weekend campouts that I do so frequently, just midweek. So think about it that way. It's, if yesterday was Friday and today is Saturday, then we go home tomorrow. Valheim. I love it. I love it. What is that? Is that from Skyrim? Am I thinking of something else? Welcome in, y'all. Like I said, we're camping today. Typically, this is a kitchen stream. We do a lot of cooking on the stream. We're doing a lot of cooking today, of course, but usually I'm at home in the kitchen and making dinner. Still making dinner today. This is a normal stream time for me, so I was going to be like, I'm usually live these days, but I'm usually live right now. Today's a normal stream day, and this is a normal... If I was at home, I would be a little frantic right now because it is like 5 minutes after 8 p.m. and I would be like, shit, I gotta get dinner on the table. Like, it has to happen. But that's not how I'm feeling today, so that's a good thing. We are just a few minutes away from having beef stew. And it's good to see y'all. Charlene on YouTube asked if we're going to stream tomorrow morning for breakfast. I probably will not. I hadn't intended to. I'd intended to sort of do like a long form stream today, like start around noon, go until like 9 or 10 p.m. But no, I think tomorrow morning I will probably spend in silence. Because I don't usually get time out in the woods to like do, I'm usually with Calvin, my son, which is amazing, and I love it, and that's like a big reason of what I enjoy about camping is being with him. But I think, I will have tomorrow morning to sort of exist quietly, which I rarely get, so I'm probably going to do that. I had that last night too. Angry Rook, that sounds amazing. That sounds really, really cool. Dan, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Thank you. I do. I really do appreciate it. I've admitted this many times before, but I struggle with the financial side of streaming and being like, I'd like to make money off of it. I'd like to do more with it. But then knowing that there's also sort of the side that you have to do, I don't know, you have to like do more, I don't know, like I don't do meal redeems or like funny costumes or shit like that. I've talked about this on stream before, but I do, trying to do my own little thing, and I'm glad that people enjoy it. And I enjoy y'all's company too, because that's why I started streaming in the first place, was to talk to people. So, cool. It's always nice to have that happen. Oh, God. I'm going to let that go for just a little bit more. I think the potatoes can't be done yet. They cannot be done yet. Hold on, let me do this. I'm gonna feel the Dutch oven and I can feel if it's simmering or not. Oh yeah, that's definitely. That's definitely simmering. Confirm. Confirm. Okay, that's at a good simmer. I don't want that to be too, I'd like it to be maybe a little bit hotter, but I don't want to mess with it too much in this moment. Maybe I'll get one more little scoop of coal out from the hopper, and then that'll be it. Gotta open it up. It's like opening the door into the fucking gate of hell. Just get a little coal out. There, and you close the door. Oh, perfect. All right. Now we really just need to set up. I kind of want to eat at the table. It'll be easier to do that. I thought I lost the tonic from earlier, but I had just covered it with a towel. So object impermanence, it was gone. And I just looked at it again. I was like, oh, there it is. That's right. Oh, I forgot. I don't know when I put those potatoes in. It was less than 10 minutes ago. So they need at least 20. So we got a few minutes to go here. The sun will set in 3 minutes. 2 minutes according to the sunset chart that I looked at for today and this location. So we made it. We made it through the day today. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. This has definitely been relaxing experience so far. I feel it's interesting. I sort of like, just if I was going to go camping by myself, like what I did today would sort of be exactly what I would do if I was just alone. So it is kind of nice. I'm like, oh, y'all just come along. Y'all just come along. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for your support. Thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate it. That is very kind of you. Anonymous person who is certainly not anonymous in chat, but wishes to remain anonymous for their own reasons, and I can appreciate that too. And I appreciate your support. We're almost there, y'all. Can't put my mug down there because it will tip the whole thing. We're almost there. This morning I had, it's funny, I had Gwen turn the bot on the counter. So like my laptop in the kitchen currently is what's doing the bot. Like the same, just like it always is. And I'm wondering how long that's gonna stay active. I remember the stream that I did, the New Year's Day stream with the Mummers Parade and party afterward. It, like the computer stopped working after like a few hours. Yeah, Jamie, the bird sounds are great. And when it gets dark, the bird sounds will also stop, which is weird. So I think it'll be fine. That was a while ago, and that was like early IRL. I would say I've figured out some of the things, like how to keep the computer on perpetually now instead of having it turn off after a certain amount of time. Hopefully, I say that, and you know, if the check-ins stop working, I'll know it's off. Really, we're not using it for. The only other thing that the bot is doing is putting messages in chat. The like interstitial messages that are in chat every once in a while. That's it. I guess all that is to say, if it went away, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but people would miss out on getting check-ins, which I wouldn't be able to do anything about. If the bot stopped working, I would text Gwen and ask her to reboot the computer, but she's doing stuff with Calvin now, dinner, bedtime, all that. So she is also probably very busy right now. That pot is ripping away. I can see the steam coming out the side of the edge, like right around the rim. It would be on the right as you're looking at it there. You can really see like puffs of steam. So it's boiling in there. It's not just simmering. Jamie, thank you for the bits. Jamie, the 222, I know that's usually the Morgan Freeman voice. Unfortunately, the voices don't work today. It is dinner time so far, that is true. Although, if I was home and cooking dinner, and I was still cooking right now, I would be like, oh my God. I would be panicked. Jamie, I appreciate you. Yeah, the speaker bot, I use SpeakerBot, which like ties, it's the same. StreamerBot, the bot that I use, and SpeakerBot are like the same company. I don't know, the same developers, and that also runs locally on my computer. But I haven't figured out how to get it to output the sound from there to the cloud instance of OBS. All that is to say, my next major streaming thing is a home computer, like a central server type computer. Then that I would be able to that would have full function for IRL stuff, which would be nice. But because I'm using a cloud-based OBS, it doesn't. So, a couple $100, probably get a nice computer and have that, but I have other priorities at the moment. Like hanging in there to the end of the school year is a priority. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. I appreciate it. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted subs. We're almost there. We're almost there. I am... How am I going to do this? Once this is done, once the stew is finished, I'm going to like take it off the fire and just like let it sit for a few minutes. And then I'm going to build this fire up to like a fire, like a ripping fire. Because that'll also provide some light. So, Liz says, have I ever thought about setting up community goals? You know, I have, Liz. And I'll be extremely honest with you that I have imposter syndrome about it. Not necessarily imposter syndrome, but I have this sort of like, I don't know. I find it hard to like ask for money when I don't really need a new computer at home. You know, like, I don't really need that. It would be helpful, but like, obviously this works. And so like, I think kind of at every point I feel sort of like why, I don't know, because I feel awkward. I feel awkward about it, and part of it for me is that a lot of what I've done on stream is for myself, and I feel sort of a goal like that might be. It might feel to me similar to doing some of the things that I expressly like don't do, like costumes or like stuff like meal redemptions, which I've thought about doing more recently actually with the new, like the way that I'm structuring stream, and I have like a long form day. So I'm reconsidering it, but I sort of also feel like maybe I don't want to feel like indebted somehow, if that makes sense. Not that I would feel that way. Like, not that I feel that way when someone gifts subs or bits, but I sort of feel like, I don't know. Maybe I would certainly consider it. I've at every point kind of just told myself no. So, like, honestly, that's why. I'm not against it. No pressure, just curious. No, and I don't feel any pressure, Liz. And I know that you know my vibe, and I appreciate your asking. I feel like you've been around forever in this stream, and yeah, I think I would consider it, but it's sort of a weird like. Part of what I've enjoyed about streaming is sort of not feeling beholden about it and just being like, no, fuck it. We're just going to go camping. Like, I'm going to do exactly what I want to do today. I don't want more. I don't know. I don't want to feel like because someone gave me X amount of money, I have to do this thing like while I'm camping. 'Cause, like, you know what I mean? So there's a balance though, right? Because if I'm like, hey, I'd like to do, if I got more out of streaming financially, that would be great too, because it is a freelance. I don't consider it like a freelance thing, but like, it support the money I make from Twitch supports Cookie Club. It supports things like that. So it's sort of a wash for me, which ends up being nice from that perspective. Maybe one day I'll wear a costume. Maybe. I'm not like totally against it. I just feel I like kind of staying authentic I like staying in the place where it feels good to stream. And so at some point, like, I feel like getting like something with a computer, right? Like, that's not an obligation. That's just like, this would make streaming a lot easier and more approachable for me. That's different than being like, for $50, I'll put on a frog suit. You know what I mean? So I'd be more open to that. Onesie. Or a onesie. All right, let's check this. I'm gonna stand up. Okay. So this chair is nice, but it's also super low. This isn't my normal camping chair, though. My normal camping chair is one that I got in high school. And I didn't bring that one because it has my full legal name written on it really big. And you can't miss it. And I would not be able to not show it on stream. And while it's not hard to find me, I feel like I'd rather not, I don't know, put it out there in that way. So this looks like it's pretty set. I think I'm going to take a potato and a mushroom out of here. Potato, mushroom, carrot, and beef, and check them each. Scraping the bottom of this. Got just a little bit of buildup. Nothing concerning. All right, there's a big chunk of beef. There's a tiny tater. I don't want that one. That looks like a potato. Is it a potato or a carrot? That's a carrot. Okay, that'll be my carrot. Mushroom and it's funny. There's potatoes and white carrots in here, so it's hard to tell. I should get some lights. I should get a light on. It's probably starting to get pretty dark on the camera, especially with me being backlit now from the only real natural light is behind me. So behind the camera is a bunch of trees. So I'm going to turn a light on here in just a moment. But first, let's check these veggies. Jamie, thank you. It's good to see you, and I hope you have a good evening. We cannot see the stew. Okay, good. That means I'm in the dark now. Okay, well, we're going to make an adjustment here in just a few minutes and go back. I'm going to go over, if this is finished, I'm going to go over to the table and we'll have dinner at the table. And then we'll come back to the fire. So. Bedroom, I'm definitely still streaming. We're almost finished this stew. I'm checking the final potatoes right now. Those are ready. Okay. Stew is finished. Yep. Okay, good. All the vegetables are perfect. Stew is ready to go. How romantic, I know, right? Liz, I think you're right that there is a distinct difference between something that's like this will improve the stream as a whole versus this will entertain you for the moment. So I get you. That is a distinction and a good one to make. All right, let's turn some lights on over here. Whoa, that's not going to work. Okay, turn some lights on. And move some things around. Where's my other lantern? There it is. So, turn all the lanterns on. This may or may not be ideal lighting. Well, let me say this. Let me say it this way. I'm positive that this lighting is terrible. We're going to. I'm going to get the other lights and have those instead. I have regular or more I have more like studio type lights. Okay,
So let's get this off the fire. Lindsay, welcome in. Welcome in. We can definitely do s'mores later. Let's eat dinner first. Okay. This is the big lift. Hold on. Make sure my knee is, make sure I've got like all the weight in my legs here. Oh. Okay. Stew is off the fire. Tripod is done and dusted. I'm going to back you all up, so get ready to move here. You ready? We're moving. We're going to move just a little bit. While that stew just rests and waits right there, I'm going to figure out how to turn this light on. Whoa! All right. Oof. I was touching it and the whole thing just went over. I got you. I got you. I got you. Look out now. Oh, okay. Good. That's a little better. That is a little better. You know what I need to do? I need to extend this leg a little bit so my weight isn't all in that weird spot. There we go. Okay. Okay, perfect. Sorry, we are just making sure the tech works. Okay, let's build this fire up just a little bit so that we have some additional light. Whew, I know. Let's see, what happened was I bumped the thing, and the backpack is the backpack was weighing it in one direction. I love when I see non-Americans try s'mores. S'mores are a weird dessert. They really are. Foil packets of banana chocolate chips and marshmallows. Yes, that is Banana Boat, and I have ingredients to do that. That's a favorite. That is definitely a favorite. Y'all okay? Okay, we good. We good. Oh, is there dirt on the camera? I didn't look. Okay, we no longer need a big bed of coals. We're just going to leave those coals back there to burn out, I suppose. And instead, and then we're going to add a bunch of logs to this fire. Just being a troll. Yeah, that's valid. Is that light? I wonder if this light, did that light, I turned a light on, did that improve anything? I can make it brighter. I don't know how long it lasts. I don't know if I should turn the second, I have a second one. But I know one thing, I'm going to make this fire a lot bigger, so we're going to get some light off of that for sure. Although this wood is ridiculously wet, so it may also just smoke the whole time. Okay. Move this phone over here now.
I don't want to eat my salad for dinner. I brought I have salad with me, and I'm probably going to force myself to eat it because I brought it, and I'm sort of like, well, I might as well. I brought it all the way down to the campsite. I can't not. Also, it's like roughage, which is needed. So we're just gonna build this up and let this engulf itself in flames here momentarily. Let's get a big, chunky, weird shaped piece to fit on top. That'll do. That'll do. All right. This one has like neat channels in it that flame might come through there. Might be fascinating. All right, that's good. That's plenty enough wood. Let me get the shovel and just put a shovelful or two of coals kind of on the top of that. Where are my gloves? There they are. These are the gloves I'm looking for. Have some neighbors camping tonight. Not right next door, but 2 campsites away. Not concerned about them at all. If you can't hear them, then they can't hear you, or they're not talking. That's kind of how I see it. I'm going to take my coals and just dump those in the middle. And this whole thing should light up pretty quickly. Oh yeah, we're already going. The back is already lit because that's where it was hottest. Good. Okay. Fire's going to pop off in a moment here. Let's come on back over to the table where it is a little bit better lit. And sorry to put the light like right in y'all's face for a moment, but we're gonna make adjustments here. We're gonna make adjustments. That is less than ideal to have right in front of directly in front of the camera, I believe. So let's move that. Let's move that somewhere where it will be beneficial but not in the way. How about there? You'll pardon me that I am going to move the camera again. I'm actually going to make a much more drastic change and put the legs up and put the camera itself and the tripod on the table. Or at least in towards the table. And that way, sit that there, and then this and this go out like that, like that, And then you go like that. And then this goes there. And now that almost looks nice. And maybe if I put that like that, it'll end up lighting my face okay. All right, well, I think that might be about as good as it gets. It is candlelight and it's romantic dinner time. It's just so fucking dark here. It's just really dark here. Pimentos. Darlene on YouTube, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you have a good one. Good night. Good night, good night. I will bring the stew serving up to the camera for sure. We're going to, let me also move this one. There we go. That's a little better. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the stew and bring that over to the table. Now y'all are getting the full-on experience of me cooking a meal in the campsite. Because the full-on experience, as Calvin well knows, is that if I'm like, it'll be ready at 7:30, he's like, nah, dude, not going to be ready. It is going to be 8 p.m. at the earliest. And he knows it, and I know it, and everyone knows it. That's just how it is. All right, move this. So the fire is starting up again. Yeah, fire's starting up again. We're looking good. While I'm sitting here, I'm gonna plug my phone in. Yeah, look at that. We charging now. We are charging now. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah. Well, you can see my face. That's good. What? I'm just like, I'm looking, I'm like, I can see a very small preview of the actual stream on my phone. It is not very large. Oh, bugles are amazing. Bugles are my my gas station snack when I am on trips. When Calvin and I stop at like Wawa or somewhere and are like getting a snack, I always opt, there it is, I always opt for bugles. He usually gets Takis if they have them. All right, serve the stew. Yeah, time to serve the stew. The bugles bag does encourage you to put them on your fingers. That is true. What is that? What the hell is that? They were saying Beatles. No, bugles. It's the boogie woogie bugle boy from Company B. Okay, stew, serving. Ooh, yeah, that's hot. Oh, the lid is very hot. Gotta put that down. Gonna burn myself. All right. We got a stew. We really do. And it looks good. I can't really see it right now because I don't have a light. It's funny, and usually I have an overhead light. Like, I hang the lantern from the thing where I had it hanging. But it is, that is not available in this moment. Okay, let's put this lid back on, and let me show you this stew. I'm gonna try to hold it up. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that at all. I'm gonna reach over here. Oh shoot! You know what I should have been doing this the whole time. I could have just put my. Whoa! Hold on. Here we go. This will be better. Oh no, he's messing with it. What the hell's happening? Hold on. I'm gonna lift. Just move a little bit. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna lift this, and I'm gonna take the whole camera setting right off the tripod. I'm gonna put it on the mini tripod. Yes, we are. And maybe we're going to set that here. And then I can actually show you the stew. Okay. Here it is. Hold on. We're going to do like the overhead view. And get this light here. So there we go. There is your stew. Looking very, very good. Wow, how close can I get to that before it is the entire viewfinder? I am 4 inches above the liquid. That's wild. Let me show you now that I've got you here. Let me show you in the pot too. Hold on, because the pot is like, whereas this is like a pool, the pot is like an ocean. That is as far as I can pull that camera. There we go. Oh, it's looking pretty good, I'm not gonna lie, and it looks hot AF. So we're gonna eat. We're definitely gonna eat here, and let me move that. There we go. That's probably the best place for that camera, because there's not any light on it. And if I put this back here, there we go. Beautiful. Now I'm actually fully lit. We're lit. Fully lit outside. God, I bet you this lighting is so bad. In terms of just like actual brightness. This is not the color of my actual skin, I promise you. Let's take this. I'm gonna put this on the ground because I'm worried about I don't know. I don't know what I'm worried about. I'm not like worried about it catching the table on fire. If it was gonna do that, it would have happened already. Not terrible. That's good. I was these lights are less than flattering, generally speaking. But yeah, this looks good. What was I going to add to this that I brought with me that I didn't? Herbs. I meant to add herbs to this, but I didn't, and like that's okay. I don't need to. Oh, there's a little crawly thing on the microphone. So you can just here. Hold on. I guess I shouldn't blow on it. Oh, I don't know where it went, but I flicked it off. Okay. Oh well. This is hot. Hot AF. Yeah, it's gone. It's not gone. It's actually right here on the table. Still doing its thing. I cut up some bread earlier. The other thing I was going to do was do like butter on this bread, but like we're good. See that fire? Look at that. Right? Just right up. Love it. Perfect for s'mores. The broth in here is very good. It's like just the right amount of salty. Like the thing with adding salt every vegetable, it just concentrates in the broth. It is really good. I feel grimy. Like, you know how when you sweat a lot during the day and then you don't really rinse off, you just kind of dry? Like, I feel like that earlier when we were hiking. I was like sweating through both of my shirts, and now I'm now I feel like I'm covered in a layer of like ash too, which is the nice part about going camping. It is actually a good feeling about it. Sometimes it's nice to just be dirty. Okay. Oh, Sofop, did you run I didn't see a poll. When did you run a poll? Thank you for running a poll. I didn't see the answer. I didn't see the whole thing. What was I doing? What was I doing during this poll? How did I miss it? I think that this chat app this app for somehow doesn't, I don't know, there's certain things it like doesn't love showing. Like 7 hours ago. Oh, okay. Thanks. I was like, please be when I went to the bathroom. How do I toast my marshmallows? I prefer to toast them slowly until they are browned and very puffed. Browned, like they have to be like that golden brown, and then I light them on fire for like just a second, like just so like half of the marshmallow is burned. That's my perfect marshmallow. I imagine it to look like if you drew a caricature of like, what does the perfect toasted marshmallow look like? That is probably what it would look like. I see what you're saying, Sofop. I do that sometimes. I don't ever do that for the s'more. I do that when I'm just going to eat the marshmallow, the roasted marshmallow. So like, yeah, you burn it. You cook it a little bit quicker though when you do that, right? Like you cook it for a little less time, like maybe a little closer to the heat. And then, yeah, and then you just kind of like pull it off like a sock and there's like fresh marshmallow underneath of it. Yes, I definitely do that. You get like, I feel like you get multiple marshmallows out of the same one. And it's very satisfying. Especially the huge ones, because with a huge one, you can't, it doesn't, unless you're cooking it like super slowly, the outside is done and the inside's still like cold. I don't like those the big Campfire marshmallows, the ones that they sell that are like, these are for roasting. They're huge. They're like no good because it doesn't cook all the way through. Like what I'm looking for is for the whole marshmallow to cook completely, like hot on the inside. I also set the graham cracker with the chocolate on the grill grate while I'm roasting the marshmallow to help melt the chocolate a little bit. That's important, I think. I'm not as big a fan of marshmallows or like s'mores in general, but I think I think that if you were doing all of the cooking at a camp situation, like right now, what I don't want to do is put cobbler in a Dutch oven and cook it on that fire. I get why people love s'mores because they're super easy. And I love them too. And sometimes I'll do other desserts, sometimes not. Mostly I don't cook dessert when I'm camping. Mostly I have s'mores and then I just bring snacks with me. Like I bring cookies, I bring, I have a variety of dry snacks in the camp box that I tote with me everywhere. So that ends up being what I go in for after dinner, because I can't like be bothered to do anything past a s'more. Oh, this is so satisfying. This is really, really good. And the beef is tender. The beef is like this is just, maybe that was pretty gross. Sorry. The beef is tender enough that you can just give it a little smush and it just falls apart. That's the good stuff. When I package this in a little bit, I have to remember to take the bay leaves out of it. That will be important. It's not that important. This was very tasty. Well, what time is it? Damn. Good stuff. It's quiet. You'll note that the birds have stopped completely. There is no more bird song. As soon as the light left, the birds stopped chirping. It's a really eerie feeling sometimes when you notice it. If you know that it's coming, you're like, oh, it's dark now. The bird stopped. But if you're not familiar with it, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, why is it so quiet? Like, it kind of sneaks up on you. Tried frozen pancakes, Liz. Do you mean like from boxed pancakes that you buy that are frozen? Like commercial pancakes? I usually do a big batch of pancakes when I make them. Whether I make them at home, often I'll make them while we're camping, and I will freeze those. And Calvin just heats those back up in the microwave. I've never done the boxed ones though. I don't do boxed waffles before, and boxed French toast. He likes the French toast sticks sometimes. Not sometimes. He likes them all the time, and sometimes I buy them. So I've never done the pancakes though. I feel like pancakes are super easy to make. Like, I get boxed waffles. Like, I very much understand why you would just buy a boxed. Because, like, otherwise you gotta break out the waffle maker. Like, not convenient. Not convenient. I do love pancakes, though. I don't often make breakfast. I don't ever make breakfast for myself. When I'm camping is probably the only time I actually, like, make breakfast. Every once in a while, I'll get up on a weekend morning and make something. But usually Saturday, we are out the door to the market, and I don't know, Sunday I just don't, so I know pancakes are super easy to make, but to that point, when I make them, I make like 40 of them and I freeze them, so I get why you'd buy them too. I bet they're good though. I bet the commercial ones really are tasty because they're like probably cooked perfectly and they probably freeze them like in a, I'm sure it's all, you know, scienced out to the point where like you really can't mess it up, and I'm sure they taste amazing when you reheat them. A frozen batch is easier. Was I do that often for camping stuff because like I don't want to make a beef stew for like one person, you know, so I just like I'll make a bunch of things. The same thing if Calvin wants like French toast for dinner on a trip, or breakfast or dinner. Like I will make a whole, like I'll usually make challah French toast, and I'll do like a whole loaf of challah, and he'll eat, you know, 2 pieces, I'll eat 2 pieces, and then I'll just put the rest in the cooler. I think it's worth batching it for sure. I'm sure they have to heat well, even if you're making them from home. They're not that complicated. There's a poll in chat. You want to vote in the poll? How do you roast your marshmallow? Set it on fire and blow it out. Evenly brown and slow roasted. Patchy brown, raw middle. Patchy brown is probably like cooked quick. Roast, peel, repeat. I like a roast, peel, repeat. Roast, peel, repeat is an underappreciated genre of marshmallow roasting, I think. No, Baker, no shame in it. No shame in it for sure. I wasn't coming at it from that angle. I don't think I've ever made French toast for dinner. So the thought of it was just like, oh, that's odd. That doesn't seem right. I think patchy brown raw middle was the, like, you burn it. Like, you kind of just burn it a little bit and then eat it. Like, I don't know. I know it. I feel like I know what it is physically. We got a poll. Evenly brown, slow roasted is running away with it. No one likes to set it on fire and blow it out. Can I tell you something that's like bothers me sometimes? Not really bothers, but it's one of those things where I'm like, it's not true. Whenever Calvin's like talking about marshmallows, he's always like, Dad likes to light his on fire, and I'm like, I feel like that needs to come with the context of like, but first I roast it slowly for like 5 full minutes and then I light it on fire. Like you're missing context. I don't just set it on fire and blow it out. I do that, but at the end. Dan, thank you for asking again. I'm sorry. I saw your question earlier. I meant to answer it and then I didn't for some reason. I forget. I just kept going. Is there a difference in taste being cooked over the fire versus the stove? Hard to say. Probably so. I'm not cooking it on the coals. You know, it's not getting any of the like direct flavor from the flame. I think if I'm cooking it on the fire, I'm usually using a different pot than I would use on the stove, and maybe that has a part of it. I feel like I want to say yes, but I also want to caveat that with that maybe that yes is because I put more effort into it. And it's like dinner tastes great when it feels like a reward as opposed to something that you just kind of like whip together. The bot always has good timing. The bot knows a thing or two about timing. Okay, one more piece of bread. That was really good. I feel, it's funny, I feel kind of full only because I ate a bunch of samples in the, in the little bit leading up to it. Liz, good luck with dinner. Do I want more of that? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I want to let that be. That was really tasty and really good. And I know the other thing is I'm like a little bit full. I want to have some room for a s'more because I do want to make a s'more. I also know that however good this is right now, is going to be better tomorrow. It's one of those foods that improves in a day or two in the fridge. Beautiful. Now, if I was to have skimmed that as it was simmering, like I could have kept that at a really low simmer and skimmed it every like 10 or 15 minutes to get like the fat off the top and had like a really nice clearer broth. I didn't do that, and it's like murky. There's like, it's cloudy, but it's so good. Like I don't particularly care about that. Oh my God, those little like bits. All the bits. That was worth the 3 hours that it took to cook. Roughly. See, my timer's still running. 3 hours and 7 minutes, my timer says. That is the time since I started cooking, I guess. Or that was a little bit. It was a little bit after I started cooking, but that's okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. God, I can feel the heat from that fire behind me. Like, I can feel it on my back. It's very present now. Looking good. Okay, going to... What am I going to do? I am going to have one more scoop of that. I'm going to take this beef stew. I'm going to put it up on the table. I'm going to package it in the containers now, and then we'll just leave the containers on the table to cool down a little bit. Alley Cat, chicken noodle soup? Yeah. The noodle soup is also something that is usually better the next day, too. That sounds great. That sounds like a good plan. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Stew is coming back. Whoop. I got one of the... There we go. I got one of the little legs in a hole. Yeah, like one more scoop of that. One more scoop. One more scoop, and then I will package the rest. That's it. Perfect. I will package the rest. Where did I put them? Did I bring them down? Yes, I did. They're way over there. Okay, let's finish this first. Yeah, soup for lunch is great. Soup for lunch is not so good in like July. Soup for lunch is great most of the rest of the year. I love this because this has white carrots and potatoes, and they have a slightly different shade, but like not much. You'd be forgiven for not seeing the difference. Oh, fuck. Right. That was still in the pot. That was still very much in the pot. Okay. Very warm. Very warm. It seems like evenly browned and slow roasted is the consensus favorite. For our roasted marshmallow poll. Is the poll still going, or did it end? I feel like it doesn't. I feel like we know who's going to win. Also, if it ended, it did not clear from my screen, but I don't know. That's not anybody's problem but my own. Mix as slowly and evenly brown is the best, but at least one is getting torched. Totally. Oh, there it goes. I like to make a s'more, and I eat it. I do it right. Do the whole thing, and then I like a couple more marshmallows, just roasted and sort of eaten in hand, in various states of either burnt or not. Amazing. Y'all, that was fantastic. I'm very happy with that. That is going to be good, even better tomorrow. Okay. Let's package this stuff up, then we'll make some s'mores. That is the next step. I know, right? Would that I could. I was thinking the other day it would be fun if I did a like streamer camp out with like folks who are in the Philadelphia area, because this place where I'm at is close enough that you can go here for like a weekend. I think it would be fun to do a trip with like some other folks. I wasn't sure if how this would work out, or if I'd have reception or like whatever. But now that I know, maybe we'll think of some other things to do. Yeah, fellas, I don't ever skim my soups. I do occasionally. I skim stock sometimes if it's simmering in the kitchen and I'm working on stuff in the kitchen, like, and I'm around and I like see it. I'll skim it. I'll set up like a spoon in a plastic container or something, and I'll just skim it whenever I think about it or have a moment. But I don't plan on doing it. It just kind of happens. There's not check-ins on YouTube, Dan. No. No, there's not. YouTube commands are, I don't think any of the commands work on YouTube. I could set that up. I could very easily set that up, and it's on my development roadmap to do that. To let folks who are chatting on YouTube interact with the stream in the same way, or at least, some level of parity. And I just haven't yet. So no, there's no check-ins on YouTube. If you want to check in, you got to do it on Twitch. Sorry. That's apologies in Canadian. Okay, let's get our to-go containers. Get a whole bag. Yeah, Dan, totally. Totally, and I think about that too. I started doing the streams on YouTube basically for the purpose of getting monetized there eventually. I was kind of like, well, I can multi-stream. Why not multi-stream? Like, I just needed to like figure out how to set it up, which I did over a couple, over a day or two. On one of my last, every once in a while I do like a tech binge, as I would call it, and I do, 2 or 3 straight days worth of back-end work on the stream. So that's when things happen, like major updates to the bot, updates to scenes. Basically, if I have to build something for IRL, the IRL stream, like, I will do that during that time. So I just haven't gotten to it yet, honestly. This is what I'm, kind of when I've waxing philosophically earlier about, like, doing streaming, making it more priority, basically, like, with, from a financial perspective, like, if streaming was a priority for me, I would put more time into it and maybe do more things that were like aimed at generating revenue more directly. And if I was doing that, I would probably do more, more frequent. I would probably have like a tech day a week or something like that. Currently I have about a tech day every month to 5 weeks or so, which seems to sort of triage the things that need to be triaged. Usually that's what I use it for, is like fix stuff or build something that I really need. I need to go back and build some more quality things into stream. So if I owe you a sound command, that type of thing. So every once in a while I sort of get into a hole and do like a 7 or 8 hour day of just computer updates, which is always very satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's package this. Now I don't have I don't have a ladle, so this is gonna go slowly, and the end of this I'm probably gonna need to scoop with a takeout container to get the liquid out of here. So we'll fill up on the solids and then we'll distribute the liquid. I think that's the plan. I know, so that's true. I have it. See, the reason that it's still, and I know you can see it because you can see the stuff that is redeemed. Like, I haven't cleared it yet because I haven't done it yet. That's sort of the thing for me to remind me to do it, is the fact that it's still in the redeemed queue. It's not just there. I wrote it down more formally. I have a roadmap. Like, y'all, I have a secret channel in Discord that only I can see, that I use to organize all of my stream to-dos. And in there, I have a roadmap of like all sorts of stuff that I want to do. And every once in a while, I'm like, where's my energy today? Do I have the energy to build stuff in the bot? Or is today a research day? And then I will use that energy for all the tasks that require that energy. Baker, I'm going to use a mug. Not a mug. I'm going to use a quart container. Or pint container. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to use a pint container. Right now I'm getting solids into all these. And we'll do the liquid after I get this one. So this is a 14-quart Dutch oven. It's huge. I did not fill it all the way. But I probably filled it maybe 2/3 of the way full. So I don't know how much. I might end up with just a few things of just liquid, or like that are lightly soup. There we go. Bakery, welcome. Now I'm going to use one of these. One of these containers. Nordic Pizza Stone, hell yeah. What preceded you getting a Pizza Stone? Just wanted one and got it? Or was it a gift? That's cool. Congrats. Is the first thing you're going to make pizza? Alright. So I'm filling these. I'm going to put the tops on these, but I'm not going to put them in the cooler just yet. I'm going to let them cool down. They'll cool down a lot faster in these containers than they will in the big pot. So that's why I'm repackaging these now. Because it's just, or not repackaging, packaging them in the first place. That's why I'm doing this now. Okay. So now we are in the end stages of this process here. Amazing. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, thanks for sharing that. That is cool. Campfellows. Campfellows sounds like a lot of fun. Also, the bathroom is a lot closer, which is nice. They liked the pizzas. They did. They did. I'll be honest that Gwen, my partner, got a little sick after eating them. But I don't believe that was because anything was wrong with the pizza. I believe that was because I used a cheese for the first time that she maybe had never had, and she has a little bit of a problem with digestion in that way. So, yes, everybody liked them, and I don't think Gwen can eat Taleggio cheese, which is fine. You don't need to eat Taleggio cheese to be happy in life, although it does help. Okay, beautiful. Most popular. I would say the most popular of those that I made was probably the plain one. But I think the one, the white pizza was pretty popular. That is true. Yeah, I'd say the white ones were well received. So we're gonna let these sit here. Just gonna like wipe the rim. Yeah, the one with the fig jam. That was the pear one. Yeah, that one was good. I like that one the best too. That was the one with the Taleggio. I think that's the one that set Gwen off. But that doesn't mean it wasn't good. That means that she did not find it. Did not find it, and she found it very enjoyable to eat, but did not find its after effects to be pleasing. That was a nice way of saying it, huh? All right, well, we're doing good. This is quite a bit of soup to have left over. Roll. real thankful to have all this sort of come out as nice as it did. No hitches today. We did something easy. I was saying a little earlier, I was thinking about grilling some things. One of the things I was thinking about doing today was kebabs, which means a lot of stuff on the grill. It means a lot of like timing and having good coals and all that. But I was like, you know, I've had some bad luck, or I've had a bad run of Campfire grilling recently. Like, I went camping with my mom last year, and I made dinner, and I burned everything. Like, everything. And it wasn't burned bad, it was like a little layer of char, but it was still just embarrassing in a way of like, ugh, I know I can do so much better than that, and I should. But I decided not to do that today. Beef stew is relatively stress-free. It's also really relatively forgiving. So that means that it was easier like mentally to commit to doing beef stew. And so that's what we did. And maybe next time we'll do something a little more complicated. And won't that be fun? If I was going to do something more complicated that I would necessitated coals, I would definitely want the fire to be going for a lot longer than it was today before I started cooking. Like, I would want a big base of coals to pull from. Okay. Very good. We are just about to hit s'mores time. We are doing good, feeling good. The back of a baking sheet, totally. Yeah, bakery. The back of a bakery sheet would work. The bamboo cutting board would work. Yeah, and getting it out of the oven is not difficult. You could use both of those things again. You just grab it with a pair of tongs and sort of slide it onto the thing. So yeah, you definitely don't need a peel. I used the back of a sheet pan for a long time cooking. I used the sheet pan and made sheet pan pizza for a long time cooking too. I haven't done a sheet pan pizza in a while. I'd like to. I'd like to actually do a cast iron pizza. I think that would be good. That could be a good campfire recipe. Cast iron pizza. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, of course. I'm happy to. I am very, very pleased at kind of everything today. And I'd like to make some s'mores as well. So that is the reward for a good day of camping. A good camp day. We've got a lot here too. This is great. This goes up to my, everything over. I got all my like food ready to go back up to the car. Again, I don't keep anything I don't keep any food in the campsite. Not a good look. Have I tried cast iron pizza in the oven? I have, actually. It's been a while. I haven't done it recently. The last time I did that was definitely over a year ago. Lizzie, welcome back. We are gonna have some s'mores. We're working towards a slow ending here. It is 21:27 my time. It's 9:27 p.m. It is time for s'mores. And then after that, it's time for quiet time. It's after quiet time actually in the campground today. At this point in the evening. All right, let's get our s'mores stuff out. Before I get the s'mores stuff out, let me put the salt and pepper back in the camping box. paper towels can go back in there too. Okay, let's get out. We're back over. We're over here now, behind the camera. I'm gonna get my marshmallows, some chocolate bars, some Graham crackers, and that'll be good. Yeah, that'll be all. That'll be all for now. What's in this bag? Oh, bananas, right. Okay. Well then. Oh, I need the s'more stick. Where is it? Alright, got it. So you gotta have two. I always have one, well, I have one for me and one for Calvin, but if you're by yourself, it's good to have two s'more sticks. That way you can use one while the other one is cooling off. My favorite camping snack. I love it. Excuse me. Where did I put that metal pan? There it is. S'more stick trademark. Yeah, I feel like the s'more stick is not underrated. I'm always sort of. There's some folks that have this like purist attitude, who are like, you got to get a stick out of the woods. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to do that. You explicitly don't have to do that. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna do a double here because. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hopefully. Hopefully. Welcome back. Okay, good. So that's a yes. Perfect. All right, we just had to switch it out. I had a microphone swap, and we are good to go for another 9 hours or so. We're not going to do that. I'm just kidding. That's not going to happen. Let me get the little fuzzy off of this thing, though. And put it on here. Let me mute this. Okay, should be back. Checking, checking, checking. Mic test. Yes, it is. Okay, looks good on the monitor. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. Is this even... Is this something that we're going to be able to light? Possibly. Bear with me for a second. There's a bear with me? Oh no, just kidding. There's not. Oh wait, let's do this. And then this. And then we'll catch the light from the tent also. Okay. Perfect. Alrighty. Where am I going to move this camera? Okay, hold on. We got, again, bear with me. Not literally. Tripod. Just moving things around here so that I can actually use this tripod again. This is sort of the I'm doing. All right, camera's moving. Get ready for some motion. I'm doing this here, camping situation, for the first time, so we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out as we go. Right? How's that? Let's see. What is that? A rock? There we go. All right, that seems like it'll work. And then let's actually back this up so it's more of a flood. There. Okay, we'll take that, and then we're going to take this and put this over here for a little backlighting. And that should be okay. I'm going to be a little washed out regardless, but all right. Bears are friend-shaped. Can I pet that dog? Let me pet that dog. What is that from? I forget what that's from, but I know what it is. Okay, so we're gonna set our chocolate. Whoa, holy shit, that is hot. Let's set this farther to the edge so I can grab it. There we go. God, wow, that was hot. Oh my God. The edge of that s'more was as hot as the surface of the sun. And that's not true, but it's just a thing that people say. All right. We did it. We did it. That chocolate is, I can see it melting. That's incredible. It's moon glow. Well, hopefully this light works. I just found out this time it was about a bear. I forgot that it was about a bear. So you are reminding me in real time. I just remember the sound. It's one of those things that you sort of, you get in your head and you're like, oh yeah. Can I pet that dog? Let me pet that dog. All right. These are old marshmallows. They're a little bit stuck together, which is good. That means they're ripe. Oop. All right, get it nice and firmly on the thing too. I don't want any falling off the tip. That's crappy. I'm sure there were remixes of it. I know there. I have to imagine there were. There's that's how the internet works. They take a good thing and exploit it until it is a ubiquitous thing and move along. Mix, I believe that. I saw a skunk here 2 weeks ago. It was right outside of the campsite, chilling. I was just sitting by the campfire, and I had no lights or anything on. It was just like a very low fire at that point, and I heard like rustling a couple feet away, just like right over there, and I had my big like torch light, like very focused bright spotlight that I always keep on me at nighttime in case, like, you know, big noise happens right there. I actually don't have it on me right now, but it's on the table. But I like immediately flashed that out, and there's just a skunk like right there heading directly into the campsite. Like, then he like, you know, they like stop and look at me, and I'm like, what's up? And they're like, what's up? And then they turn around and walk directly in the other direction. Lizzie, I'm glad you liked it, and thanks for bringing friends through today. We were hanging out all day today. It's been a nice afternoon. We had a really nice hike earlier. A little short hike, nothing challenging, just like enough to get the blood flowing and feel good about kind of walking. Came back and had sort of a slow, built a fire, set things up, you know, kind of had a slow start to the cooking process, and then kind of got into it. Did some prep. So I've just been having like a slow afternoon, which has been really nice. Yeah, see, these are starting to get that like brown, that like real nice golden brown. So I'm in a few moments here, basically once they start sagging off of the thing, they're like at the point where they're definitely about to melt and fall off. Then I want to burn them just a touch. And they're really tasty like this. I don't really need to burn them, but I kind of like to. I like the additional char. Oh, just close. Okay, so now we burn that one and that one. And that right there, y'all. That is my perfect marshmallow. And then you put the poker in the fire and you burn the rest of it off, and you never, ever, not once in its life ever, do you wash it. Sorry if that's gross to anybody, but that is, holy crap. Speaking of, it's so hot right there. I can't sit that close. You do you. Generally do, Bellows. Or I try to. Ooh. Yeah, y'all, a lot of y'all have been hanging out for all day, like the whole day, or at least in and out, which is really amazing, and I appreciate it. Ooh. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, you never wash the marshmallow sticks. You just burn it off and start again. It's metal. It's just marshmallow. It's the only thing it gets used for. So, Well, so I appreciate it because I know that you like camping. I know we're kindred spirits in that way. And I feel like I would love to watch a camping stream, generally speaking. Like that's the type, that's my shit. I'd be into that. Yeah, marshmallows, hot dogs. I definitely put hot dogs on that stick too. So, you're right. You're right. Ooh, that chocolate's melted. I kind of rotate this more and eat the marshmallow as it comes out the edge. And then it hits a point where you can't really squeeze it that much anymore, but there's still marshmallow inside, and that's when you kind of go in and take the bite. I'm very specific about the way I eat marshmallows, in a shock to probably nobody. You wash them yourself? Fair. I usually burn them until they are red hot, and then everything's just completely burned off. It's all ash. And I just let them cool and put them right back in the box. The only people that ever use them are Calvin and me, and occasionally his friends when we go camping. But like, I'm not worried about that stick because their hands are absolutely awful. So whatever is the worst thing on that marshmallow comes from their hands and not that stick. That's my philosophy on it. Chicago dogs. We've been talking about Chicago dogs. That's come up a couple times recently. I thought about making Chicago dogs last night for dinner, but I did not. I think about them regularly. Yeah, Avo, that's my rule. Not my rule. This one's not in the fire currently. It's just kind of chilling on the outside of it, but I'll usually just stick it right in the coals and get it until it's red hot on the tip. Mixes, these are great for hot dogs. Totally are. Oh, Sploosy Camps. Yeah, Dan. Yeah, she's, we talk about like IRL streamers to aspire to be, or to aspire sort of like to be able to do some of the things that she does is really cool. Knowing what the logistics are of like IRL streaming sometimes, it is very, like, yeah, her streams are very impressive, generally speaking. Hell yeah. I love that, Velas. Full circle. I didn't even come full circle in those. Not yet. I will. The Chicago dogs are coming. Whether I have them on stream or not, I don't know. But they are going to come into my life at some point again soon. One more of those. One more. That was delicious. That chocolate on that other piece of graham cracker is probably liquefied at this point. Mix, what is spider dogs? Yeah, Lizzie, don't, oh my God. Yeah, sweating and camping is the worst. I went camping last July, and I had a great time, and I got a good story out of it, but I still honestly kind of regret it. Because it was miserable. It's always miserable. Camping in the heat is the worst. The actual worst. Oh my. I'm gonna have one more s'more. Is anyone else camping on stream tonight? Is anyone else camping, cooking outside, existing outside? I'm sure there's plenty of people existing outside. I was thinking of where potentially to raid over to, and you mentioned Sploosy earlier, and I was like, oh, are they online? But I don't know. There's lots of folks streaming right now. There's a lot of people who are in the food and drink category, it looks like. I think I know where I want to raid, but we'll leave that for another couple minutes from now and see what they're doing. See if they're online still. See if they're online. Dan, you just Googled Chicago dog. Welcome to your new obsession. Miserable heat and rain, right? Oh my God. I am sweating right now because I'm this close to a hot fire. It is very, very hot. Oh, spider dogs. Okay, so it's not a type of hot dog. It is a... Got it. Okay. I thought it was a type of hot dog, not a preparation. Does that make sense? Like a Rhode Island hot wiener is different than a hot dog? Bakery, they are... My partner and son are home. What are they doing right now? I don't know. Hopefully he's asleep. Honestly. Hopefully he's asleep because it's 9:49 at night. And if not, that would be not ideal. But that's okay. I don't need to worry about what they're doing right now. I don't have any availability to change anything that they're doing, so yeah. Okay, one more s'more, and then I think I know where we're gonna end this evening. Oh, okay. Now we're gonna use the other s'more stick so that I can start with a cold metal again. It's always awful when you use the metal s'more stick right after someone else, and it melts the marshmallow from the inside, and then you end up with like a really loose marshmallow that has an uncooked exterior. Always less than ideal. I did mix. Well, the whole point of the stream today was basically, I said to Gwen, Gwen and I were talking, because I was like, if I was to go away and stream and do like a stream camp out, which is like, she knows that I've been wanting to do this. She knows that like, I want to do more of this. I want to, like, this is not going to be the only time we go camping. This was sort of a like, does this work? What feels good? What doesn't? I will sort of digest over the next couple days what I liked, what I thought was good, what I feel like I could do better, what I'd like to do differently, etc. But we were talking a couple weeks ago, and I was complaining that I had a difficulty trying to find a campsite that was available on the weekend, like a good one, like a good stream campsite. And I was like, hey, does it? Calvin doesn't really want to go. One, like he and I talked about it, and I told him that if he went with me while I was doing a stream camping trip, that it would be different than a regular camping trip because I would not be focused on him and I wouldn't have the capacity to like, be present and available to him as much as I usually am when we're camping. And so I just wanted to like, call that out. And in the context of that, he was like, yeah, I don't really want to go. And then, so I was talking to Gwen about it, and I was like, well, why don't I just do it during the week when I would usually stream? Like, what if I went, what if I packed up everything and pulled in somewhere Wednesday night, streamed on Thursday, like all day, which we did, and then wrapped it up and came home Friday morning, and I was home for the weekend. And she was like, that would be even better for me. Like, I love that. He's in school he's in school all day, so she's kind of off the hook for having to do like a Saturday Sunday thing, and usually there's plans on Saturday and Sunday. So like this Saturday he's got a birthday party for one of his classmates, so like I'm going to take him to that. She doesn't have to do that. So we were sort of aligned on the fact that this is an easier timing, and I also liked the fact that this is my normal stream day. So that's all very helpful. And yeah, like Thursday's been my normal stream day for a little while, or at least it is a day that I'm most likely to stream on of all of the other available days. And so it seems like, hey, why don't I just do it on my normal day? And I can go away and you can have, 2 easy weekdays to deal with Calvin, and then I'm back for the weekend. So that's how that was the thinking. And so far it's working out. I don't know how things went this evening. I didn't talk to her. I haven't talked to Gwen or Calvin today. Not so true. I talked to Gwen when I asked her to turn the bot on at the house. Okay, this is good. We're ready for fire. Beautiful. Again, these are hold on. There we go. Those are your ideal sort of marshmallow roasted. Wow, the whole thing is hot. The whole thing is hot. I almost dropped it. It's hot because the graham cracker was sitting on the fire. Okay. Come off of there. Oh, right. I put these on sideways. That's why they're not coming off. Hold on. We need the help of the other graham. There we go. Okay. Oh. I got close to the fire again. It is brutally hot. There's so much coal in here. I mean, we lit this fire at I don't even know what time we lit this fire. I think we lit this fire around 3 p.m. Maybe a little after 3 p.m. Somewhere between 3 and 4, and it's been ripping since then. So it is hot. A cherry cordial. I love a cherry cordial. The cherry cordial is just the chocolate inside, right? It's like a maraschino cherry inside of a chocolatey, like, dome-shaped thing. Correct? We're on the same page? That's what the cherry cordial is? Delicious. And again, I'm kind of just like eating the marshmallow from around the outside. Mex, thank you. Yeah, I'm like, what is a cherry cordial? I feel like I'm like, am I thinking of the same thing? I think I am. Delicious. The maraschino with the fondant cream. The cream ones are good. I like the ones, when I was a kid, the ones that I had were the ones that were like the cherries just suspended in liquid. And you like took them out. Yeah, they seem complicated. They do seem pretty complicated. I can't imagine. I've never made like chocolate or anything like that. Have I? I don't think I have. Whew. Excuse me. This is good. I love a s'more. the fondant icing goes in and the liquid from the cherry melted into the liquidy goo. What? What? That's like a metamorphosis. That's wild. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. I think. All right. I think I know. I do think. Restarted stream helped. Good. Yeah. I know earlier my mic died, but we're over that now. We're over that now. Yeah. Delicious. S'mores are a distinctly like American thing, North American thing. Is that true? I feel like that's true. I would say North America. I feel like it definitely got into Canada, but I don't think they do s'mores in Europe. I'm still a little shook over the fact that these cordials go in. That they go in solid and come out a liquid? Like what? What? Let's see. Good. S'mores cookies sound great. I think we did a s'mores cookie on stream at one point. I don't think we did it for Cookie Club. I think I just made one. I don't know. I was thinking about making one, but I was worried about putting the chocolate on top because of the vacuum sealing. That's what it was. Okay. I did look at it at one point. Yeah, the melting, the torch is fun. I have a kitchen torch. Excuse me. I have a kitchen torch, but I don't use it. I don't use it for much. Let's see. Well, that makes it easy. The person who I was thinking of, I was thinking of rating two different people, and one of them just went offline. So, so we're not going to raid them, obviously. All right. Ah. Fantastic. Wow. That was delicious. Haven't hydrated much. Neither have I. This is how it is. Okay. Well, y'all, I think we're wrapped today. I have a little bit of cleanup that I want to do, but I'm just going to do that. I want to put all my food away and clean up the table a little bit, and sort of start the process of winding down. So part of that is saying goodbye and rating and starting that process. I'm going to do that now. We are going to raid. We're going to raid. Let's see. Who should we raid? We're going to raid Kuma Monster. Kuma Monster is walking. So when I talk about like doing cool stuff, this person is walking to TwitchCon in Rotterdam, and they're literally walking. So they're in Europe, so it's a little earlier, and they're currently literally just walking down a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. It looks so lovely. So we're going to raid over there today. I appreciate y'all coming through. Let me look in Discord real quick. I don't even think I have the next stream scheduled. on the calendar. The next stream will be either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday next week. It will not be Thursday. I will not be streaming Thursday or Friday for sure. Schedule events. Oh, there it is. Events. No, there are no upcoming events. Okay, so it's not on the calendar. It's very likely that the next stream will be Tuesday. I'm guessing. Click into Discord if you want to get updates when I do post the schedule. Where'd they start walking from? I have no idea. That would be a great question. But their stream every day has just been walking. Just literally walking, which is really cool. And something I would absolutely love doing. So I get why they're doing it. Okay, we're gonna head out. We got a little raid going on. So folks, thank you for the messages in chat. Where else to find the Eat It Dads on the internet? And thanks for your company today. This is a different one for me. This is a new one. I'm going to be honest. I'm really happy with how things went today. I had a great day, and I really enjoyed bringing chat into like my camping world in the capacity that we did, and I already can't wait to do it again. So appreciate y'all, and I will see you next week. Will I see you next week? Yeah, unless I get the urge to do something this weekend, but I probably won't. Anyway, thanks again. If you're lurking, hit the follow button, and we'll see you again. And this is going to end in 13 seconds, so I'm just going to sit here.
Okay, it's gamba time also. Get your gambas in. I'm gonna use the energy. I'm gonna use the energy from Arnold right now. This is Arnold, giving me all the energy.